Da minha aldeia para a Colômbia é 45 minutos de motor.
Raz.
A jo, takhle, takže
takto to je.
takže to nebola... Okay. Dobre. A ja som nejak akože druhý, tretí v poradí, či tak nejak? Že tretí, že tu máte niekto a no počkať, a to mám prezentovať vlastne v angličtine, to bude úplne v poriadku. Ale to je úplne v poriadku. Plynule prepne. Není problém. To si to nevšimol. Ale to je jedno, ja predsa stejne. Áno, stejne. Asi radšej rozprávam v angličtine. Ja si myslím, že mám ešte si na tie drobnosti musím byť.
Kudně mi se to povedlo. Já jsem teď, no, mělo by to fungovat. Super, super. Tak já to zahájím, jo. So, welcome. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to welcome you here today and to see you all here and to see that artistic research is really an interesting topic. We didn't know how many people to expect today, so I'm glad we have to take out some more chairs from the back. I will just make a very brief introduction. This is the first conference on artistic research that we organize as the Academy of Fine Arts here in Prague, and we hope to continue with this every year. Let's see. There's a long day waiting for us, a 12-hour marathon of talks, lectures, performances. So we hope you will resist, you will stay with us as long as possible. And I'm not going to make it longer. I'm going to jump right in, and I will introduce our first participant, Martin Zet. Martin Zet prepared the performance for us today, and he's an artist whose work includes sculpture, performance, poetry, drawings, publishing, video and photographs. And his work, performed and exhibited all over the world, deals with social memory in art, the political format of human behavior, and the contact of idealistic visions with everydayness. Correct me if I'm wrong, Martin. He has completed his artistic PhD at the Academy of Applied Arts in Prague, and in his PhD thesis in the Studio of Sculpture, he deals with the work of his father, the sculptor Miloš Zet. So now, I'm going to let you on stage with your performance, which is entitled The Binary Thread. So, thank you.
Hello. I would like to invite Alexa Peroutka coming here because it's supposed to be related to the doctoral thesis or research, and one side product of my thesis, this gentleman helps to become true.
Hello, my name is Alexa Peroutka, and I'm the current director of a Gallery of Fine Arts in Náchod. It's just the first year that we are introducing new models of curating and exhibiting, and part of the process is also allowing the current theories of art to take place. And in this situation, we supported Martin Zet because he is working with geographical contexts, social and culture context around the world. He is not only Central European. Our gallery is working within the context of the connection between the East and the West, and Martin's work just fits to this area of research and practice. So it was an idea to give it a chance and start from here into the future in our gallery that is just at the border with Poland, Low Silesia border, and is the border that's bordering other European countries and other contexts. So, just shortly, I don't know if I have to say my relation to Martin Zet. We met many times. It's been in fact, in this type of situations when we worked with different contexts of the world. The first notion of Martin was maybe, I don't know, that I got an idea of how Martin is working was in relation to Keiko Sey, who is practicing her, I would say, research and engage art practices in Southeast Asia, in Bangkok and Rangoon. So there are so many links between us two, and at the moment, from my own position, so I want to create such a platform at our institution that develops further and gives chance to other artists and practitioners. So we came to the book, and here it is. It's in 2 languages, so it's expecting the public from abroad as well. So that's from my own side. Just to mention, now it's, we started a little gallery in Náchod, a little space that's a bit kind of off space in the center of the little post-industrial town. And Martin was just this month having an exhibition there that started with his several hours long performance. And the performance resulted in an installation that became an exhibition. Now it's just finishing, and there is one maybe interesting point, it's also related to the current conflict in Ukraine and its development, but its perspective is quite abstract or global, and we're trying to approach this subject as well because it's very sensitive and it's not always wanted. So I maybe give a voice to Martin back again.
Thank you. Okay, so the one thing is doctorate and what is happening during it, but because unexpectedly and somehow fortunately I finished that. Another question was what to do after, and this thing which is very frequently called research, how this kind of habit can be projected into the further practice. Research for me is too big word, but I prefer to speak about like examining things or maybe experiencing things. But the fact that one subject comes into my head and somehow I become a bit obsessed with it, was always a bit present, but now really it developed. So I finished in September, and since September I am daily working with the new substance, which kind of absorbed my mind, and it is lead, the metal of dubious functions and qualities, and I cast it over 2 tons of metal, doing like weird experiments, like pouring it into different liquids and doing some other things, which is gonna be later exhibited in Příbram gallery. So lead in Czech, olovo. Lead was used to make water pipes, as roofing to make seals, lead writing tablets, black lead sulfide was used to paint eyebrows, lead white was used by women to make up. For the victory march, Roman soldiers painted their faces red with minium. White lead. White lead is the basic lead carbonate. It is a complex salt containing both carbonate and hydroxide ions. It was formerly used as an ingredient for lead paint and a cosmetic called Venetian ceruse. Among the synonyms for white lead are Berlin white, Kremnitz white, Dutch white, flake white, Flemish white, Krems white, London white, pigment white, Roman white, silver white, slate white, and Vienna white. And we have Krems white. Lead sulfide. Lead sulfide is an inorganic compound with the formula PbS. In nature, it is present as the mineral galenite. Elevations above 2.6 kilometers on the planet Venus are coated with a shiny substance. Though the composition of this coat is not entirely certain, one theory is that Venus snows crystallized lead sulfide, much as Earth snows frozen water. Lead oxide. Lead oxide, red lead. Lead oxide, also called red lead or minium, is the inorganic compound with the formula Pb3O4. The compound's Latin name, minium, originates from the Minius River in northwest Iberia, where it was first mined. In the ancient and medieval periods, it was used as a pigment in the production of illuminated manuscripts and gave its name to the minium or miniature, a style of picture painted with the color. In traditional Chinese medicine, red lead is used to treat ringworms and ulcerations, though the practice is limited due to its toxicity. Also, azarcon, a Mexican folk remedy for gastrointestinal disorders, contains up to 95% lead oxide. It was also used before the 18th century as medicine. One source says that when violet is roasted, it becomes black red. The other says it becomes red. So I wonder, this is kind of čest knížky googlować. But the source doesn't say how long. Budou snad mání v artmapě a možná v jednání.
Pohodě, tak pustíme děti. Thanks Martin for the performance and the books. We will continue. It's an ongoing thing, but maybe I will also present briefly the project we have here, the catering that was prepared today by the Studio of Sculpture from the Academy of Fine Arts, Sculpture 2, led by Tomáš Hlavina and Jimena Mendoza. And we have, I need to see that. Yeah. So it's a project entitled Un festin sur une grande table, and it's a dinner. It will be dinner, but it's actually a performative catering that goes on during the whole day. So you can see the sculpture that the students prepared. I will name the sculpture and will thank them for this great work. Klára Samcová, Nela Pietrová, Štěpán Kus, Matej Liška, Katerina Šťastná, and Jimena and Tomáš. Thank you very much for participating to this and for preparing this nice feast. And as they described it, the feast is not entirely accessible to everyone. The taller ones quite simply have the upper hand. However, everyone can enjoy the view that is being live streamed to the ceiling. And the spectacle of officious little hands and long fingers groping and stretching as far as they can to snatch the last piece of cake. What is being created is a processual testimony of solidarity and greediness that balances on the uncomfortable edge of self-reflection. The presence of camera and the live stream poses a mirror to the viewer, yet simultaneously questions the authenticity of their behavior. So you're being live streamed, and you can see yourselves mirrored on the ceilings while helping yourselves with some food. So please enjoy and engage in this participatory work. And I'm going to maybe leave Martin to clean his things, but in the meantime, I'm going to present our next speaker. And it's Ellen J. Rudd. Did I pronounce it correctly? Okay, thank you. Ellen is a visual artist and an educator. She works with video art and moving image performatively, collaboratively through an interdisciplinary approach. And currently she is the Vice Rector for Art and Research and the Professor of Film and Media at Stockholm University of the Arts. She completed her dissertation in Norwegian Artistic Research Fellowship Program, and she's in ELIA Working Group for Artistic Research. And her presentation is entitled Images Site, Art as Inquiry, and it will expound on your ongoing artistic research, right? Or somewhat. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to welcome you on stage. Thank you. Is there a mic here, or I'm going to leave this?
Is this the mic? We'll see what Victor does. It's okay? This is actually better, yeah. No, that's yours. It's very exciting. Can you hear me all right? No, not really. There, something happened. Thank you. I woke up without a voice this morning, so my voice is a lot weaker than normally. I hope we will be okay. So, just in order to start by making it clear from where I speak, I was in the 5 past years responsible for the doctoral education in artistic research at Stockholm University of the Arts, and I've been involved in running the multidisciplinary Norwegian artistic research program, its research school, and the Nordic Summer Academy for Artistic Research. And I bring this up not to identify as an expert, but because although I come from visual art, my work with developing structures for artistic research and artistic research education has been in much more multidisciplinary contexts represented by all the art fields. And that has revealed quite a few challenges for artistic research that I will try to unpack. So I will, from the perspective of my own practice and research, I will try to, I will try to unpack some of these challenges in relation to the when, what, and how. One relevant starting point that I will is that in the context where I've been working, there has been a very strong support for research, artistic research being the base. For artistic practice to be the base for research. So there is, in this context, no dichotomy between research and practice. Also, there is in the top legislative framework of education, in the Act of Higher Education, the art is juxtaposed to other forms of research. So there's research, and then there's artistic research. And this is indicative, I think, of a form of trust in art. And it also testifies to quite a significant distinction between art and other forms of knowledge. I bring this up not because I'm interested in a dichotomy between art and science, which leads to disciplinary isolation and a form of othering of art, but rather I'm concerned with how we as educational institutions take on this mandate in order to ensure the conditions through which art can develop as research, not in an echo chamber or as an island, but as a form of and part of larger ecosystems, where local differences constitute the very specificities that connects and assembles constellations of knowledge. Questions of infrastructures, ethics, exposition, validation, and not least documentation, data, archives, will not be resolved, should not be resolved. They must be kept alive and part of the institutional practice, especially in this moment when EU is launching open research as a new paradigm for research. But let's start with the first question: what does art know? 12 years ago, as part of my own doctoral studies, I attended the 11th International Pure Heliometer Comparison event, where I followed the daily setting up and adjusting of instruments performed by 85 metrologists representing 45 different countries. And I thought it might be interesting to revisit this experience today as an entry point to reflect upon some of these questions that you have articulated. So, back in 2010 then, as a newly appointed research fellow in visual art, I turned to the natural sciences for perspective on questions I had concerning knowledge and this very question: what does art know and how does art know? And science, I thought, has a magnificent tradition for registering and analyzing the ongoings of the world, while providing researchers with infrastructures, methods, procedures for exactly validation and distribution of knowledge. My attention had kept gravitating towards a group of researchers that have as their job to continually observe the volcano Popocatépetl, situated 70 kilometers from Mexico City, Popocatépetl is one of the world's most active volcanoes, a real-world manifestation of an unstable system. And for an earlier video, I had collected web camera pictures of the volcano published by Centre National de Prévention des Désastres, and I had since then been preoccupied with the idea of these scientists who work there, continually observing the volcano and paying attention to every tiny change in anticipation of the singularity that would be indicative of an event that would change the world as they knew it. A singularity we have learned from George D.B. Huberman and André Lepecki is something irreducible and therefore a bearer of strangeness, a producer of multiplicity and swerves that implicate all the dimensions of the real. And at the other end of the spectrum, a form of universal everydayness, preparatory groundwork, research as a form of daily daunt, of waiting, paying attention, preparation, monitoring. I'm going to play this without sound because we have some technical issues, but that's fine because then I can just read on top of it. As we know, measuring is a cornerstone in the natural sciences. It produces a form of evidence by abstracting discrete points, data, from the ongoings of the world. Calibration is part of this practice. It's a form of maintenance of the infrastructure of science, a procedure for making sure that all the instruments throughout the international community produce data that are comparable. It is one of the few scientific routines that are often performed manually in a form of fieldwork where instruments are aligned to a certain point of reference. While in Davos, I soon came to realize that the practice of calibration had much in common with my own activities of operating a camera. Aligning the lens with what I'm looking at, I adjust the frame, aperture and focus, observe the resulting changes in the image, compare them to what I'm looking at, and readjust accordingly. This is an experience that takes account of and reflects back on itself. It's reflexive. There's a temporary image in the camera that I use as a reference in order to structure my perception. The camera thus enable a reflexive relationship through which the world and me can respond to one another. From this perspective, the camera serves to modulate fields of attention, enable me to respond to what I look at, and bring elements into face. Observation becomes a form of attentive tuning that connects various movements into a structure, linking experience in time and space through adjustment. Another aspect of calibration seems to be the development of a peer community, held together by variation, where each contribute to shared experiences and understanding of quality and relevance. From my perspective, measuring solar radiation appeared to be a collective strategy for being in tune across a multitude of processes. Form of commoning where people and things respond or correspond to one another as well as to the gradually changing position of the sun, thus revealing the slow rhythm of the revolving earth. Tim Ingold has identified correspondence as a way of knowing that occurs with things, with people, rather than by extracting something from them. And knowing, in this sense, is a way of carrying along together, along lines of becoming that are like life, emergent, indeterminate, contingent, historical, and narrative. And by carrying along together is, for Ingold, exactly how art knows, by entering into the relations and processes that give rise to things so as to bring them into the field of our awareness. A speculative, experiential, experimental endeavor oriented as much to the future as to the past, yet grounded in careful and attentive observation of the lived world. Art, Ingold argues, establishes a relation with the world that is correspondent rather than tangential, and that prioritizes difference over alternity, and that places presence before interpretative contextualization. In the work from 1913, Trois stoppages étalons, that I'm sure you are all familiar with, Duchamp made a strong argument for how we can understand art as research by combining systematic inquiries with singular events and personal gestures. As you probably know, the work consists of a box containing a set of wooden rulers, 3 wooden rulers, each representing 1 meter. By dropping a thread onto a canvas, he produced this form that he then treated as a formalized reference, a personal ruler of 1 meter. He stretched out his hand 1 meter apart and dropped a thread 1 meter long from a height of 1 meter. He fixed the thread as it fell and transferred the shape it created to wood as a form of wooden ruler. Then he dropped another thread and yet another, thus creating not 1 but 3 meters, each equally arbitrary as well as equally valid, as a basic geometric unit of a meter for him, his gesture as good as any other measure. He used these geometric references in the making of a number of artworks, including the large glass. He thereby complemented the universal with the unique, the singular with the multiple, the procedural with the experiential. He obtained a new structure, a system, which he employed for knowing where to position things in relation to each other, a geometry. Applying it gave an indication of position and told him where things should go. 3 gestures, 3 experiments, all equally valid. So, in itself, it's an iconic reference in the field of arts, but it's also a statement of art. For Duchamp, art is not about expressing something, be it for oneself or a preconceived idea, but it's about exploring by conceptual, material, performative strategies how things might arrange themselves, how things might mean. And 3 standard stoppages, as the work is called in English, can be considered a way of arranging space. It produces relationships. And in this sense, it's not the nature of the meter or the reference that matters, it's the dual operation of the procedural event and the differentiation it actualizes, both a homage to and a critique of science. From the late 1960s, video artists such as Mary Lucier, Steinava Sulka, and Nancy Holt had an approach to moving images where they saw the camera as a way of engaging in spatial and social relationships through the camera. The specific materialities of video offered a set of critical tools that allowed inquiries into more overarching cultural conditions, and a specific epistemology evolved as they treated object as active and co-creating rather than revealed, and as part of a visual performative ecosystem. So through their work, video art developed as a performance practice, but also as a practice of inquiry, a remarkable mode of conducting what we would call today artistic research. They rendered the world knowable by enabling fields of attention between the world and the image, structured through the conditions of the encounter and the expression of the event. Inquiry occurred through wave-like fields of interaction and negotiation, material and social fields where vision, body, land, and image were weaving into one another, through the electronic circuit and actualized through visual and performative events. I don't have the right to show the works of these artists, so I thought I'd show some more of mine. These images are from a project called Image a Sight. They're recorded in an industrial forest after a forest fire and with a camera rig that is operated by the wind. I'll just let them play in the background. In 1975, Mary Lucier produced a multi-channel video work installed on 7 horizontally aligned video monitors. Each monitor displayed a 30-minute-long recording of the sun rising over the East River in New York City from 7 successive mornings. As she directed her video camera towards the sun, The strong light burned a scar in the tube, the picture tube, that left a fierce mark on it and thereby on all the following images she recorded. She embraced this and let the sun carve into the picture tube during the 30 minutes of the iterative recording sessions, repeatedly inscribing its path onto the images. For each new day, new scars, each reflecting particular scars, particular paths of the sun, were carved onto the sensor. As the Earth rotates around the sun, the paths was slightly different each day, and the scars accumulated as 7 different lines of the sun's trajectory. She thereby celebrated and took advantage of what was in fact a disaster, a direct destruction of her equipment by what should have been her object of observation, and thus revealing the sun's power as subject. Applying the destructive impact as a creative device, she continues to structure the effect of its force. Thus, she renders the sun not as a protagonist, but as a powerful creator, a co-creator, a maker of maps. And like Duchamp, she does not seek to express herself. Rather, she open-mindedly engaged with how the material and agents of the world occur, how they arrange themselves and how they go on shifting and getting themselves done in processes that enact realities, just like we have just seen. The artist does not seek to be a creator in the sense of being the unique source of something original, but engages in a practice where instances of inquiry occur as art, actualized through the practice. So today, formalized as research, art continues to contribute to the development of new modalities for understanding the world with a plurality of collective thinking and across disciplines, platforms, and institutions. How then do we best support the kind of inquiries and encounters that art takes and actualizes in its many performative, opaque, and fugitive forms? How do we uphold trust in art in a landscape where so much credibility is invested in and drawn from practices that are way more verifiable, way more explicit, and way more transparent? Darla Crispin has pointed out how artistic research is often characterized by empathic communication and experience, which is a sign of research transferability and a marker of research content. However, in its more traditional manifestations, research mistrusts empathy and individually incarnated human experience. This mistrust takes many forms. The most common is to expect other forms of manifestations of result than art, usually academic writing. We sometimes seem to forget that art makes thinking available to others through works of art, and thus comes with its own even older modalities of exposition and dissemination. Art constitutes knowledge practices that are discursive, while simultaneously, art is part of a larger cultural shift, where non-discursive conditions for knowledge gain increasing value. This shift turns the focus from the symbolizing functions of media. I'm going to say that again. This shift turns the focus from the symbolizing functions of media to their more performative and effective structures that are infused with experimentation and risk-taking. During the last 2 to 3 decades, a form of division between artwork and reflection has come to be one of the core characteristics of artistic research as it has developed in the same period, in particular at the level of research education. According to ILIA, ILIA is the European organization for all art educational institutions. And according to ILIA's Florence Principles from 2016, the doctoral work, the dissertation project undertaken during doctoral studies in the art includes the development of an original and concrete artistic research project that consists of original works of art and a discursive component that critically reflects upon the project and documents the research process. So there is a distinction between art, reflection, and documentation. This dual nature of the artistic research project formulates a dichotomy between artwork and reflection. Corresponding discourse, which can be seen as a form of philosophy of science for artistic research, has attentively and carefully explored the complex relationships between artwork and reflection, considering art as a particular form of thinking, occurring through verbal and non-verbal practices. Slowly bridging the initial distinction between art and research, and by pitting conditions of and criteria for artistic, scientific, and humanistic practices against each other, these important efforts have accompanied art through the stages of becoming research. Such efforts, developed mainly through writing and discussed in articles, publications, and conferences, can only do so much, as they are occurring within a methodology, discourse, and domain of research that is mainly linked to philosophy, where they also extend and contribute to understanding of the nature of knowledge. However, art is often situated, embodied, and media-specific. And unlike philosophy, it also needs actual sites, actual bodies, actual meeting place, devices, and materials to exist and to evolve as a practice. And the academic context, I'm going to switch to another film now. This is recorded in the artistic university, art university where I work, Stockholm University of the Art. The academic context constitutes an important site for enabling such practice. Development of skill, understanding of various materials, processes, and technologies occurs in workshops and studios. And these are very important sites for making non-discursive thinking explicit through dialogue and often in relation to art which is in the making, a specific performance, score, object, or other forms of artistic manifestations, sketches, images. Here, image becomes a form of site for reflection. Through supervision and group critique, the educational spaces include the artist in a practice of question formation, critical thinking, an understanding of media and materiality, ethics and aesthetics, as well as a particular form of sensitivity towards the possible way of relating to art, to the world, and to others. When developing their doctoral programs in artistic research, the educational institutions needed to articulate ways of assessing artistic research output according to specific criteria. We were haunted by certain demands inherited from other forms of research, transparency and transferability, that the process of research needs to be understandable and available even in the future. We needed to ensure future encounters with the research that enable someone to engage with the research at a later stage in time in order to build on it. This has added a pressure of expectation of documentation and in particular of verbal articulation of reflection, method, and context. These expectations have moved the very site of practice of artistic research towards writing. Writing, after all, is a primary mode of documenting reflection. As it's usually performed individually and grants authorship Writing also offers an efficient way of detangling the complex web of authorship and notions of autonomy in more collective art practices, such as the one that we teach where I work, filmmaking, theater, dance, circus, and opera. Although artistic research then implies a legitimation of other expressions of research than what text can offer, there is a risk that the practice of articulation of reflection, in other words, discourse, is transposed from the social encounter, from the sites of the academy, to a more individual situation, often characterized by processes of writing. And therefore it seems as the separation of artwork and reflection has consequences for processes of non-verbal, visual, bodily or material thinking, as well as for collective processes of research. In addition, the artwork risks losing its status as a primary site of knowledge production, as well as being mistaken for a mute object that can only be put on display, but that doesn't suffice to communicate the idiosyncratic modes of thought inherent to it. So, as researchers, it's the task of artists to make these conceptual twists that turns subjective, reflexive experience into transpersonal, empathic communication, and modes of exchange that can hold multiple and even contrasting points of view while maintaining what is at stake. Each researcher therefore needs to develop their own methodologies, including strategies of sharing and articulating their work in a way that can maintain complexity and urgency in face of institutional demands for documentation. This becomes a problematic question of quality and precision, as it often implies going beyond the confines of their competence. And so as institutions, we really need to support these efforts. Another challenge, how do we enable the form of sites and infrastructures that supports being and working together institutionally without tying art down to safe and isolated spaces where its force is contained rather than actualized in real encounters? If we go back to the Florence Principle from Elia, it proposes that the results of doctoral work in the arts are disseminated through appropriate channels. For artistic work, it suggests that exhibitions, performances, media installations and content, websites, and so on, provide appropriate dissemination frames. And as most curators would agree, such arenas are also discursive contexts available to the public and in many ways ideal sites for staging an encounter with a research project by exposing and sharing results of artistic research in the form of art. In 2019, for the Venice Biennale Research Pavilion, conveners Michaelo and Henk Schlager aimed at avoiding production of events and presentation of artworks as objects on display in favor of enabling a web of continuously evolving processes occurring in relation to and in the pavilion. It offered a parallel and alternative mode of doing pavilion that emphasized its potential as a site for research rather than as a cabinet of display, a research ecosystem. In addition, the particular set of invitations entailed a collegial redistribution of responsibility as well as agency within an environment for both doing and exposing artistic research simultaneously. These strategies enable a site for research that sought to reverse and flatten hierarchies and renegotiate the conditions for material thinking, discourse, and exposition. The careful and complex design of modular and non-hierarchical research structures should not be reduced to a curatorial strategy, but rather as a significant contribution to the philosophy of artistic research. research. What it offers is a real manifestation of arguments concerning the conditions of artistic research. What it attempts to do is to set up a site activated through a specific set of structures where the practice, exposition and legitimation of artistic research can happen through strategies of situational sensitiveness and sense of concreteness. Interestingly, as a site for research, activated by bodies, movement, material, and various temporalities, the pavilion also enabled writing, reactualized as an artistic practice. So the pavilion offered an alternative to writing, as it has come to characterize artistic research, by enabling a different site for discourse and reflection. And at the same time, there was a manifestation and exploration of writing as a form of collective as well as individual site-specific reflection. I'm going to end with a quote from Michaelo. He has written that art can be researched insofar as it is exposed as such. The question of what might be at stake in such an exposition is not a matter of research politics. The question concerns the very medium of research. So, thank you. Lectures are really not my favorite mode of communicating, so I would be very happy if you have some questions. Or did I just hammer you with a lot of thoughts? Yes. Thank you.
I was very interested in the fact that you use this camera operated by the wind, and I was thinking if you used other elements, other way of operating cameras. Like,
I would say gravity is an interesting force when it comes to operating cameras, or actually gravity would always collaborate with the wind, of course. But I like to attach cameras to things, yeah. Thank you for that question.
I was interested in that last point that you've made about medium of research. And I wonder if you could be a little bit more specific, like how would you apply it to the rest of, like your research in art? Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to point out is that art has a medium for research, and every artistic practice has a specific or media-specific approach, and the gesture of transposing reflection or the kind of the stuff that goes on within that practice to another media will change the content. That can be, of course, positive because it can open new perspectives. But it's just, I think it's really important that we, especially as institutions, are really aware of what that transposition produces, because if we cannot detect the kind of the specific media sensitivity of the artistic practice, then we can easily end up in some generalized knowledge that doesn't actually mean anything anymore. It becomes empty. And I think therefore every research project has to develop their own media-specific strategies of documenting and exposing the research results.
But then I always struggle a little bit with this written part, because this methodology of written part of transcription, that it always seems to be like going back and forth. It almost seems that there should be back and forth process between artistic research and writing. So how does this reflection that a lot of my colleagues or friends struggle with when they are trying to go back and forth between this medium and actually writing and go back to writing, this like validation processes as well. So I don't know, that's more like a comment, or if you want to say something more about that, like, yes.
No, but thank you for picking up on it. I think this is what I'm trying to point out, that the expectation of writing is very problematic. And if we go back to this white paper from Ilya, the Florence Principle, it doesn't say that an artistic doctoral project needs to include writing. It's the local national institutions who have added this demand onto artistic practice, because it's well, as I said, they need to find ways of examining, because it's also an education. So there is a certain set of criteria and learning outcomes that needs to be examined, and the artwork isn't trusted to be able to communicate that the student has actually achieved these learning outcomes, and it's not trusted that the research will be available to others in the future just through the artworks. So we expect some form of documentation so that we can understand the research from a point in the future where the researcher is no longer there, or the artwork is no longer there. And we tend to do that through writing, but we need to be very critical. I'm not saying that writing is bad, but we just need to be very aware of what that expectation does to artistic practice and the conditions of knowledge that is inherent in artistic practice.
Thank you. Thank you for your lecture.
Questions?
I'm a bit confused about your distinction between art and philosophy. You said that philosophy, you implied that philosophy was not embodied. It didn't require the same kind of material situatedness as art practice. But that's a rather conventional, conservative distinction between art and philosophy. I mean, if you're doing philosophy of art, for instance, and you want to philosophize along with art contemporaneous with your own practice as a philosopher, you have to engage with art, and you have to engage bodily and materially with art no less than the artist, in my view. So I'm a bit confused about this rather conventional, conservative distinction between art and philosophy. And then it's repeated in your skepticism about the written component of the PhD, because you seem to be aggregating to art a way of thinking which is its alone and that can't be touched by writing. And I totally understand this question that you just posed about the institutional requirement to provide a written component, commentary, explication, documentation of a practice. But I don't think that you escape certain problems by just reinforcing the distinction between writing, stroke philosophy, stroke text, versus art practice, stroke the visual, stroke the image.
Thank you for arresting me on that. I was trying to bring them together again in my last part, but I realized that I did it a bit too quick, maybe. But first of all, let me point out that I'm not talking about philosophy in general. I'm talking about the particular field of discourse that has been developed alongside artistic research as a kind of epistemological exploration of, in parallel to philosophy of science. So it's not philosophy as a practice, but as that particular discourse that has been running alongside artistic research. And I'm very grateful for this discourse. And what I'm trying to say is that it's not enough. It can only do so much. And I think I can see that. Of course, I myself also do this distinction in a not very productive way. It's polemic, surely, but what I really want to point out is that every kind of generalization about what a practice needs to do in order to be research becomes very easily problematic. And when we say that because you are now doing a PhD, you have to write, that's when the dichotomy becomes problematic. There are a lot of practices, artistic practices that involve writing, and where writing is a intrinsic part of the research. There are also many ways of doing interdisciplinary projects that involve art and philosophy and writing. The problem is that when we standardize these in educational programs and say it has to be this and that, then I don't think we're doing ourselves a favor. I know I'm not really answering your question, but thank you for arresting me.
Hi. What do you think about requirement that exists somewhere sometimes that you have like verbally formulated research question?
I think research comes with a practice of question formation. So to be able to formulate questions in relation to what you do is intrinsic, I think, to any research practice. The problem occurs when there is an expectation to have one research question that can be verbally formulated and that you have to stick to it throughout your entire project. That I find very problematic as an expectation, even more problematic as a requirement. I think the focus is much more productive, and I speak really as someone who has been working with hands-on with research education, not as a epistemologist, but I think it's much more productive for any doctoral student, any researcher to let to work with a cluster of questions and to work very variously with the practice of question formation as well as part of the research.
Alan, thank you. So now revisiting your artistic research project from what, a decade ago or?
Well, the Metrologist was from a decade ago, and this one and the Forest is just a couple of years, 2-3 years old.
So when you revisit it now, and you are also institutional actor, no? Like a vice rector or pro-rector in the Stockholm University of Arts for research. So how do you think it helps you to be informed by this practice of yours a decade ago, that you underwent a doctoral phase of as a research fellow in arts, and that you are now kind of framing the institutional environment and infrastructure in support for what it could be? If you just briefly can comment on that.
I think it's a almost indescribable advantage, and I think it also points to the disadvantage in the field that most PhD candidates are supervised people who haven't been through an artistic research education, and most institutions are run by people who haven't been through an artistic research education. So and that's why I'm really trying to complicate things and complicate conventions truly by reinforcing them as well, but still to understand the challenges that how difficult it actually what we expect from an artist becoming a researcher, especially in the frame of education where it's also this process of examination. So I see a lot of very concrete and practical challenges that I don't think I would have seen if I hadn't been doing this myself for a while. And the reason also why I wanted to look back on these metrologists and their data collection and their calibration is also in face of this question that is coming up now very, very strongly from EU, which is an expectation for all research to be open, which is really good, of course. It's ridiculous that we have to pay for books that are written by stately funded researchers. But at the same time, it comes with an expectation that we should now share all our research data. And I was thinking about that when I was watching the beautiful performance, was it several tons of lead? Like, is that research data? How do we share it? How do we make it? I think the criteria are findable, accessible, interoperable, and I can't remember the last one, fair. Yeah, something. So how do we do that as a research community? How do we deal with those questions? How do we encounter those questions? And I think because I am a researcher and have been a researcher myself, I know and I can really insist on it has to be the researcher themselves who develop their own strategies for what to share and when to share and how to share and with what kind of licenses to share as part of the strategy of documentation. So this mandate, to always take the mandate back on the researcher rather than impose institutional frameworks that are actually counterproductive to artistic practice. I think that's the kind of the main aim of the job from as I see it.
We can have more questions, but if you don't have questions now, we will have Ellen as one of the participants in our panel discussion later in the afternoon after 6 p.m. So you will have the chance to ask more questions then eventually. Ellen, thank you so much for your inspiring presentation, and I think it's time to make a break now and maybe to invite you again to refresh yourself with tea, coffee, or snacks. So 10 minutes, and then we continue with the next lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, já vlastně vůbec nevím. Mám i digitální a mám i tohle. Jak to funguje? Toto musí být zapojené do počítače, aby to projektovalo. A do kterého? Do vašeho? Alebo... Potřebujete vidět, co to ukazuje? No, zas tak moc nie, ale v zásade ja som poptával ten Meotar, pretože som chcel ako dve separátne projekcie, ale dobré, urobíme to nejakým minivtipným spôsobom, že najprv ja by som ich vlastne potreboval paralelne, ale to proste nepôjde, no. Takže no jakože, že jedno robí projektor a vypneme ten mikrofon? Nie? Raz, dva. Vypnúť. Že som si predstavoval, že jedna projekcia bude proste z toho Meotaru a druhá projekcia, takže budeme vidieť dva obrazy naraz. Ale to teda nepôjde. To jako... Cože? To asi nepôjde, to je blbosť. To nepôjde. Jaké obrázky? To rozumiem, ale ja som proste sa pripravil na 2 projekcie naraz. Takže to bude musieť nejakým spôsobom Aha, to je dobrý nápad, hej. Môžeme dať na tento stôl televízu? Tak teraz, ktoré by sme... Ja proste vôbec neviem teraz. Vizualizér mi není úplne potrebný. To je ako úplne není tá vec, ktorú by som potreboval. Hej. Oni majú Meotár? No tak to som sa pýtal, hej, a... Hele, aha, a toto je ako je subfolie na Meotár a ono to tam robí tunak toto svetlo. A to má, tam sa dá vypnúť svetlo? Ježiškovi zraky, ja som... Aha, to je super. Tak to už vyzerá dobre. Toto vyzerá fajn. Ne, toto sa mi celkom páči a už sme sa niekam dostali. A teraz si niekam dám teda tunak prezentáciu v PDF-ku. Ja neviem, a jakým spôsobom môžem medzi tým prepínať? Keby som ostal len na jednej projekcii, tunak na tomto je nejaká séria fotiek a nejaký... Jako to vyzerá pekne bez toho svetla. Super. Dobrý nápad. OK. Dokumentácia, no áno, kľudne. Čože? Urobíme to nejak cez jednu čertovém. Budem to nejak pre Labuda. Budem to nejak... To sa mi páči, tento drevený podklad. Keď sme odstránili tú škvrnu z toho svetla, tak si myslím, že to je v pohode celkom. Môže byť. Dokumentácia výstavy, to je jedno PDF-ko. A ja by som, ideálne by to bolo, aby sme z toho urobili prezentáciu, pretože je to zalomené na 2 stránky. Alebo teda, akože, aby to fungovalo ako nejaký full screen a že by to automaticky bežalo, nejaké prehrávanie toho. Jabko full screen, nie, to nemá jabko toto. Funguje to na manuálne, no a ja by som potreboval ale 2-stránkový displej, lebo tu sú ako cez 2 stránky. To by malo ísť, lenže... Áno. Toto je čo? To je špatne. No ale sú to 2 stránky, že tá prvá stránka, naspäť, na začiatok, toto má byť na tejto strane. Tá stránka je vpravo. To znamená, že nejak bude treba mu vysvetliť tomu počítaču, že sa začína jedným listom a potom pokračujú ďalšie 2. No. A je možné, aby to bral tak, že ako ten titulný list je samostatný? Aha, to je ono. To už je ono. A teraz dvojstrana? Áno, funguje to. To je ono. Dostávame sa niekam. Ahoj. A keď dáme áno. Aha. Aha. Je na to nejaká klávesová skratka, trváš? Alt-tab. Alt-tab. Dobre, to je fajn, to poznám tú skratku, to funguje na mojom počítači ako prepísanie zdrojovej, cvakávanie zdrojovej klávesnice. OK, tak na to si zvyknem. Dobre. Že nasmerujem to na počítač a počítač bude vedieť, že prepínam medzi programami? Už mám dokonca ani
So
prvú.
we will slowly start again, and there will be more breaks. So and more food. So we're gonna get back to the situation soon. And our next presenter is Radim Labuda. And,
Is that true?
no. I'm going to read something from you and about you. What is artistic research?
What is there?
No, wait. Anyhow, okay. Artistic research is a question that has been posed to PhD students in the arts for 2 decades, and they have always had to grapple with it from the beginning to find their own definition and research methodology. Radim Labuda will talk about his personal approaches and experiences on the basis of his own doctoral thesis entitled The Metaphor of the Island of Metaphor, which represents 5 years of work as a member of the collective of the community project Punctum in Prague. And the work represents thinking about the project in the spirit of a law theory of transdisciplinary character between anthropology and philosophy, evolutionary biology, biosemiotics, fermentation, and art as situated practice directly in the terrain of life in social and ecosystemic relations. Radim describes himself as an artist in post-praxis and is dedicated to the work of co-creating the cultural and community space Punctum in Prague Žižkov district. Did I say something wrong?
Yeah, but it's all right. I will
Okay,
correct.
sorry. I was reading something.
It's fine.
Okay, Radim, the stage is yours.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you've heard, my name is Radim Labuda, and I do identify as a post-practice artist, which is a kind of a self-invented moniker, kind of somewhat protesting the problem of the term practice as a sort of reifying, objectifying strategy inside of art, and which allows to pull in into the art world, into the artistic discourse, allows to pull practices that don't have like material basis, and which is a kind of a thing that's been ongoing throughout the 20th century. As we know, like artists have been trying to escape the problematic aspects of the art world, while the art world would always catch up with them and pull them back in. So that's also somewhat a part of my history of being a post-practice artist. I never quite escaped the gravity of the art world, and have always been somewhat pulled back in, even to do the doctoral study. Sorry. Ouch. Because it's still, I'm still inside of that project that has been mentioned, and it's taking up a lot of my time still. So it's always like I'm sort of like sitting on 2 chairs at once, and sometimes usually I have a limited time to prepare things, so I'm just like really a lot of the times this will be a sort of raw thinking in a process. So I'll start with the. I have to say that I'm from the completely opposite side from the previous speaker, because I'm somewhat a rogue actor in the institution, and I sort of, in a way, want to insist that we do need, like, art still does need those rogue actors to keep itself alive, because a lot of that rhetoric around the artistic research, around artistic doctorates, is really sort of how to say it, mortifying, really, for the processes of art, like the processes of science, as which is a sort of precursor of the idea of research, are really something very different from what we are used to identifying as art. And so so rigidifying those, like making those processes rigid, and sort of like prescribing what the artistic research should be, is in a contradictory way really actually counterproductive, and sort of kills something in the art, unfortunately. On the other hand, as was somewhat my example, and I never managed to escape the pull of the gravity of art. What else was I supposed to do? Like, there was still something that I wanted to do, so I applied for the to do PhD program. Personally, I come from a family background of biology, and so therefore there is always the scientist inside me that is going to be somewhat dismissive of this weird hybrid of art and science as something that is that really is does not really make that much sense for what I understand as science. However, it really allowed me to write some sort of hybrid text that is moving between, as it was introduced, between biology, biosemiotics, and philosophy, and anthropology, and art, and draw some conclusions out of it, and really somewhat not knowing what it is that I'm doing, but going forth nevertheless. For that, this is one of my favorite little illustrations of that principle, that when you're going into artistic practice, you're somewhat always going to be this Tony that is going to lecture for the eternity, the expert who came to the science hell, as you can see in the illustration. That's the sort of base idea of art, that we're never experts, we're just really tinkerers in all kinds of fields, and that is what my work is has mostly been. So, to introduce one more time what it is that I did as the actual piece of work, of practical work for the PhD program, and this is a presentation of that of 7 years of work on. Well, actually, back then it was 6 years. It's the 7th year now. And just to briefly introduce what it is, for 7 years I'm co-running a club for, or a venue, or a sort of community space for mostly experimental music. It's a tiny venue for which I title it Minority Genres in Music. Some people may call it endangered. I mean, experimental is a very difficult moniker. I would not like that. That's a bit problematic, and also somewhat exhausted. So I presented this project in a forum of this was actually a sort of a victory lap after handing in the project for assessment. And in the meantime, before the opponents had time to read it, and until my presentation, I did these 4 installations, like one afternoon installations of physical objects and such, like in the space of the club itself. So first part was mostly documents here presented on a ping pong table, because that's what we have as well. So there's articles that have been written about us. There are books that have been launched in our place, objects that have been donated, objects that are in use, tapes that were published, that were released, prizes that we collected, records that we released, and so on and so on. And so that was the first part. The second part was visualized sort of entanglement with the biological life. And that is the practice of fermentation that I do as part of the project. It's kind of a fundraising for that, for the venue. There are trees that are grown in these pots on the terrace, and that are there to be taken away as and planted somewhere. So there's all these entanglements with human and non-human biological life. There is a book of soup protocols, and so on and so on. Third installment of that exhibition series was a presentation of video documentation of an ambient series as an installation. So the material was kind of reworked into having 3-channel installation where the music sort of met and produced some new configurations. And then the very last installment of the 4-part exhibition is presenting instruments, mostly instruments and other objects that are related to closely collaborating musicians and promoter groups. So yeah, you see the trumpet, bass guitar, and modular synth, electric organ, the mixing desk, the drum machines, the drum kit, and so on and so on. And this part of exhibition was also playable. What, in the context of visual art that is really very much focused on creating those exhibition situations, what was completely confusing to both my advisor and my consultant is that this exhibition was not like the main product of the project. It was an opportunity to freeze the objects that are in everyday use just for one afternoon and have an opportunity to take pictures of it, so that there is a tangible result of an illustration to the text of the project. So that is that, and that is like only one of the very few things that I have done against the normal, usual procedure of what is somewhat expected. Also, what has to be said is that I'm not the sole and main author of this project. I have not even begun it. I only joined the collective later on in like 1 year after this setup. But I functioned there as a sort of reflexive agent, as somebody who offers and comes up with some sort of like philosophical, anthropological reflections of what that thing is that we are creating together as a group. It needs to be said that that reflection is not always appreciated as it is as moving inside like a more academic language. Even though the text that I wrote is really far from adhering to real academic requirements. Even so, as much as I try to make it a sort of pop philosophy in Václav Janoschík's term, it's hardly at all available to read for lay audience. And that's something that we always have to come to terms. Even inside the art world, it's really difficult to present that, to present our findings to lay audience. We have our inner discourse, for better or worse. So now I will switch back to the visualizer here, and I will get to present the work that you did not get to read, but nevertheless I have to make the case for it because it's because that's the actual case study of what I'm. That's the actual case study that I want to talk about. You might find that you might disagree, argue if I really fulfilled the requirement for artistic research. But the institution has already confirmed me, and I have received the PhD. So, yeah, there I go. The title of the work was Metaphor of an Island of a Metaphor, and I do admit from the very beginning that there is a certain dose of magical thinking in there, because this title was preconceived without any concrete ideas of what that would actually bring. So for the first half a year, there was just this, and then I can reveal it in the retrospect that, in fact, that title was a sort of chaos magic sigil, a sort of object that concentrates some willingness. I don't know to what, but it came. Half a year after beginning the PhD study of not knowing, like, where am I going with this, I stumbled upon the project, a project of this community venue that was being established. From then on, things followed in a much more pedestrian and somewhat regular way, without any further magical implications. So what I aimed for and what the project was, how the project was formulated, was an interest in sort of semi-closed and closed systems, or selectively closed system, and this is where the sort of biological metaphor comes in. And that's where somehow I managed, like, where my the rudimentary education from biology that came from my family background was somehow came to use, and so there is a whole chapter in the written in the written dissertation thesis that deals with biological systems. I will help myself with these notes that mostly contain names of theories that have been used. This was the introduction of the text, and it really very much hinges on the idea of low theory as proposed by Judith Halberstam, for example, Mackenzie Wark, back in the Origins by Stuart Hall. But one thing that artists will always have to come to terms with is that our knowledge will always be partial. We will never get to read all of the theory that we possibly. So it's always like that network of ideas that we propose in the written text is always going to have like pointers to somewhere outside. And I know by now that there are some really problematic places in my work that when there is a whole other area of thinking that I should be aware of and that I should take into consideration. So, mention of the low theory, the name Mackenzie Wark comes up because they, I believe she's using she proposed this really very good description of what low theory is when the theory is used and misused and to different ends than it was used in academia, and is really entangled with the daily practice of daily practice. And she also mentioned that it's very much about collective dealings and collective practices. There's also a very important mention of a metaphor as a way of holding the world inside one's mind. And so even though the entire work does not deal with the metaphor at all, it is full of metaphors because metaphor is a sort of model for how you can apply how one can apply a sort of structural understanding of one phenomenon onto the next by sort of analogy, and that is always going to be present there. So that sort of that is present throughout all the chapters of the work. That I'm using these as an interchangeable metaphors of an island, a biological cell, a fermentation vessel, and a laboratory, monastery, and etc., that have always some kind of similarities in the way that they are set up, and thinking about one helps us to understand the other, and that's always going to be there. That's like Gregory Bateson even suggests, and after him Christopher Small, whom I will mention in the later chapters, that metaphor may actually be biologically determined as structure in nerve systems of not only humans but also other biological creatures, who in that way may be understanding the world as through the actual metaphors. So that's the introduction. Then the first chapter dealt with collective as an assemblage, which the term is widely used by Manuel de Landa after, or more developed by Manuel de Landa after brief mention by Deleuze and Guattari in their seminal works of capitalism and schizophrenia. And so somehow, the first chapter deals with the social kind of the social setup of that collective, of how that happened, how it came together, and how it actually functions. How it is a kind of a non-hierarchical. But that may also have its problems there. Sort of non-hierarchical structure where that works kind of intuitively towards a common goal, and somehow establishes hierarchies only temporarily and on the go. It always like comes together just for projects and then dissolves. There is a consideration of there's more of Judith Halberstam, the sort of the terms that they use as queer and the sort of loser kind of mindset of us being sort of outside of the capitalist logics of making profit and capitalizing, but instead it's a kind of creation of home away from home together in a sort of queer and accepting way. Then there was a part that discusses after Jacques Derrida the principle of being a host, where we invite people to our interior space and guarantee them protection. And there is some Foucault in there, and I already want to say that here is one of the moments where I received criticisms like, okay, you're mixing up theory that is current, that is sort of in the range of the speculative thinking, contemporary speculative thinking, with post-structuralism. Yeah, it's messy, but thinking about that project is always like you have the sediments of all that theory that you've been that you've had poured into your head throughout the education in art, and obviously I'm from the generation where the post-structuralism was being taught in philosophy classes here in the academy. All right, so that's a sort of a social interiority, a social assemblage that has that function as assemblage that has inside and outside and some sort of relationship between those two things, and then I will go to briefly talking about interiority as a biological term, where and that was my sort of discovery and really sort of joyous return to something that I felt as a kind of a home to the biological thinking. And so there is part in that chapter that is just really strictly going into explaining life and as to what it is and what characterizes it, which are really biological. And this circle that I'm having here is a drawing of an prokaryotic cell. And this, when I superimpose this is an eukaryotic cell. And if those terms are not clear, it's the important thing what happened at the beginning of life on this planet is that life has recognized what is inside and what is outside. And that this is where the first replicating machines started to find their stability, their sort of autonomy, that's where life is established. By analogy, by the metaphor, as I mentioned, there are you can superimpose it with other things such as social institutions, which in a way have a very which always have a very similar setup. This is a drawing of a ground plan of the monastery of the abbey in The Name of the Rose, Umberto Eco's work. It doesn't really, doesn't matter that it's fictional. It just really shows exactly the same thing as a drawing of a cell would show. That there is a repository of knowledge, and there are all structures that make that assemblage hold together and perpetuate itself, which goes the same for the cell. There are centers that produce energy, like the gardens and production of food for the monastery. There are persons or instances that sort of govern the other processes. There is a repository of information, just as it is inside of a cell on a structure of nucleic acids. That similarity is shared with lots of the discussed other discussed assemblages that I mentioned throughout that work. The other thing, like this is a better drawing for that purpose. The other thing that needs to be told about the structure of a cell, that there are these all sorts of openings in the cell wall that actually ensure communication with the outside. And there are all sorts of like pumps and elevators and channels that specialize in things like calcium ions or whatever they're taking from the outside. The very problematic thing with that is sort of in the basic setup of all living systems, and we could see human society as really and human culture as really a epiphenomenon of biology, actually. So it really, if you look at it from distance enough, you will find out that you encounter very much the same phenomena as in biological entities. And so if you have an assemblage of a cell, it needs to communicate with the outside, because outside it is those are the sources of food and energy and such. And those openings are very selective, and they only let in certain things into the very tightly controlled space that is inside. Because to ensure functioning of an assemblage that is of a living system, the inside has to be very tightly controlled. All the processes are very, very precise, very strictly have to be certain way in order for that assemblage to function. The same goes for human institution. There is a gate to the monastery that is perhaps only one, although I do believe that in the book there was some other, like, side door. So there is only one entrance that is also tightly controlled, and that ensures what goes in, like, ensures control of what goes inside and outside, and what is let outside, and what we don't let in. There's that. There's this, and I will come back to this. To the list of theorists. As you can see, it's still all over the place. It just really goes back and forth between various zones of thinking, and that I kind of feel as an advantage of what artistic research may offer. From the description of what really are living systems, and what goes into making them sustainable, and making them being able to resist the pull of entropy, because that's where all things inevitably go. For that, you really need a sort of you really need to invest energy into keeping such system alive and functioning. There is an important consideration that goes into this chapter about biology, which is Georges Bataille and his idea of the accursed share. Then Nick Land is tangled in his pre-crazy times, and some of Sigmund Freud's death drive there. I can't get into the details. We'd be here until tomorrow, but really the purpose of this whole chapter was, as artist Paul Cheney, who gave a lecture at our play at Punctum, stated that that we really want to. What we should be doing is really, if it is not possible to sustain life on the planet in the face of all consuming capitalism, is to at least rip out what may be the reason for why this happens. Then the next interiority is the ritual space, which is again which is where we're getting to actually what Punctum was set up as, which is a venue for experimental music, for certain kinds of music, and the key element in understanding that is a passage from Thousand Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, talking about the ritornelle, or refrain of something that repeats, and that repeated function is the thing that establishes the inside, which is remarkably in tune with what biology says about sustaining life, because that's also repetitive processes that go on, repeat. In order to make it function. So I interpreted the venue as a ritual space where something happens, and that something is analyzed with music anthropologist Christopher Small under the term of musicking. a term that he coined to conceptualize that to make music, one is always like making of music is actually entailing not only the musicians but also the audiences. And he says that the way we experience music, the way we consume it, the way we are spending time with it, is actually that that reflects the sort of like the best intention of how we view our society to be. What this ritual of being together and in the sort of like the most ideal state. With Victor Turner, I analyzed the ritual process of making concerts, and with that I sort of return to like keep comparing the completely like mundane process of creating a concert experience with the ancient like prehistoric time processes, and find where there are similarities, how the ritualistic inside is kept as a protected space by ritual elders. Whatever happens through that process of participating in the ritual of the music performance. And I also speculate that there is an element of function in that ritual as well, and that is very much that we coincidentally really very much specialize. Like our medium is drone music. Somehow that just is always there and brings the most audiences. And this is I see that, and it's also analyzed by other authors that music somewhat is conductive to a process of grieving, which, if done together, is a sort of cathartic moment, and very much it is in connection with grieving the circumstances of environmental collapse of the planet as brought by our own greed, automated as a capitalist system. Archive, next level, next interiority is archive, and again it's analyzed with Jacques Derrida as a place where things are admitted and things are refused, and that the actors that are in charge of the assemblage, that really are the ones who select as guardians of the threshold of what comes in and what is let in, because that's what we do, what our role is of the collective. That we really are selective about what music gets to be played and who is let in. And similarly with the archive, that right now contains about like maybe 380 live performances on our channel on Vimeo. That is mostly my work, and I really needed to write that chapter at some point. The next chapter talked about fermenting and food and sort of alimentary practices of the Punctum assemblage, because from the very beginning when I came there, I decided we will always have some food. That was my addition to. That was one of my additions to how this club is organized. That and if there is food in the house, it sort of keeps everybody concentrated in one spot. a little bit of a social engineering there. It keeps everybody fully focused on whatever is happening inside and keeps them inside. I will, the whole chapter is draws very much on Donna Haraway with the entanglements between life forms and how humans collaborate with the microbes and have collaborated since the time immemorial, when they did not even know that they are collaborating with the microbes to conserve and preserve food and enhance their biological being, I guess I would say. The next chapter is a very self-mythologizing one that talked about what do I mean by being an artist in post-practice, how massively contradictory it is, and how I sort of decided to go along with those contradictions, because why not? and also situated me as that artist in the post-practice on the map with other creators who have given up some aspects of the art world as it was known and as we know it. And so yeah, there's a whole list of like saints. It's a whole crowd of like patron saints of artists who have given up on art. So that is really a sort of mythology that I only became a sort of footnote below that mythology. What the idea of artist in post-practice is also allows is a sort of looking at art in a way that somewhat from the outside and somewhat like my position is always sort of uncertain of an uncertainty where I am on the inside or outside, and that has always sort of been in that project, and I refuse to specify where that is, and I'm only occasionally pulled in by the art world, as today. So I learned, so I just decided to live with that uncertainty and not want to lock any identity into any definitive state. It's always in the sort of unknown of going back and forth between those. And the last chapter very ambitiously concentrates on art as an enclosed system, as a sort of as that interiority, as that assemblage, just like all the other ones, and speculates artist as somebody who is the mediator between inside and outside. There is an interesting tendency of art of the assemblage of art, just like which is the same when I mentioned that it's an epiphenomenon of life. Then you see that with even like the most singular, like the first singular cells. They do colonize, they do tend to exploit the outside, they do tend to extract That's always there. And just as capitalist entities do that, the same goes for art. The tendency of art is to always pull in what is on the outside. And we've seen that as a sort of like sport of the artists of 20th century. It's always about taking things from the outside and pulling it in, whether it is like real life, non-artistic things, non-artistic phenomena, and pulling it into this sort of hegemonic system that assigns some sort of significance to the entities, to the realities that have been pulled in. And so that's really what also enabled at all to present the entire project of that music venue, of the music club, as a collective art piece, because we've seen so many examples of art pulling in the non-artistic reality inside and using it for and interpreting it as a piece of art. This also ties in with something that I haven't mentioned and that would complicate things a lot more. That's the idea of all life being actually an interpretive, like the characteristic of life is interpretation always, and that also that goes all the way to single cell organisms. What is coming from the outside is not for the living system. It's not a sign to do this and this, to respond in such way. But even the single cell organisms are able to interpret what is coming from the outside as a sign and interpret it for themselves. So the same goes. So the same goes really for the entity that we call art. This sort of assemblage that pulls in realities and interprets them in a way that that absorbs it. And the agent of pulling those outside realities, the outside realities in, is really the artist who has that transmutative power of making something as a sort of Midas touch that is able to turn mundane realities, mundane objects to be interpreted as a little bit more, as having some sort of other level, other plane of reading and interpretation. And I argued in that chapter that is also going to be that could also be a topic to talk about a whole day, is this sort of idea of a figure of a shaman that has always been there since the prehistory of art, and actually has done, according to Viveiros de Castro, Brazilian anthropologist, has always done the sort of work of mediation, of diplomacy between entities, between human entities and whatever is outside, and that communication is actually the same as that cell that has those mechanisms for drawing in whatever is needed from the outside. That is brief synopsis of what my work was. In the end, I concluded with short presentation, very short mention of artist Raivo Pusemp, who did an artwork that is called Rosendale, a public work, that he only later on presented as an art piece, and he became a mayor of a small township that had lots of problems, and those problems would have been solved by dissolving the town and subsuming it under other municipality, which he did as an elected mayor of that township, and in 1 year he managed to convince voters that it is in their interest, and they managed to dissolve that township and put it under the jurisdiction of a town next door. And Raivo Pusemp only 20 years later presented this piece as an artwork, and what happens there is that he used the competences that art allowed him in sort of thinking outside the box and sort of outside of the usual norms that allowed for solutions that are not standard. I'm talking for long enough, right? Yeah, more or less. Too much? I don't even know. I haven't got the idea. All that I want to conclude with is that there is still 20 years on since the artistic research was coined as something to be done in the PhD programs. There is still this uncertainty about what it actually is. I have done it my way, and it's actually really good that that program allows sort of non-standard solutions. I, for example, don't think that artistic research should be consistoric research of looking at how other people have done this or that thing, and comparing it to your practice. Mine was really sort of as I said, in the sort of vein of low theory of practice being inspired by theory, and the theory being in turn inspired by the practice. So it's a sort of back and forth exchange process that really tied the social reality of a music venue with other phenomena that share the same setup of interior and exterior and the relationships between those two, and that allowed me this work, and that is that. Shall we have questions? Do we allow questions? Are we behind schedule? Cool. Let's have questions.
Yeah, questions, if there are some, of course. Thank you, Radim.
Yes?
Yeah.
Is it okay? First of all, congratulations on your PhD.
Don't even know.
So, I have two different questions. Maybe I'll try to combine it in one. So, first, you talked about the idea of inside and the outside. Is it more of a perspective-based approach, or is it like two different realities that you're trying to interact with or place yourself within the context? And the second part of question would be, like you talked about the title of a project. When you start with a title, you have a certain direction. But when you don't have a title, you just start from a very broad base, or you have endless possibilities. So how would you actually compare? Because I myself have been trying to experiment with starting with a title and starting without a title. So I'm curious, what's your approach on both of these two things?
Okay, the first question about the division between inside and outside, the interiority. There is how to say that? It really hinges on the perspective on what inside do you want to work out. As I said, there are sort of various interior assemblages that exist, and those that are like more that have more, how to collect them, how to really describe it, that have more life in them, and by life I mean self-sustaining kind of self-sustaining drive to resist the direction, the pull towards entropy, which if we consider the interiority of a fermentation vessel, that does not have much self-regulation there. That just goes in a complicated way, in a complex manner, because those microbes are doing very complex things, but they are going straight towards the entropy. While living systems resist that pull, and by living systems I would have to include also things like institutions, institution of art, institution of an art school. That is also an example of a living system that resists the pull to its dissolution, to entropy. Is that kind of, did I answer that? Yes, no, I did not. And then the perspective that you choose to view things from is really where you have some sort of assemblage that allows you to tell what is inside and what is outside. That moment you establish some kind of subjectivity, and the subjectivity is established this way in the very beginning, in the very origins of life, by understanding what is inside and what is outside. The cell does not realize, like single-cell organism, a bacteria does not realize that it's me who is doing this process. That's only later on. But the self-regulation is already there, and they already are reading and communicating with the outside. So so that is is that already an answer? I have to ask I have to also address the other question. Yes.
We have more questions,
and
we are a little bit time.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm really sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. We just want to have also a little.
Okay, I will do that. Like just a very quick one. How it happened with the title or no title. Just happened individually. You know, you may have different approaches. You may be very certain about what you want to do. And I had like the theoretical background of when I submitted that project. That was quite clear, and I could have done that as a theoretical work without needing to do the actual practical work. But the practical work actually gave it a substance and gave it that the dimension of really living through it, living with it, and getting a really close hands-on approach, because that's what you need, and that's how the knowledge is generated, by practice. And that doesn't depend. It's also like, is it artistic practice? Doesn't matter if it's artistic practice. I don't know. It's just the practice that sort of gives some sort of substance to that theory, which otherwise is abstract. And so
I want to ask, so if we have this metaphor of a cell, and sometimes it works like inside outside, but then sometimes a virus comes and kills the cell. And if we think about cell like artistic research in its widest meaning, and then there are things like bureaucracy or like push to be academic that are trying to, I feel like, kill the
there is push and pull, and it's all right. And I think in that communication between, I really believe that in that communication between one tendency and the other, like between the bureaucratizing tendency of academic environment that wants to insist and wants to rigidify the processes that go on, and on the other hand, the sort of fuzzy thinking of artists, of not wanting to stick to the rules and just like want to go their own way. The tension there is really useful, and it produces something.
Yes, maybe I have a follow-up question, and this is exactly what if.
Yeah,
okay, into the microphone. Was there some knowledge that was generated through your work during the process? Can you just formulate something you discovered for yourself? And was there something that was somehow shaking your inside? Because I expect that you had your own homeostasis of interpretation.
Yes.
And then my question is, were you shaken during the process? Were you surprised by the things that were developed through your own practice? And how did you re-evaluate, possibly, your own values that were sort of at the beginning there?
One of the teachers through whose tuition I came was in San Francisco Art Institute, who said, Tony Labat, who said art is about, like, we have learned something, but we don't know what we have learned, actually. It's like the reality that is put in front of you, it's really difficult to sum it up in some sort of theoretical statement. And actually that's really what happens there. Like, yes, I could summarize what I have done in theory, which I have done, actually, but what is the practical knowledge gleaned? That's really difficult, and it's possibly not quite. I can't contain it in one sentence. But what if there is anything that, I don't know, surprised me? Actually, did not surprise me, and we need to understand this also always, that assemblages have their development. They come together, live for a certain lifespan, and then gradually fall apart or are transformed. So I really see that playing out in how the collective developed over the 7 years, and the 7 years is a pretty long lifespan by now. That what was actually a sort of loose assemblage of actors who had some idea of where we want to go. At some point, it just starts to go in different directions, and some reordering ensues, and we actually do have to understand that assemblages have their beginning, their peak power, and their end, and at some point that will go away, and it will not be here forever. Just as it is with every art academy, just as it is with the art world. as we know it and understand it now, just as it is with civilization and life on this planet.
Just a brief comment before my question. The first PhD in art was 40 years ago, not 20 years ago.
Okay.
The question is based on a disagreement with something that I think you said right at the beginning, so please correct me if I'm mistaken, if I can't remember. But you said that life began with realizing or recognizing the inside-outside distinction. Well, no, life doesn't know the distinction between inside and outside. That's a conceptual distinction that human beings make, and as a way of making sense of what life does. And my question is a question addressed to the way in which you've presented your work and the relation between the theory and practice of your presentation. So if this base diagram is a cell, and cells, as you have said, have walls which have various different kinds of openings between the so-called inside and the so-called outside, why were all of your thinkers on the inside? And why was there no outside of that cell? Why is there no exchange between the inside and the outside of your diagram? And really, is there an inside and outside of your diagram if there is no exchange?
Okay, I first will address the idea of whether the single cell knows what is inside and outside. Yes, that is a sort of metaphorical way of saying it. That is a way of anthropomorphizing, but and this is really what biosemiotics talks about. That even like on the level of a single cell, there has to be some subjective understanding of what is inside and what is outside. It is there. This is where consciousness begins, and consciousness is a spectrum all the way from an unthinking single cell organism all the way to us and beyond. So maybe I perhaps per se did not want to the word to know is sort of stand-in term for a lack of a better word that I don't have. For the other question of that diagram, yes, I do want to need to acknowledge that there are vast areas of outside that I did not, that I can't possibly have scope of, because if one is doing a practical work. On a project as I was doing, and that was draining a lot of energy and still is, then inevitably I am going to miss vast areas of knowledge that could have been included there. Like, for example, the whole of my work just screams cybernetic theory. And yet I did not manage to get to reading Norbert Wiener or Gregory Bateson enough to include that. There is a wildly misconceived, there's a widely, like in Fog part where I mentioned the death drive, which I'm only like really right now getting into Sigmund Freud's theory, where that was actually going and such. There is always there is always outside of that knowledge that I just have a vague sense that I don't know this part, and yeah, I did not have enough time to go into that, because if I did, I would only find out there is more outside. and that would still be needing to be explored.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Maybe we should, because we are a little bit overdue, but thank you so much for the presentation, the questions, and we will make a very short break before we start the next presentation. Maybe 5 minutes, grab a coffee, something, and yeah, thank you. So we're going to resume slowly because we are a little bit behind the schedule anyway, but we don't want to rush, so we will just continue in the same pace. Our next speaker is Jonathan Leahy Dronsfield, and Jonathan is an artist philosopher composing performative texts to be read out loud. He was the director of Center for Contemporary Art Research, University of Southampton, and the director of postgrad studies in art, and also the director of research in art, University of Reading. Recently, he completed a 10-year art research project entitled The Swerve of Freedom After Spinoza. Currently, he's a Dobrovsky Fellow in Philosophy at the Czech Academy of Sciences, researching dissent. His lecture today explores the idea of de-individualization, the practices of art activism, and their relation to research, all in defense of the claim that freedom of thought is dependent on freedom of expression. I'm going to pass on the microphone to Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan, for being here.
Thank you, Aneta. Katerina kindly made some printouts of the notes that I'm going to use to speak. So I have 8 copies. If anyone would like a copy, then please. Maybe you could. Thank you. Yeah. And then I also, seeing that this so-called visualizer is on the table, I thought I'd put my notes up on the screen as well. I've been working on the concern of this conference, art as research, for many years. Aneta has just kindly summarized part of what that has involved. But I think I should draw attention to the fact, because it speaks to the second presentation today by Ellen, that I was involved in rewriting the rules for submission of PhDs at the University of Reading, not Reading, to take account of practice-based research, because those rules for submission, as they are in most academic institutions, are an inheritance from the humanities, and the first PhD in the humanities was written about 150 years before the first PhD in art research. So I'm happy to discuss any implications of that kind of work that I've been involved in with people here, but that's not what I'm going to talk about today. There will be 4 coordinates to my talk, and those 4 coordinates are knowledge, identity, de-individualization, and what I call semantic authority. The performative text that I'm going to be reading later is an instance of the use and abuse of philosophy for art. But first, a note on inner freedom, and inner freedom is partly what I'm researching here in Prague at the Institute of Philosophy, at the Czech Academy of Sciences. In her closing remarks to the Moscow Kamenovniki District Court on 8th of August 2012, when Pussy Riot was subject to a show trial and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, Maria Aliokina said, "I have become fundamentally convinced of the priority of inner freedom as the foundation for taking action. Nobody can take away my inner freedom." Why would an artist, at the moment of her incarceration, appeal to inner freedom? What is it about inner freedom which gives solace to the one about to be imprisoned, as it has been for so many dissidents suppressed or terrorized or locked up by authoritarian and totalitarian regimes the world over, year after year. It is not because inner freedom is an element of the individual subject metaphysically defined, and this is where I'm going to strongly disagree with the previous talk. Indeed, my research on dissent leads me to believe that there is no such thing as inner freedom, at least an inner freedom which takes the form of an a priori private mental space, untouched and untouchable by a world exterior to it. Such a conception of the subject has always been an ally of repressors and dictators, and a stoic justification of enslavement. Yet I have no wish whatsoever to take away from dissidents the appeal to inner freedom. This leaves me with the task of redeeming the idea, or at least retrieving it from its deconstruction. So I reconceive it as something performatively brought into being by artists, something produced by artistic practices which, intended or unintended, perform inner freedom not as the possession of an individual subject, but as a space between elements of material assemblages of de-individualized or depersonalized identities. And these two are not the same, where processes of identity formation are put into question. Inner, then, reconceived as between. An attempted renewed concept of inner freedom is a thread running throughout this presentation between its four parts. It is composed in such a way that it can be entered between any two parts and the parts read in any order. First part, identity. Self-identity is a matter of disidentifying, of walking away from an identification imposed on one or into which one has been thrown, from how one has been positioned, placed, fixed in stories told by others. It is as much the shaping of a response and giving form to how and why one has walked away as it is a matter of identifying positively. It is a process of constitutive negation, even if that process involves identifying positively with a given culture or community, for example, the LGBTQ+ community. It is still a refusal or a rejection or a separating, in this case, from a heteronormative culture. What it is that one is disidentifying from may well play an important part in one's moral identity, in how one should act in relation to others, but one's moral identity does not exhaust how one describes oneself more fully. It is a refusal to be described exhaustively in words and ways which apply to anyone other than oneself. Is it that what is most important here is a search for one's autonomy, one's private autonomy? Is identity simply a private matter? Richard Rorty sees a problem if we do not make a public-private distinction here. If, that is, the private attempt to be free of one's past is transmuted into a public attempt to bring about a society free of its historical past. If we do not divide or separate the public from the private, then we will move from change to revolution, from the local to the total. What I think artists do is perform this problem. They stage scenarios of identity formation as a question as to its publicness or its privateness, and where and how the border between the two might fall. Why would it be of interest to do this? Because with a refusal to make the distinction between public and private comes the problem of intolerance. It can lead to the demand that one's private search for autonomy conform to a publicly defined description of what constitutes the national identity, for example, or the cultural identity of the state. It leads to self-descriptions of one's private ethics being forced to conform to institutional descriptions or state-imposed descriptions of public morality or identity. In short, to the negation of the private as a realm of the self at all. Illiberal assertions of a values-based society often collapse the distinction between the private and the public in this way. An insistence on the private realm can also lead to intolerance in the public. The liberal precept derived from John Stuart Mill that you are free to act in ways you please so long as it does no harm to others tolerates certain identities only so long as they confine themselves to the privacy of one's own home. The limitation of freedom to the private space, I sometimes think, is part of a general metaphysics where the privacy of one's own home is analogous with the metaphysical idea of inner freedom. But if you believe that the right to appear is a fundamental part of the freedoms of expression and association, then you will find such tolerance not only insufficient against intolerance, but a reinforcement of it, a pretext for it, indeed complicit with it. Why is it that liberal education is increasingly under threat? Because with liberal education comes diversity, and with diversity comes an increase of possible identifications. Change embraces multiplicity and mutability, multiple identifications often dissenting each other, and mutable identities often dissenting others. Singularity, a way of being one, or singularities, ways of being together, are often at odds with identity more broadly defined. To be an individual can mean opposing an identity assigned to one or an identification made by an external authority, or it might involve combining identities assumed to be separate, which might dissent among themselves at specific times or appear at different times. Art, as research projects, can be experimentation labs where such questions can be rehearsed, played out, and made to appear. Part 2, knowledge. If art has a relationship to knowledge, if it does, and it must do, surely, it is not that it can embody or act like or perform as the subject of a research investigation trying to know objective reality, a reality obscured by power and vested interests, for example, but which is given and out there by approaching it, posing questions about it, proposing solutions for it, solving problems with respect to it, dematerializing it. It is that its search for forms, its questioning, its putting into question, its problematizing, its dematerializing, its becoming something other than reality, which is to say precisely that which appears to separate art from reality, is already how reality is. Art's approach to reality repeats the process of the becoming of reality. What art shows is that processes of how we know things are not external to those things, but are constitutive of those things. That processes of knowledge, of gaining knowledge about reality, are themselves part of that very reality. Reality is only ever becoming. It is incomplete in this sense. Not incomplete in the sense of lacking completeness or being unfinished, but constitutively incomplete, or in other words, open. Things can only be insofar as they are incompletely there. So it is not that we can only ever know it partially or incompletely, or by appearance only. It is that reality is already nothing but partial and incomplete and open. And there is no appearance-reality distinction, no duality between what art appears to be and what reality really is. Art's partial and aspectival and contingent forms is how reality really is. partial, perspectival, where one version or voice is as plausible as another. In short, what I'm saying is there is no distinction between epistemology and ontology. No distinction or opposition between theory of knowledge, our relation to reality, how we know about things, and the inquiry into being, into what there is, what exists, and how it exists. And what art can do is perform this lack of a distinction between epistemology and ontology. How we know and how things exist in how it gives form to its questioning. This brings us to the question of freedom. If you conceive reality as complete and given out there, as external, then freedom can only be constrained and limited. In an important sense, you lose freedom, and the freedom to know, the freedom to create is lost. If we were to act as if reality were not becoming, not contingent, that it was given and something in itself, in order to maintain our autonomy from things, our subjectivity in opposition to or contradistinction to the objectivity of things, then we would be saying, paradoxically, that autonomy were possible only by limiting our freedom to inquire, our freedom to create. But this cannot be. Human beings are free. So incompleteness and openness is not something we can say of freedom, it is something we can say of things. What then of the distinction between inner freedom and outer freedom? There is no distinction. Inner freedom is freedom in the privation of things. Inner freedom is a space to which one retreats when one is denied freedom, or what we might say is material freedom. The freedom given us by being with others, where being with is material, embodied, historical, cultural, linguistic. Our freedom is the way we appear to ourselves through our being with. Our freedom is given in and by this being with. In making freedom, so my ontology then is an ontology of two. First, there are two. There's not one, there's two. Our freedom is, in making freedom something inner, something untouchable, something non-material, something that no one can take away from me, as Maria Aliakina said, one is abstracting from art or retreating from it, unless that move be part of the making of art itself. What I mean is that inner freedom can be created, it can be shown, it can be performed as a retreat, as a withdrawal, as derivative, as privative, created as a space of resistance where the appeal to inner freedom is itself an act of resistance, performatively bringing into being a space that no one can take away from me. De-individualization. In the preface to his exchange of letters with Pussy Riot's Nadia Tolonikova, then in prison, Slavoj Žižek says of Pussy Riot, their message is, ideas matter. They are conceptual artists in the noblest sense of the word, artists who embody an idea. This is why they wear balaclavas, masks of de-individualization, of liberating anonymity. The message of their balaclavas is that it doesn't matter which of them got arrested. They're not individuals, they're an idea. And this is why they are such a threat. It is easy to imprison individuals, but try to imprison an idea. If Pussy Riot are the embodiment of an idea, if they are giving body to an idea, then it is to the idea of de-individualization. What is de-individualization? Individual implies being not able to be divided, or further divided. Dividual implies being divided and able to be divided. In these terms, de-individualization would mean a process of becoming no longer indivisible, or no more indivisible. But would that mean becoming dividual, becoming divisible? No, it would mean becoming de-individual, or in other words, becoming multipliable. The idea of becoming multipliable, what is that? In one of her letters to Zizek, Tolonikhonikova writes, "Pussy Riot is a mask. When you put on a mask, you leave your own time. You abandon the world." She is referring to a world made cynical by the way in which the ruling regime in Russia abuses its power by violating the very principles by which they hold Pussy Riot to account. It is a world which produces the subject individual in such a way as to make it available for the exercise of the regime's power. A subject, the individuality of which is produced by processes of power in such a way as to embody a certain identity, an identity constituted of the normative, conservative, cultural values and the nationalist ideology of the regime. Pussy Riot reject that identity, and they reject the processes by which such an identity is produced. Pussy Riot's practice is the process of performing the de-individualized body, where the body is collectively de-individualized, in the becoming of a singular de-individualized body. It is a body which voices how the individual is constituted as a subject by the powers of a nationalistic patriarchy that seeks to subjugate the female body in general and the body of the female body expressing sexual agency in particular. Zizek reduces this to anonymity, but that's too simple. Tolonikhonikova writes, "Pussy Riot has wound up on the side of those who feel the call to critique, to creation and co-creation, to experimentation and the role of the unceasing provocateur. We're on the side of those who don't offer final answers or transcendent truths. Our mission, rather, is the asking of questions." What Pussy Riot voice in its performances is the question over final answers. Theirs is a practice which is not so much an excess of questions over answers, as if what their art embodied were a transcendental idea, an idea that cannot be given final form or complete actualization. It is more that art is a question which already presents itself as an answer, not in the sense that it solves a problem that it sets out, but more in a form which spatializes the relations between things in such a way as to enable us or to invite us or to provoke us to think about them. In this case, where knowing what identity is and how a certain subject identity is produced in relations of power involves inserting the de-individualized collective body into the processes of the becoming of what identity is, where that collective body seeks to take part affectively in the ongoing and endless process of actualization of what identity can be in ways which dissent and resist the imposition of identity. Part 4, Semantic Authority. In an interview in 2008, the artist Brian O'Doherty stated, "I never see the self as a stable entity, but as a fluid, multivalent series of accommodations to inward and outward pressures, giving birth to different personae. That's everyone's experience, I imagine. I've simply literalized some of mine. Personae, I mean. In the field of art, this has to be one of the first performative appeals to the concept of identity as fluid. O'Doherty died recently at the age of 94. As a young artist, O'Doherty wrote on the philosophy of language under the name Sigmund Bode. He was the editor of Art in America, and at the same time he published art criticism in that magazine under the pseudonym Mary Josephson. He wrote a novel in which the main character, William McGinn, also published under a pseudonym. So that practice goes back to the 60s and 70s. In 2014, he published another novel, The Cross-Dresser's Secret, about a transgender figure in history. The photographic self-portrait, Five Identities, from 2002, gathers these four personae together with the personae of Brian O'Doherty, making explicit that the artist's proper name under which that piece is made, Brian O'Doherty, is but one persona amongst many. Similar to Fernando Pessoa's communitas of heteronyms and the site of contestation of the identity of the artist as artist. Pessoa called his heteronyms, there were 136 of them, overtakers of his self, perpetually depersonalizing him. Heteronyms have a double power of depersonalization, says Pessoa. On the one hand, they are making sense of symptoms. Pessoa could not live with them otherwise. He lives alone with them in him. On the other, he could not live without them, outing them as personae in his writing. The totality of the name Fernando Pessoa is the whole of his name, plus the symptoms of it, its unintended consequences, and its contradictions and inconsistencies and self-disagreement. O'Doherty's practice was among the first in visual art practice to perform the body in ways which proposed its gender fluidity, its potential for multiple couplings and combinations, and as the site for the contestation of identity formation. Why is this important for our purposes of trying to understand art as research? Because O'Doherty's practice is an instance of wresting back control of what I call semantic authority over language. This is what art can do. It can participate in the struggle over who has the power of language. And this is what I meant earlier when saying that art can collapse, show the collapse and perform the collapse of the distinction between epistemology and ontology, by setting up discursive spaces of contestation and disagreement over what identity is and how it is formed. In a way, O'Doherty's practice, and Fernando Pessoa's for that matter, is the obverse of Pussy Riot's. Where Pussy Riot de-individualized the subject, such that it becomes a collective of unidentifiable persons, O'Doherty depersonalizes the subject such that it becomes a multiplicity of identifiable personae. Why are illiberal democracies repressive of the public expression and appearing of sexuality? Their language is such as to present LGBTQ+ persons as having made a choice to be the way they are sexually. The word they use is ideology. The scare story told is that exposure to the idea of sexuality as a lifestyle choice will unduly influence and corrupt a human being's normal or natural behavior. Hence the need for communities discriminated against and stopped from appearing to wrest semantic authority of their vocabularies, back from deterministic and naturalistic discourses. What the art practices of Pussy Riot, Brian O'Doherty and Fernando Pessoa can be seen to be doing is claiming semantic authority over the vocabularies of identity, proposing them as experimental and questioning spaces, which collapse the public-private distinction by showing that private identity formation can only be achieved in the public sphere of appearing. As such, they are, in my perception, exemplary examples of art as research.
Questions? Do we continue with questions? I forgot actually to mention that this is just the first part of Jonathan's presentation. He will have a performative reading after the dinner, which we will have later on, so we'll continue with Jonathan, but in the meantime, if you have any questions. Yeah.
In my Euro, that means continental view, it is such that ontology is always true, but our epistemic ability is limited due to, for instance, if the origin of the ontologic reality is already past, Jurassic, animals or such. That means if we would feel in our explanation of some reality which we cannot know in reality, but it does have the reality. If we are unable to tell the truth about it, that means we are still not free to guess what we think about it, because we may be generally, basically mistaken. Do you understand me?
If there was a question there,
yes,
then I take that question to be that you are simply stating that which I'm totally opposed to. So you've just stated the conventional view of the relationship between ontology and epistemology, one that date. I'm European. Britain is part of Europe. Yeah. But look, this is for me. This is exactly what art as research is putting into question, this kind of standard model of the relationship between epistemology and ontology. If you think that ontology is given out there objective reality, and you've used the word truth, and I most pointedly did not use the word truth, I have not appealed to truth anywhere in my talk, because in my view there's no such thing as a transcendental truth or an unconditioned truth, or so. If you want this reality out there, given, exterior, objective, partially knowable, yeah, you're right. It means that we're not free. But my argument is that we are free, and it's reality which is partial, incomplete, and open. And it's and when art as research proposes itself in the various models that have been talked about and that will be talked about, what I think they're doing is showing how these approaches derived from artistic freedom show that reality is partial and open. And we are free to do this. But the real reason why I'm giving this, as it was giving this talk was mentioned by Annetta at the beginning of my talk, and that is inner freedom, this idea that dissidents appeal to when they're under pressure, repressed, about to be imprisoned, implies that there is this, applies a metaphysical notion of the subject where you've got this inner part of you which is untouchable by anything materially exterior. No, that doesn't exist. How inner freedom can exist, and this is how I want to retrieve it, is because artists can create it and they can perform it as an act of resistance. But they can't appeal to it as part of the metaphysics of the subject. And why is this important for our conception of freedom? Because today, in your and my Europe, we have 2 EU countries, for the first time in the history of the EU, under formal censure for contravening the fundamental Charter of Rights. Those 2 countries are Poland and Hungary, and those rights are the freedom of expression and the freedom of assembly, or the freedom of association. Why is that significant? In my view, it's significant because these 2 freedoms precede, they come before freedom of thought. We cannot have freedom of thought without freedom of expression or freedom of assembly, because thought, the inner, is given by being with others. It's given by language. It's given by our embodied situatedness in communities or outside of communities. And for that to happen, that being with others, you need to be able to appear. You need to be able to meet who you want, and you need to be able to say what you want. So you need the freedom of expression and assembly or association. Then you get freedom of thought. Those who think there is such a thing as inner freedom, which fits into your model of objective reality out there, subject intact to itself, has an inner freedom, they think you can have inner freedom or freedom of thought without freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. So they don't mind so much the Polands and the Hungarys contravening the fundamental Charter of Rights. So the stakes are very high. And in my view, art research is situated right at that face of where those stakes are high.
Yes, maybe I will switch to another theme, and this is that the title of your speech is an allusion, most probably on Nietzsche's text on the use and abuse of history for life, or I don't know, but it
is, but that's the second part. That's coming later.
Because also this speech is entitled like that, so I was wondering whether there is some kind of connection to that, and whether you situate the art exactly between these 2 extremities, and this is an overuse of history that actually in one way or another kills life through an overwhelming knowledge, and on the other hand a life that withdraw from any historical knowledge and is this pure presence that is however quite naive or also disconnected from the freedom in one way. So I'm asking myself to what degree art should be the mediator between these 2 extremities, and whether you wanted to use this concept of Nietzsche for the current situation.
And by 2 extremities, do you mean the use and abuse?
Well, actually, I'm thinking about the essay of Friedrich Nietzsche. Now I'm silenced. Well, these 2 extremities are the cows that are grazing in the mountains meadows, which is this understanding of art as a pure presence, which means that you have any idea of the future minute, and the other extremity is that you are so much overwhelmed by your historical knowledge that you have absolutely no possibility to be creative.
Yeah. So, in answer to your question, yes, there is it is an allusion to Nietzsche, and it's more an allusion to the necessity of the abusing part. So, I don't want to get into this because this is another thing now, but although it does touch on what came earlier, especially in the last presentation, in my view, artists are at liberty to abuse philosophy, not just use it, but to abuse it, because they will show something about that philosophy is blind to. Equally, philosophy does that with art. It shows things, says things about art that art itself is blind to. So, and they do it in different ways, but they do it also in similar ways. So yes, there is an allusion to Nietzsche, and I think Nietzsche was abusive of philosophy in the positive sense, and that he made it say things that he wouldn't otherwise have said. And I think that that's what artists could and should do. And the second part of my presentation will be, in a way, an instance of that. I don't want to jump the gun, but yeah. So, and then the question of knowledge. It really is to displace art as research away from the question of knowledge. But that's another sort of intent of my presentation, is to try and not get to really relieve those who are thinking of doing art as research, or those that are doing it, to not be so subject to the imperative to address the question of knowledge. Because what art can do is to collapse that distinction between knowledge and ontology, and do it in productive ways, productive for knowledge, giving us completely different conceptions of knowledge. Otherwise, you just continue to work with the inherited versions from sciences and humanities.
My tendency is to understand it as a little bit too much optimistic interpretation of what art can do, because art can also function as a symptom of the society, or as a symptom of the way how we think the world in general, but we can discuss this later. Thank you so much.
I don't disagree with that, by the way, that end remark.
Someone having another question?
Okay, so I'm very fascinated and intimidated by your ideas already. So these 4 topics: knowledge, identity, de-individualization, and semantic authority. Is there a larger preface or a social context that exists in which these are placed, or are these separate from the social interaction with the community? And this idea of self that you have been talking about, and inner freedom, can they exist outside the social sphere or not?
To take the last point first, no. Inner freedom cannot pre-exist or exist outside of or separate from the social. In short, our freedom is gained from being social. We're not first free and then interact with the social. It's the other way around. We interact with the social and then we gain freedom. So freedom is not part of the metaphysics of the subject. It's not a priori. It's not given. It's not in advance. A bit worried to hear you say you're intimidated, but I thought I had established the broader social context within which I'm situating these 4 loosely held together or composed categories. They're not categories, that's a totally wrong way of putting it. Terms, let's just say, or even phrases. And that is dissent, the question of dissent. It's part of a broader project to defend dissent, to try and show how art can give us possibilities for dissent. So the 3 examples that I've given in their use of different personae or de-individualized collective bodies are instances of performative dissent, allowing us to see possibilities that we might not otherwise have seen. So that's the broader social context within which the presentation is situated. Yeah.
And like just the last part, do you
Sure.
think these things are part of a conscious decision or choice that plays in the creation of these terms in a given context or not? Is there a conscious, sorry about that,
That's okay.
is there a conscious choice involved in it or not?
I did use the phrase intended or unintended consequences. So it doesn't rest, I don't think much importance attaches to the question of conscious choice, something like intentionality, partly because I think intentions are more often not realized after the fact. They don't precede what we do. We discover our intentions in what we do a lot of the time, most of the time, in fact, which makes the question of responsibility an interesting one. No, I would say no, they don't have to be conscious, but that doesn't rule out conscious choice, of course not. So, yeah, I just don't want to place too much weight on that question of conscious, unconscious, choice, not choice, intended or unintended.
So we either cut it here, or if somebody wants to have another question, it's the discussion is very interesting, but we are getting later and later. So, and we will have Jonathan also later for another act. So I propose to make another break, maybe 10 minutes, and then we resume. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so we will continue the program. We'll continue with our next speaker, Vanessa Ramos Velasquez. And Vanessa is a media artist, interdisciplinary researcher, lecturer, currently a PhD candidate at Bauhaus University in Weimar. And she's developing an art and research project intersecting cultural history, theory, media, philosophy, environment, and society, and indigenous studies. I had more things here, but I can't see them anymore, so somebody switched the lights. Yeah, okay. Her unconventional and multidisciplinary artistic practices create a hybrid space between academic and artistic languages to explore forms of decolonizing knowledge, bringing a fresh and compelling voice into contemporary art and discourse. And her works have been shown in various international venues like Haus der Kulturen der Welt in Berlin, Chelsea Art Museum, Moscow Biennial, just to name a few. And she has been teaching art and filmmaking at Bauhaus University in Weimar since 2021. Her educational work focuses on teaching artist research and transdisciplinary methodology for experimental filmmaking. I will let Vanessa to start with her performative lecture today. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for joining me, and thank you, Katerina Hochmuth, for inviting me to share my experience with artistic research here at the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague. Reconnecting the body. This expression has a multifold meaning to me. Reconnecting as a making sense and a synthesizing of all the pieces searched for, unarchived, annotated, collected, decoded, coded, and produced, not necessarily in this order, along the creative process, which involves experimenting, modeling, testing, explaining, describing, etc. Reconnecting the fragmented body means reconnecting dissimilar bodies of knowledge without homogenizing them, doing this research not as observation, but participation, living with communities, making together. It also means reconnecting the individual body to the collective body to produce a particular epistemological site, perspective, and position, which hopefully becomes evident during my presentation. As you may realize, the subtitle of my presentation, Bringing Practice and Theory Together with and through Artistic Research, complicates the already complex tripartite. Research about art, research for art, and a research through art. These three modes built upon previous notions of artistic research set out by Jones, 1980, Freiling, 1993, and Borgdorf, 2009. So what does artistic research mean to me? Well, I see it as a chicken or the egg question. When in the process does art take place? Well, artists handle materials. We need to know how it feels, how these materials behave, what is the life of these materials, what have they themselves generated through time, what are we making with these materials, and how. Throughout these movements and actions, practice and theory, art and research are inseparable. They feed each other. So the citation here reflects the chicken or the egg issue, and I poached it from my Bauhaus colleague, Francis Hunger, who has just defended his PhD dissertation. Thank you, Francis. So here goes. From Bacon and Migelo, they state, there can be a danger that artistic practice becomes an illustration of or gets lost in the process of writing and engagement with theoretical concerns, rather than the necessary articulation of the doing of things that are inherent to artistic research. At Bauhaus, our art and research professor, Alexandra Toland, challenged us by asking, is artistic research a method? And the thought that helped us navigate the epistemological issue, namely, if artistic research is scientific research, is the following. What can be known through art that cannot be known in any other way? I think this is very much a consideration that lives in the core value of our practice. Then I asked myself the following, is artistic research both an art form and a method? Beyond gathering, coding, and analyzing data, producing art is a means to decolonize established and propagated epistemes. My artistic research produces knowledge as a decolonizing instrument to dismantle obsolete but still overpowering dominant vocabulary, ideas, concepts, and knowledge itself. In my practice-led research, embodying the research is to give it form by feeling its effects. The concept of tacit knowledge is crucial because it is a knowledge derived from making, and that making includes handling the research materials. These images that you see here kind of summarize my current projects. And as I'm both bricoleur and flaneur, one of my favorite parts of artistic research is collecting citations. So I have here a couple from Julian Klein. He's the director of the Institute for Artistic Research Berlin and president of the Society for Artistic Research in Germany. The citation regards the artistic experience. Quote, in the mode of aesthetic sensory experience, perception becomes present to itself, opaque and able to be sensed. Artistic experience can be prescribed similarly as the perceptory mode of the sensed interference of frames. According to this diagnosis, to have an artistic experience means to look at oneself from outside a frame and simultaneously enter into it. Frames which in this way cross through our perception are also comparably present and able to be sensed. This is from Fischer-Lichter, 2004, calls this liminal state. And on artistic research, Klein states, quote, if art is but a mode of perception, artistic research must also be the mode of a process. Therefore, there can be no categorical distinction between scientific and artistic research, because the attributes independently modulate a common carrier, namely the aim for knowledge within research, end quote. My most recent projects are interventions in the Anthropocene from the indigenous perspective. The work involves frequent meetings and spending time with indigenous leaderships and communities, interviewing them and translating their words and sentiments to an international audience. Here I am with Davi Kopenawa, the Yanomami leadership. And we met in 2018, and that meeting was really crucial to be able to understand the context of some concepts that I'll go into later. Now I'll go a bit into my methodology, which is constituted by an interdisciplinary poaching of methods. Like I said, I'm a flaneur and bricoleur, so I think that artistic research is very much about poaching what works for your own work and experimenting with these methods. So the ones that I've been using are content analysis of texts and visual documents, especially from Brazilian colonial history. Thematic analysis with coding to handle a large collection of audiovisual interviews that I have been filming and to draw an outline of themes that emerge from this qualitative research. I also count among my methods research design to structure and frame practice-based research. This process for me encompasses delineating the creation process, mind mapping, and yields reciprocal, indivisible theory-practice results. It transforms materials and data into medium for narrative. And lastly, but perhaps most importantly, the method of sensory ethnography for performative art, to reconnect the fragmented body. This means stating my position. To what am I reconnecting to create a narrative? In essence, I am reconnecting to my own indigenous ancestry. This process has been parallel to getting to the roots of the epistemological frame introduced by the concept of Amerindian perspectivism, developed by Brazilian anthropologists Eduardo Viveiros de Castro and Tânia Stolze Lima, to translate to a Western audience the constitution of indigenous bodies. That constitution allows a fluidity of perspectives. Identity is composed of making kinship with plants, animals, minerals, geological formations, and natural phenomena. In the beginning, all was human, then came the differentiations. To understand this beyond theory meant going to the Amazonian forest for field research where I was the one being observed. But I was observing myself while allowing myself to operate by the logic of the forest body. This included participating in medicinal ceremonies with master plants, intelligent plants, prepared by the Xauandaua people of Acre, northwest Brazil, next to Peru. This experience was instrumental in the decolonial performatic tableaus that you'll be seeing in a moment. So this experience was my reconnection to the ancestral indigenous body, fragmented in the colonial process. And I'll read this citation by Ailton Krenak, who is a leadership of the Krenak people in the center of Brazil. And the Krenak people were deeply affected by the mining disasters in the state of Minas Gerais that caused the death of a river, Rio Doce. Is this a body? When the natives of this land saw the Portuguese for the first time, they had doubts about whether the Portuguese people had real bodies that breathed, that sweat. A body. So they took a few of the Europeans and drowned them, and waited to see if they would float, if they would smell. They waited and waited. They then began to suspect that, yes, those Krai, those whites, must have a body. This could be a body, they thought. After setting a body to dry, they watched and said, "It seems like a body." They began to investigate the material and the kind of spirit that inhabits those bodies. They asked, if one body was the same as that person's because that person could be in another body, couldn't they? Or that person could be one of what the Krenaks, an indigenous group in Brazil, called Nanjon, a ghost that has the nature of a supernatural being, or the ghost of a supernatural being. The natives investigated and discovered that the Krais were not Nanjon, but that they had souls of another quality, the master essences of gold, of iron, of weapons, of all the apparatus associated with the tools whites use to meddle in the world. Before we appropriated metal to make the tools, we were closer to our ancestors, to all the other human groups that move the world only with their hands, with their bodies. When people began to string plumb lines into the earth It produced the spirits that make the tools that impress their mark on the earth. It is they who are fabricating the Anthropocene. My current work addresses and redress the gap and the deep wounds that exist between indigenous and non-indigenous worlds, and that these wounds are located in the human-nature relationship. Like the bricoleur and flaneur, I scour through historical documents from South America colonial time, texts, images, maps, chronicles written by Europeans representing both church and state, and what this production has replicated. By researching what is there, I am also creating what is absent from these chronicles, the stories untold, so that I can be alongside those now filling in the blanks. But realizing this process engages a decolonial effort. The research process must imply necessarily to assume the position of those left in the margins of society, to see what they see. Again, sensory ethnography has been a method to see the invisible. This method also provides a calibration of all the senses to abolish the hierarchy among them. Images are internal as much as external. So my topic of research, Anthropocene, is viewed from indigenous perspectives and my own filmmaking process in relation to that autosensory ethnography lab that I set up for myself in the Amazonian forest has made me think and consider filmmaking in another way. So I have been teaching filmmaking courses at Bauhaus with this framing of forget the scripts, respect the process of filming as a research tool, and making account of all the materials that are collected in these materials, and the process of research is what creates the narrative, as opposed to starting with the script and fulfilling that linear approach. So the motto is process, not plot. For example, for my PhD film project, I did not need to interview 40 people, 1 hour plus each person to answer a research question. The point is that besides the information that I was acquiring in my conversations with experts, I was also going for the effect that this abundance of perspectives produces, both in me and in the audience. Tangible knowledge and intangible polyphonic effect. Now I'll go a little bit over the decolonial exercises. So during my field research and time spent in the forest with the Shawandawa, I was researching plants and the concept of making kinship with plants, especially plants. And there are two that I'll go through. There are various plants, but this one that you see here is a woman of medicine, Alcione Lima. She says that she learned from the Genipapo plant because the plant appeared to herself, and she says this is very rare. Genipapo is an essence that hides itself from humans. It does not reveal itself, only very rarely. And when her son was ill, she went to the riverbed and she wished for the Genipapo to provide the cure for her son. But the Genipapo is also known to activate the space of dreams. And for many, if not all, I think this is a common thread among indigenous peoples everywhere. The world of dreams, the dream space, is very important to provide context about the everyday and to help make decisions in a collective manner. So I told her of my story, of my process of reconnecting to indigenous ancestry. And then we scheduled a time for ourselves where she was bathing me with the Genipapo plant. And she expressed that this process provides the person, in this case me, with protection and the ability to open up the space of dreaming. The other plant that also accesses the invisible world and provides protection against even forest spirits, because the forest is a space that's alive. Those not trained, we cannot see this other realm that exists in the forest, but indigenous peoples who have lived there for, these are cultures that have existed in the Amazonian world for millennia, and the knowledge that they have about these plants open up these worlds where they state that some plants can protect you and make you invisible to malefic forest spirits. So this was also a process that I have engaged in to create this reconnection to the fragmented body. Now here is Ailton Krenak again, whose citation I read for you before about the body. This was, his speech was titled Invocation to Earth from 1987 at the Assembly, the Brazilian National Assembly, to claim indigenous rights. And this was an instrumental event that really started entire movements for indigenous self-determination. And I will play for you the speeches in Portuguese, and a great part of my project also has to do with translating this material that is only available in Portuguese. So I will play you a little bit of this video, and then I'm going to lower the volume and read to you in English from an existing publication, which unfortunately does not provide the entire transcript, but I will go over just some parts of his speech for you. Standing at the podium of the Brazilian Chamber of Deputies, speaking the white language perfectly, a young indigenous leader addresses the 1987 National Constituent Assembly with an unusual sort of speech. Having already been barred from entering the plenary in his typical dress, he wears casual Western clothes, a white three-piece suit lent to him by a deputy who is his friend, and holds a small container in his hands. Quote, "I do not wish to disrupt the etiquette of this house with my demonstration, but I believe that," he pauses, and begins to scoop a dark paste from the container with his fingers, which he then spreads on his face. "I believe that you, honorable members, can no longer stand at a distance from your aggression, motivated by economic power, by greed, by ignorance of what it means to be an indigenous person." End quote. Barely audible, a female deputy whispers, "But he's painting himself all black." It is Genipapo paste, used by many Brazilian indigenous ethnic groups for mourning rituals. The young man speaks slowly, but with determination. Quote, "I think that none of you could point to aspects or acts of the indigenous people of Brazil that put the life or the patrimony of any person, of any human group from this country at risk." End quote. With a flat hand, he paints his cheeks, forehead, nose, and chin. Those in the room hear the sound of many cameras clicking. Quote, "A people that has always lived in the absence of riches, a people that lives in the houses covered with thatched and sleeps on mats on the floor, cannot be identified in any way as a people that is the enemy of national interests, nor that puts any development at risk." End quote. The young Krenak finishes painting himself and delicately places the empty pot on the podium. His face, all black, is now the same color as his shiny head of hair, highlighting his bright white eyes and teeth. Quote, "Indigenous people have moistened with their blood every hectare of the 8 million square kilometers of Brazil, and you, honorable members, are witnesses to this." End quote. Thus, he courageously ends his speech. Before thanking the constituents who observe him, stupefied, Ailton Krenak takes a long pause. Though his eyes seek something in an uncertain future, his body is rigorously still, as though he had just returned from a shamanic trance. So what I read was published by eFlux Journal, number 110, June of 2020. It's titled, "Our Worlds Are at War," and it's commented by Mauricio Meirelles. I would like to close my presentation by celebrating the fact that for the first time in the history of Brazilian politics, a Ministry of Indigenous Affairs is being created. President-elect Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who will be inaugurated in January, hopefully, has assigned Sônia Guajajara as one of the indigenous leaderships to head that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. That was great. And maybe we have a little time for questions. Are you open for that? Before we continue with the next lecture, so if there are any questions.
I just have a small question. What is the significance of the red paint on the forearms and hands?
Thank you for the question. So this, when I talked about the urucum here, urucum. So, and I brought some, if you would like to handle it. So the seeds come from inside these bulbs. And it has a variety of uses. Actually, in Brazilian culture, we use this to make something similar to paprika, the powder. No? So it's very utilized in the Brazilian culinary. But like I said, indigenous cultures everywhere, not just in Brazil, but Peru, and I believe Central America as well, because this plant grows. It's abundant in these regions, but also in Turkey, actually in possibly in other places as well. I know that in English it's called annatto seeds. And so yeah, this, it's what I use to do the colonial performative acts, no? Because this has a very strong significance in forest life. Like I said, it's used for protection, but it's also used, for example, against mosquitoes, you know, so it helps to protect your skin against mosquitoes that transmit malaria. So it has, a lot of these plants, they are multi-purpose plants, you know, so it just takes the knowledge to recognize them and to utilize them. And this is in grand part, you know, some, the type of knowledge that, you know, due to what we discuss in Anthropocene issues, this is the type of knowledge that we could really, like, it would benefit the world over, you know, for us to reconnect to nature and to regain this knowledge that existed everywhere. Now, each culture, they have their sacred plants or their plants that, yeah, they can serve us in the everyday, yeah.
Just not as an activist, but just for the sake of truth, that under one roof of one university, of one academic structure, there are controversial theses here. That, for instance, if our ethnographic texts of our songs are put forth, which are not, which they are hidden, so probably many ladies would say it is against the campaign Me Too. That here, for instance, there are probably quite several ladies who would be for the Me Too, but if they go to the Ethnographic Institute, it is similar, like under one roof, there can be a theological faculty where there in the Catholic branch, there is about celibacy, and the doctors of the same university would tell it is nonsense. I am not an activist, just for the sake of truth.
But what's, is there a question built into your comment? Are you saying that under one roof, there can of course be many perspectives?
Because you are happy, because you are promoting your indigenous, cultural, and probably, I don't know if Mr. De Silva is friendly with you, or I don't know.
He's very friendly. That's what I.
So my have to say congratulations.
No, yeah, I mean that's precisely the point. No, I mean how I end the presentation is by mentioning that for the first time in Brazilian political history, that a president will be creating a ministry for indigenous affairs. Of course, we have FUNAI, Fundação Nacional do Índio, but it doesn't protect, it's not protecting indigenous life, much on the contrary, because the persons assigned to this agency are persons put there by the president who is on the radical right, is a neoliberal who is keen on destroying indigenous life. So this is a fact. No? So what I'm presenting is fact, no, from research, but also celebrating the fact that yes, you know, because I have stated I take a position in my work as an artist, but also in my research, because I am trying to get to the perspective that's the least visited, that's the least, or so far has been the least respected in centuries. And that this knowledge deserves a place in the center as well, in the center of discourse.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. It was so important and nice to hear. Just thinking, or maybe a comment, maybe there is a hidden question, but how you see we can grow into pedagogy in arts earlier than doctorates with these practices which are like artistic research, whatever, as a method, as a form, because here in our environment it's rather too late maybe after graduating, starting to educate ourselves in what artistic research is. And there is also this public pedagogy dimension of artistic research, no? Like wider than academic pedagogy. So if shortly you could maybe give your view on the relation between pedagogy in arts and artistic research, or how early, or is it always too late to start with artistic research in art pedagogy, education?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, this is something that I was confronted with because I always did research, but I was not aware of, you know, this officialized term artistic research. For me, I have always named myself a researcher because I love researching and I have my own methods for that research. And but I wanted to take another step to understand exactly what I was doing, because a lot of things for me was just, they were so internal, and I felt like I reached the moment that I needed to externalize that process and make sense of everything that I was doing. And this process of art and research, practice and theory has helped me a lot, so much so that I then started to teach. You know, in this process, I realized that my methods could help very young artists, or not even, I taught classes that were interdisciplinary, so that means that I was engaging with students from the age of 18, 19 to upper 30s, because they came from the bachelor and master program at Bauhaus, and they were not all artists. Some were architects, some were not even yet thinking that they would go into the art or explore artistic activity. So this was a very diverse group, and I was teaching what we have in the PhD program, and of course some proved to be very advanced, and they were not making sense of things such as boundary objects, you know, which is a super complex process to engage in transdisciplinary research if you're working with communities and you're searching for a way to cooperate, not necessarily to create a hegemony of the thinking processes that bring interdisciplinary groups together. But we worked through a lot of concepts, and in the end, you know, I said, it doesn't matter how you get there, but pay attention to what we're focusing on here, which is engage with the process. Forget what your initial idea was of making a film, like one of the courses was making a film about water with artistic research as interdisciplinary methodology. And I said, don't come here with your script. Throw the script in the trash, because at the end of your research, you're going to have something that could probably blow your mind. You know, it could be something completely different than what your initial idea was of the film you want to make. And then another semester, I explored a variety of methods. One called, it's more a protocol than a method, but I kind of transformed it into a method. It's called pretext, that I learned at Harvard, and which facilitates the learning. It's for all ages, and is especially used from very early on, like small kids to whenever. But this is specifically taught to engage in readership, you know, since a young age, by being able to get through complex text, you know, so whatever complex text is for a 10-year-old, you know, for a 20-year-old, 30, 40, doesn't matter, as long as you work through it, through the arts, you know. So I found this protocol to be really beautiful to activate the creative capability that all of us have, you know. So sometimes I think art is put in a pedestal. I think maybe because of the art market that we're forced to engage in this way, but I think engaging creativity is really, you know, we don't ask ourselves, is it art? You know, what matters is that we're creating and that we are finding our way through this process, and that we're able to create something out of it. You know, even if what is created is a group coming together and singing a song that they had not known before, that they have discovered it from the generation before, and they're able to construct something in their culture that had been forgot or relegated to the dungeon. So, yeah.
Thank you, so motivating.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I find that clip of Elton extremely moving and powerful, that performative speech that he gave. And one of the things that perhaps has an effective force about that clip is that at the very moment he's doing that, 1987, it's extremely common in colonial countries for people to, white people to blackface, to put blackface on their faces to play the part of black people. It's extremely common in the 80s, especially in light entertainment. Now, that's more or less outlawed. That practice is more or less outlawed. You can't do that in the UK anymore. At least I can say that with some confidence. So this is an example, this image and this clip is an example which has a performative force at the moment of its taking place, because I'm sure, as you've already said, that in that House of Deputies, this had a very powerful impact. But it also has this hidden, let's say, potential for an affective force much later, like today, seeing that today, knowing now that blackface is outlawed, but which was extremely common then, and it wouldn't have been very problematic had a white person done that with blackface in 1987. I think this is a great example of how performative actions can retain a certain effective force way beyond the moment, which is nonetheless powerful enough, that moment that took place in the House of Deputies.
True. It's remarkable how one can subvert the aesthetics, you know, in a particular way to create this, to cause this sensation of strangeness, of repugnation, of which, you know, is, yes, what was the reaction of a lot of the congressmen, congresswomen at the time. And if we don't understand that context, which, you know, Genipapo as like I said, you know, this is a very important plant for indigenous people, used in rituals, you know, for him to have done this act that's so much, you know, in the Krenak world, as is for several other indigenous ethnicities. Yes, it certainly caught everyone by surprise. And this reverberates to today. I mean, this is possibly one of the most cited acts of transgression, you know, even though Ailton Krenak is known as this very peaceful, you know, sweet person who, but very eloquently, you know, speaks of the problematics of the time, and he's one of, I mean, at the moment, he's, you know, being invited all over the world to speak about Anthropocene issues, and him and Davi Kopenawa. So I think, you know, also positioning him next to Sonia Guajajara, now saying the future is indigenous, you know, for us to look at this time frame, especially poignant to see what has changed, you know, because a lot of things have not changed at all. Some things got worse for the indigenous issue of territory, for example, you know, yeah, especially of territory, indigenous health. I mean, all kinds of indigenous issues, you know. So in a sense, you know, the space that we expected to see a lot of progress, we we have actually to consider all the regress, the digress that we have seen. Yeah, but that hopefully now takes a jump with this is a new moment in Brazilian history, and I think not just in Brazilian history, in South America, Central America history, there we can feel a little bit the wheels of change, and we hope that this is the case, but we never know, you know, because the fight is never ending. And, you know, I stand in solidarity, you know, like me, this painting my body is for me to take the position. I stand in solidarity with the fight, and I join in this effort in whichever way that I can.
Thank you, Vanessa. Although the questions and the discussion is getting more and more interesting, we will need to cut it here because we have another presenter, and we will make a little stretch break, stretch your arms, legs, and 2-3 minutes, and grab a coffee or something, or tea, and we will continue. Thank you.
No, tak to už nebude, ale díky.
Vocês tudo aqui? E a sua área específica? Nossa, uau, adoro videomapping.
We will continue with our further speaker, which I will introduce briefly. We're very happy to have Florian Schneider with us. He's a filmmaker, writer, and curator. He has been engaged in a wide range of projects to rethink impact and value of documentary practices across different disciplines. Since 2013, he's a professor for art and theory and documentary practices at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, where he also serves as a head of department for 7 years. And in 2022, Florian Schneider has been elected as the president of the Society for Artistic Research. And since 2019, he serves as chair of the COAST, European Cooperation in Science and Technology. And his talk will open the discussion about how artistic research should be reframed in the wider context of the crisis of a knowledge production, which has its roots in the early phase of industrial capitalism and late colonialism of the 19th century. So I will let Florian to expound on that further on. Thank you, Florian.
Yes. This is the one that is working, yeah. No, thank you very much. Thank you for this very nice introduction. I'm very much tempted. I mean, to respond to so many concepts and proposals that have been raised in the course of this afternoon, and it almost feels a little bit spooky to me because, I mean, usually I enter such stages or panels with a completely different, trying to set up a completely different perspective or coming with a kind of outsider perspective and so on and so forth. There's absolutely no chance today. No, so I mean, the original purpose of my presentation, or why I really enjoyed preparing for this, is a kind of experiment. It's, I mean, rather than discussing what is artistic research, what exactly do we have to do, and what characterizes it as opposed to scientific research or practice-based research, rather than this quite esoteric debate, I think it is equally important to see our discussion about artistic research in the wider context of what I suggest to call a crisis of knowledge production that really is not a privilege of artists and creatives. I mean, it affects the entire university sector and way beyond. So how do we use the opportunity or seize the opportunity to rethink and revisit artistic research in this context, and maybe even turn this into an opportunity. So as opposed to many in many other occasions where I think, I mean, talking about artistic research very often turns into a lament about too little funding, not enough recognition, more resources and more positions, yeah, because we suffer a little bit from this inferiority complex. Yeah. I would really like to take a completely exclusively positive approach and think about, okay, what is our chance? What is possible in this moment? And I think we're experiencing very, very interesting moments or windows of opportunity. But can I briefly start with a disclaimer? Yeah, I mean, although I was working, let's say, a different way. I was proudly working 25 years of my life entirely as a freelancer, as a never signed an employment contract. It happened to me that 8 years ago, for the first time I signed them. I'm absolutely not speaking or representing here now any institution. Also, I mean, a lot of the concepts that I'm introducing or presenting have been developed in very specific constellations between different institutions. Yeah, so I mean, this is not what the Society of Artistic Research unanimously thinks. Exactly. Since we have some, and yeah, and so it's more like an attempt to make some very, very positive provocations. So I'm still very intrigued by the title, when, what, and how, because these three questions actually create what I learned as a filmmaker back then in film school. They create what we call a frame. And this is, it was mentioned already a couple of times today, this is not so much as they define what is inside the frame. Let's say, what is artistic research? What do we have to do next? They do not define what is inside and what is outside of the picture, but they more challenge us constantly to reconsider, rethink what is included and what is excluded from this frame. There's this beautiful French term, hors champ. In English, I think it's the off. Yeah? So this is what is outside of the image, not visible in the image, but perfectly present in the image. And I think this is very, very interesting in the context of discussion, and might also resolve some of the misunderstandings earlier this afternoon. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I will use it to ramble around a little bit. Yeah? So this is not a consistent lecture or presentation. I like rambling because it means proceeding without a specific goal, without an immediate purpose, or a predefined direction. So we might end up wherever. So please interrupt me anytime. I hate this situation that I would talk now half an hour and then you are forced to ask some question, because otherwise it would be unpolite. So if you feel like you want to say something, please interrupt me immediately. So starting somewhere and seeing where one might end up. This is a sense of rambling, like walking in the countryside for pleasure. I think this is the original English understanding of it. Yeah. But what we are experiencing today, I would suggest to understand it as a kind of crisis of knowledge production. Crisis, again, it's interesting. It's not necessarily something bad. Crisis in Greek dramaturgy or Aristotelian theater, crisis is in the middle. It's the moment of decision. It's the moment when the contradiction has developed to an extent that a decision has to be made, which then kind of anticipates what is coming in the second part of the tragedy. So what is this kind of crisis that we are experiencing? And I think, I also have to confess, I really like the art of citing and quoting. I think this is a very precise understanding of the crisis that we are currently experiencing. It's a quote by Deleuze and Guattari from 1994, I think it's from What is Philosophy? It may be that believing in this world, in this life, becomes our most difficult task, or the task of a mode of existence still to be discovered on our plane of immanence today. So, this belief in this world, I think this is what we experience as one of the greatest needs of knowledge production. in a maybe wider sense. Sorry, now I got confused with my slides. Yeah, sorry. This belief in this world, there is a Latin neologism for this. So I can speak this in my kind of German Latin, yeah, which is hexetas. This is how we learned it in school. I think native English speakers would say heshiti. Hesiti. Yeah, okay, thank you, super. It basically is a neologism developed by in the tradition of the Church Latin and dogmatic philosophies of Thomas of Aquinas. It's a belief in this world which became particularly important, I think, in Baroque. It's a thisness or this worldness that originally pointed to the difference, and this is from a dialogue between Plato and Socrates. It originally described the difference between a man as a general category and this Socrates, this guy who is in the conversation with Plato. So, but later it turned from a kind of denominator of the kind of particular qualities of Socrates or a specific individual. Later it turned into a kind of counter concept of what another Latin neologism tries to explain. This is quidditas, the what is. Again, an Aristotelian concept, which I find increasingly interesting today. Yeah? That what is given, yeah? The situation in which we find ourselves as a situation that is fairly alienated from us. I mean, just imagine the kind of terrible prospects of climate disruptions, yeah? In which that what is given is actually preventing or preempting any condition of life and produces a kind of disbelief in this world. Yeah. There's another way of looking at this opposite of this worldness or thisness in terms of quidditas, the what is. There's another term for that what is given, which in Latin is data. So, and this would then also pave the way for an understanding of a kind of, how is it called now, metaverse, yeah? A kind of reality that is entirely ruled, governed by algorithms and data that are apparently unquestionable and unalterable. So, in this context, the question, indeed, I'm confused with my slides. Yeah. In this question, I think it is very important to look, not only to ask the question, what is the knowledge that we need in a multiple crisis situation? Yeah. Post-COVID crisis, in the middle of a climate crisis and climate disruptions, biodiversity crisis, Ukraine crisis. So the politicians invented the term multiple crisis situation, yeah, because there is not one crisis following the other in a kind of linear development. Yeah. There are multiple crises at the same time, which completely seems to over-challenge any capacity to act, at least on a political level. There's also the fatal results of a focus on only technological notions of innovation that we experience in our universities, but also in the wider research context. And again, their understanding of a kind of linear development or linear progression. And this both produces a kind of fragmentation of knowledges due to their ever specialized character and a respective lack of agency, communication, and ambition. So, who is producing this knowledge and how? I think it makes sense and this was a project, I started in Trondheim at NTNU something like 8 years ago. We called it Divisions, or an research, and it was an artistic research project, the first one in NTNU back then, looking into new divisions of creative labor under the contemporary regime of knowledge production. So what are these modes of knowledge production that we are encountering in the current academic and creative context in which we are operating, and what are the challenges that come with them? I think we have to look beyond the borders of institutions who claim the exclusive right to produce knowledge. To do research is nothing that, unlike art, anybody can claim to do and to perform. It's the privilege of institutions that are usually fortifying themselves and defending this privilege with tremendous efforts. So we have to look beyond the borders of these institutions, and we have to look into the kind of more ephemeral, temporary and informal constituencies of research, and especially artistic research. I think this is tremendously important at the moment. This allows us then to seize the possibility of artistic research by encouraging and supporting collaborations across actors, sectors, and disciplines. It's an ecosystem. I understand artistic research as an ecosystem of potentially new relationships between knowledges. And this is indeed here something that is a privilege of artists and artistic research, and we have to, I think we have to not just make use of this, but we also have to handle it with a maximum of responsibility. This is something that we can actually do. I mean, in a university context, beyond a university context, in collaborative research projects, EU projects, you name it. Artists are in a very, very peculiar role in order to generate, produce, and encourage people to work together who would otherwise not meet. For me, this is one of the greatest experiences in art. It happens in every museum in front of a traditional or conventional painting, but it also happens in universities and especially in research projects, bringing people together who otherwise would not meet. And I think this would allow us to develop an understanding of artistic research in this contemporary crisis that is overcoming extractivist notions of research. And I mean, trust me, I experience this almost on a daily basis. I mean, NTNU, my university, the largest and most important departments are basically about extracting resources from the mountains, from the sea, or nowadays, in terms of deep sea mining, so from the ground of the deep sea. So how can we overcome, and this produces a mindset in the same way as the mindset of colonialism has formatted the purpose of the university in the course of the 19th century. I mean, the invention of a concept like race. I mean, how fatal. So how can we overcome these kind of built-in or inherent concepts of extractive, exploitative, and also centralized forms of knowledge production, and replace this with new ways of exploring and knowing together. And this also goes, or has to go, way beyond just expressing myself. It also means looking at the question, which for me is the fundamental question that is at stake in research, but of course also in artistic research, maybe in different ways, maybe in a much, much more radical way. What does it actually mean to produce something new? We know from the Salzburg criteria, we know from the Frascati manual, that the goal of research is the production of new knowledge. And we know from all the discussions about the third mission of the universities, that the imperative to turn this knowledge into innovation, and to valorize this knowledge as innovative products is tremendously increasing these days. So what does it mean to create something new? We have developed over the last years, in the course of different research and artistic research projects, an approach that is all about combining and recombining different practices that generate a specific impact and produce peculiar forms of value that are specific for the capacities that we have when we operate in the fields of art and culture. We briefly sum them up as SIPatory process practices, because it's actually the combination, and you will never be able to make a clear distinction. They are overlapping, they are contradicting each other, and so on. But I think any relevant contribution to societal innovation has and will be always a kind of specific mix or composition or recomposition of participatory, anticipatory, and emancipatory practices. This allows us to grasp a little bit the question of what does it mean actually to create something new, or what is it that we as artists or artistic researchers can contribute to scientists. So this is not an academic, question. It is the question that I was constantly asked by the colleagues from science and technology in collaboration. So what is it that you produce as something that is supposed to be new, and how can it help us? So they're not discussing a lot how they can help us. The question is, what can we contribute to so-called serious or real research, as my colleagues sometimes call it. So we distinguish here these three layers: the participatory practices. I try to go through this fast now. Participatory practices, which is a first loop. It sets out to understand participation not as an act of individual volition. I mean, we have to understand that today we participate in almost everything at the same time, and in most of the cases we don't even know that we participate in something. I mean, this is the kind of brutal fantasies of the smart city, just to give you one example, but I think there are many other forms of, we have to overcome this 19th century idea of participating in art and culture means I decide tonight to go to the theater and I dress adequately. No? And I mean, I could also do a lot of other things, but it's a conscious decision that on Friday night I go to the theater or to the opera or to the art museum. So we see the shift in participatory practices from an act of individual volition to an act of claiming the grounds on which a claim is made. this is a much, much more substantial radical ambition. So it produces distinct and differentiated modes of, for example, contagiousness, of collocation, just being together in the same space, collaboration, sharing the same methods but for different kind of purposes, or cooperation, which is the kind of traditional ways of how hierarchies are working together. Anticipatory practices make this is a kind of second loop in this context, and it is referring to the very capacity of art to anticipate future strategies of valorization. So we are not necessarily producing work in order to satisfy the needs of markets as they exist right now. What matters and what has value in art, even market value in the most banal sense of who sells for how much money to which gallerist or on the secondary market, it always works in a sense of anticipating future strategies of valorization. You never make money with satisfying exactly the current and contemporary needs. So how can we make this capacity to anticipate a little bit more productive than raising the price tag? Yeah? So, and this goes through different modes of extrapolation, simulation, imagination, which is probably the most important in this context, but also preemption, preventing things from happening. And the triple loop, some of you, I heard Bateson a couple of times today, so the triple loop, and this is indeed referring to Bateson's theory of, and Bateson has 4 loops because there's a first layer, 0, which is just handing over information, there's no learning involved. The triple loop, I understand, or I suggest to understand as the loop in which emancipatory practices or the emancipatory character takes place. And it was really great, to hear especially the last presentation before, because it is really about shifting here from the kind of creative confidence that can be created in the first 2 loops enter the field or the moment, in which the production of artistic research really. I wouldn't say it's not about taking place, but where it really catches on and where it really develops impact and value. So this is about different modes of unlearning rather than learning. It's about distance rather than immersion. The distanciation and the reappropriation and transformation of the context in which we operate. This is a little bit abstract because we developed this as a kind of category, 3 different loops with kind of subcategories that would allow us maybe to rethink the categories under which or with which we evaluate, for example, artistic research or the categories that are used in order to make decisions who gets funding, who does not get funding. What it all has in common is a stance against the kind of traditional romanticist concept of the artist, which is characterized in the end by a certain collapse of any division of labor. No? I think this is really interesting or funny, that still today, and I think those of you who are teaching in art academies, I think know very well what we talk about there. I mean, it's this conception of a self of the artist, yeah, who is generating everything without any division of labor, everything by her or himself. Yeah, and this is such a fetish. Yeah, I mean, sure, lots of people. I need technicians for this, and I need somebody with who knows about computers for this and this. But the work is entirely done and produced and realized without any kind of division of systematic or conceptual division of labor. This sounded always totally strange for me because I was educated in a film school, yeah, where it's all about division of labor. I mean, different people doing different things and have to be quite good in it, but somehow work together. So I was kind of fascinated and also obsessed with this concept or the self-image of the artist. That pretends to reject any division of labor and even disguises them on the basis of the assumption that an integrity of the self of the artist and an identity with its own works and own products. Yeah? So it's this really, really naive idea of an identity of myself and my own. Yeah, which is one of the tragedy of capitalist individualism. Yeah. So this hyper-identity can only be claimed through the self-promotion, either as a genius or as a master, or most effectively today as a brand. Because most of the blue chip artists effectively have turned into brands that operate as an exception from the rule and outside of a general economy. And I think this is a kind of vicious circle that is very, very hard to break or to stop or to interfere with it on the level of, only on the level of education. And me personally, I experienced it, I mean, I experienced artistic research as a line of flight out of this self-reproducing loop of the artistic self. So, very, very briefly about the concept of division of labor, because it's actually very interesting. It was not Adam Smith, it was Petty who invented it or who created it, but Adam Smith is most famously referenced. The idea is that the cooperation between workers in the factory, by dividing different tasks between them, raises their productivity and increases the combined output. Yeah? I mean, the most drastic example is then Henry Ford's assembly line, and I mean, where the different steps of the work process are fragmented to an extent that you don't even need skills anymore. Yeah? So the idea that this increases productivity and increases the outcome is a myth that is not only lately becoming questioned or rediscussed. Yeah? It was already back then in the 19th century when Émile Durkheim rejected this utilitarian explanation of a division of labor as a gain in efficiency. And he introduces something that is very interesting. He rather suggests an increase of moral density between previously unrelated social units and the emergence of what he calls a new collective consciousness. And this I find extremely helpful and relevant for our situation today. Maybe we should understand artistic research, not as a kind of individual exercise, where you get a degree because of your performance in your PhD project. We should rather understand it as a kind of, based on a certain division of labor, of course. I mean, and based on specific skills, specific projects and their peculiarities and their own epistemologies and their own methodologies, everything very, very singular, but creating a kind of what Durkheim calls conscience collective, a collective consciousness. Yeah? So consciousness is not an individual function. Consciousness is a distributed function, and the institutions of art, I think one can generalize to a certain extent here, the institutions of art are very good examples for this. And here I think artistic research would be one of the most prominent instances where such a distributed function, oh, I forgot to click my slides, but anyway, just a few pictures. Artistic research would be one of the most prominent instances in which such a distributed function can become meaningful and productive. Yeah? So we need to understand our, let's say, in a university context, in the context of an art academy, to understand the PhD projects more like clusters, yeah? where people are working together, but without a kind of rigid division of labor, not like in an assembly line, yeah? But where, I mean, in digital effects industry, you have the model of the pipeline. Yeah? They are no longer doing things one after the other. It's no longer progressive development. Everything has to be there at the same time. Yeah? So how can we imagine a way of working in an artistic research program where a kind of collective consciousness appears as a distributed function? This has led me to a proposal of, 4 guiding principles. And they're based on a kind of transition from a linear way of thinking, acting, and producing, as it is represented by the assembly line, and its specific regime of technical and social division of labor, which really still formats our mindset, no? When we talk about production. To leave this and to develop a systematic approach that takes the singularity and complexity into consideration. And this does not only require what is today called circular economies, yeah? It might also require notions of circular aesthetics. Yeah? So how do we translate this kind of idea of loops or a certain circularity or capacity to regenerate itself, yeah? Which is so urgently in need in economy today? How do we translate or transpose this to the field of knowledge production and artistic research in peculiar? Because I think artistic research here again has capacities to anticipate future strategies of the valorization of knowledge production and research. This is based on four principles, 4 categories, 4 concepts. Yeah? Shared creativity. I think a circular approach to aesthetics replaces the inherited binary oppositions that are torturing us. Yeah? For example, producer, user, theory, practice, analog, digital, you name it. Yeah? To replace these binary oppositions with an understanding of shared creativity. Brian Eno, I'm normally not such a fan of Brian Eno, but I mean, he termed, I found it somewhere, yeah? He invented a term he called scenius, yeah? So it's the genius, but as a scenery, yeah? So it's an ecosystem composed by the needs and desires of a multiplicity of actors and agents. But most importantly, it includes diverse communities of scientists, researchers, technology developers who are also understood as creative. Yeah? Creativity is not our unique asset. Yeah? So I think this kind of co-agency and multiple collaborations, they are constitutive elements of an ecosystem approach towards artistic research, and they can highlight the contribution of the arts to future forms of value. This has to happen in distributed architectures. We come from, or we work in universities or academies that are unbelievably hierarchically structured and organized. There are reasons for this. Again, can be traced back into colonialism and the kind of apartheid system of faculties or knowledges. This centralized allocation of resources that is following conventional top-down processes cannot lead to sustainable distribution of assets. Yeah? So we have to rediscover and reassess decentralized models of ownership, cooperation, and distribution. And I think this paves the way for non-linear epistemologies of, for example, federated learning, collaborative production, and peer-to-peer distribution. They are tremendous. I mean, everybody was talking for some time about NFTs. Yeah, I think it's a ridiculous example. Yeah, absolutely neglectable. Yeah, but it shows the potential of if somebody would come up with a serious and truly interesting proposal how to use decentralized or distributed architectures in order to develop new kind of distribution systems, yeah, that conceptually might have already been developed in the 1960s and 70s, ironically by conceptual artists like Jonas Mekas and the Filmmakers Cooperative, just as one example. Yeah, but were not successful because of the certain shortage of resources and certain materiality of the 16 or 35 millimeter copy, but would perfectly work today. Yeah? So how can we revisit these experiments and look at decentralizing the production, dissemination of material and immaterial works? Yeah. The third concept is what we usually call collective intelligence, and this is really in radical opposition to what normally is called AI, so-called artificial intelligence, which always is presented or introduced as a kind of superhuman alien force. Yeah? So collective intelligence, and I think it was also mentioned today in your presentation a couple of times, yeah? I mean, the kind of co-agency between human and non-human actors, between human and machines, yeah? But also in biology and other living organisms. Yeah? So we have to think about assemblages of collective intelligence that encourage us to renew trust in the shared capacities of a multiplicity of agents, no matter whether they're human or non-human, to address problems creatively, but also scientifically and effectively. Yeah. This produces new connections between art, science, and technology that are radically different to the kind of connections in this kind of media art or digital art as we know it from the 1990s. Yeah? It's really about a collective intelligence that again requires most likely the skills and capacities and the ambitions of artists in order to make these connections, especially when it comes to unexpected connections. And the last point is, I mean, basically radically, I mean, it sounds like open innovation sounds like, okay, this is what the EU always writes in every other call, yeah? I think we really need a radically different understanding of innovation, and this does not only have to be based on the principles of open data and open source, yeah, which I think is incredibly important. It also implies a kind of, I mean, we usually call it decolonizing of innovation, yeah? Decolonizing the very idea of what it means to make something new, because all the metaphors, all the strategies, and all the methodologies are borrowed from the kind of logics of colonialism. It's all about conquering territory, blank spaces, spaces that are not blank at all, but they are kind of presented as blank and untouched, yeah, pushing the frontier, etc. So by decolonizing the very concept of innovation, we can rethink, unlearn, and reinvent what it means to create something new. Maybe I stop here. Or, I mean, I can go on for hours. It's up to you. But I think we reached a certain... nobody interrupted me. I also have some burnt forest. So, I mean, it was really... Sometimes I felt like in an echo chamber. Yeah.
Great, very inspiring, and we'll open the discussion, questions, if somebody wants to.
Hello, I wanted to ask, so the term artistic research is exclusively connected to PhD program?
Sorry, is it exclusively?
Connected to PhD program?
Not at all, no. This is what I said in the very beginning. No? I mean, we really have to break up this institutional borders. And I mean, this is one of the big, I mean, I think you mentioned it in your introduction. We are running this cost action, which is called European Forum for Advanced Practices. It's kind of funny, we try to replace the term artistic and practice-based research with advanced practices. I mean, a little bit in an ironic take on advanced sciences, yeah? Which I think is this totally crazy stuff. And there it is very much, but I mean, it is really difficult. Yeah? I mean, it's very easy and very nice to say, yeah, that we have to involve and include and engage non-institutional actors in this context. Yeah? But in the end, what characterizes artistic research is that you are, I mean, what also characterizes, one of the aspects of artistic research is that you are freed or liberated from the pressure to say yes to every exhibition offer, to every possible project, and so on and so forth, just in order to keep your currency and to be, I mean, somehow visible on the market, and so on and so forth. Yeah? So how can, I mean, we know kind of, yeah, how to produce this exemption or this space of consideration, reflection, research and knowledge production, how to produce this within institutions. It is a tremendously big challenge to translate, I mean, and here again, we have to be careful, yeah? Maybe better not to translate the experiences from the universities and the academic institutions into other real-life scenarios. Yeah? For example, I keep suggesting to the municipalities in Norway that a key performance indicator for the smartness of the city would be how many artists they employ as artistic researchers in the local municipality. They usually laugh, yeah, but it's not so absurd as it sounds. Yeah, I mean, who should organize the transition of municipalities of all these different sizes and with all these different problems and challenges? Yeah? Who should organize the transition of 100,000 cities in Europe in the next 20 years towards climate neutrality? This is a tremendous potential to employ artists and artistic researchers, and I have yes, and I really think it's a good idea. Yeah, but we have to we have to communicate. Yeah, what this should be about. Yeah, and what are the capacities and what is the added value. Of an artistic researcher rather than somebody who made a practice-based PhD in urban planning. And I think there is a tremendous difference, but we need to learn to describe it better, yeah? In order to convince people to create these job profiles. But I mean, this would be for me an example where artistic research, they could also work in clusters and in groups and collaborative spaces and so on and so forth. Yeah, but facing a real world challenge, yeah, and investing their skills and capacities in order to contribute to a mission. This is why I think the combination with mission-oriented research, for me, I mean, when I read the book by Mariana Mazzucato, who kind of shaped and influenced very much the current research program of the European Commission. I mean, I thought, oh my God, I mean, this is a window of opportunity now to really explain how artistic research and also artistic production can contribute to this. But it requires a lot of effort. And also, probably an orchestration of multiple different voices to argue for this. Yeah.
I have a question, or maybe a comment, or maybe a task. Thank you, super interesting. I'm thinking, you bring up so many interesting premises, actually, but if we start with this notion of the individuality that we actually produce here or there, or I actually graduated from Trondheim, so there's a little we here now. In the art academies, we have these social spaces, we have these discourses and dialogues, but then the higher we get from BA to MA to PhD, the more and more individual the whole thing gets. And then on kind of senior research level, my experience, at least, is that it's almost considered something private when you, as a professor, undertake a research project. You can have so and so many percentage of research time, and you can have external or internal or no funding, but still, the institutions are really built around education, and as researchers, we're almost threatening the education. And to me, this is something that seems quite unique to art, and that's something that gets worse with the PhD programs, and thereby worse with artistic research, because artistic research is so much defined by the doctorates and the development of the doctorates. And I would just like to invite you to help me think about this in relation to an enterprise such as CERN.
I mean, I think it's totally spot on. No? I mean, it's exactly this idea of linear development, yeah, linear progression. I mean, I suggested, I was 7 years head of department or head of the art academy. Yeah? At a certain moment, I suggested, look, this is totally absurd and stupid. We should turn it around. the bachelor students should have the individual students, studios, yeah? And then the higher you get, it becomes more and more collaborative in co-working spaces. Yeah? The students were outraged. They didn't like this at all. No? So, I mean, we are complicit, yeah, with a certain mindset that still provides us with the illusion that the further we develop, the more privileges, the more status, the more whatever we gain. Yeah? And how can we replace this with a kind of circular approach, yeah? Where every professor, every student, I mean, 3 times a month you have your individual space, and then you share with colleagues and so on and so forth. This would be much, much more productive, much, much more interesting. And I mean, indeed, I think in the corporate context, this is probably much more developed, yeah? Than in the university context, where every professor is fighting over every half a square meter. No? I mean, not in our disciplines, not in art, yeah, but I mean, this is the number of square meters is the only distinct feature that refers to the status in the other faculties, especially in engineering and the scientific faculties. No? I mean, it's so sad, and this is not sustainable. This will not last long. Yeah? I think in 5 or 10 years we will not recognize the universities anymore. They will have been transformed into some kind of hubs for entrepreneurship and whatever, yeah. But will have relatively little to do with what we still assume as a given and absolutely unalterable fact inherited from the 19th century. There will be a massive transformation in the next 10 years. CERN, Yeah, I mean, what I learned, I mean, okay, but it's maybe really, I was invited to join the rector on his official visit to CERN, yeah? So this was like a state visit. So, and I really enjoyed talking to the people from the intellectual property department, because they pointed to the fact that they're not interested in software licenses. They're interested in hardware licenses. And then I thought, oh, can we use this for art as well? Because art is not software, art is hardware. No, I mean, at least a kind of commercial. And all our discussion about copyright or open data, as you raised it earlier, is based on the idea that art would be software. This is nonsense. No, these are very, I mean, at least when they acquire some monetary value, then these are very, very hard-coded hardwares. Yeah? The whole, how's it called, technology transfer. This is an amazing department. They're doing, I mean, this kind of code sprints, yeah, with students from all over the world. And I mean, I think it's a fantastic example of, I mean, on one hand, as outdated as probably futuristic, yeah, at the same time, no? I mean, it's kind of, yeah, but I'm a big fan. I'm a little bit skeptical about this artist residences there, because, I mean, it looks for me like, I mean, they're inviting this famous artist in order to make a selfie in front of the particle accelerator. And of course, everybody wants to have this in the bio, yeah. But I'm not really sure whether in this context the potential of art and artistic research is even considered.
No, I agree on that. What I'm interested in is this CERN as an ecosystem. I mean, yeah. It is an echo chamber, sure, absolutely, which is what I said when I didn't have the microphone. But still, it has some characteristics that makes it an ecosystem for research, where it's not at all about the individual researchers, and it's not so much about innovation either somehow. It's really about finding something out together. And I've been thinking a lot about how we could, or if it would be possible to get to such a point of working together in artistic research. So it's, but yeah.
I think one cannot decree it. it's not going to happen because somebody says this is what needs to take place now. Yeah, it will emerge out of itself, and this is also, I think, the beauty of it.
Alice?
Yes, thank you very much for extremely inspiring lecture. I try to formulate myself quickly and precisely, but I don't know if I will manage. However, I think that when you talked about the fact that the sources of knowledge are not only focused on, or the sources of knowledge are not only in the academic institutions, because the knowledge is produced simply in the whole society. Actually, the same argument comes from the populistic political sphere and the disinformation arena, who tries to fragment the institutions and who talks against experts. Try in order actually to relativize or to make anything like a knowledge about, for instance, climate collapse relative, right? And my question is, when we, for instance, remind ourselves about Timothy Snyder, who says, let us protect our institutions, actually, there are like two different tensions or two different needs. We need to protect our institutions, however, they shouldn't be encapsulated in their own, let's say, neoliberal competition about who is having more peer-reviewed articles in journals that are not accessible by the normal public. So that's one tension for me, because I think that I have to actually protect the institution, but also transform it.
Exactly.
And also in the Czech context, we are also in the Czech context is relatively quite anti-intellectual in general. So intellectuals have to, they are in some kind of presumption of guilt. So it's not an elite per se. And this is also another context. And the third point is that when we follow, for instance, the history now of the, let's say, Swedish society, who was very much pushing the idea of participation, inclusion, social security, right, and so on and so forth. Then they reached some limit, and then the Swedish Democrats are now at the power, claiming that there is nothing like a climate change at all. And so it's also about the dynamics, the social dynamics. And my question is how to take these steps in order not to provoke a backlash that will be even more destructive than what we have right now. Thank you.
We will experience backlashes on so many different levels. I mean, I just, this morning I heard from kind of how the resistance on European level is organized against mission-oriented research and for comeback of excellence and pure research and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. There will be backlashes in different directions. Yeah. We have in Norway a similar situation. We have a minister for research who is against research explicitly. I mean, this is, and you have to somehow deal with it, no? I mean, he doesn't consider any specific value in research. Yeah? So I totally agree with you. We have to protect and save our institutions, because it is very, very important. It's something I learned. I mean, and really, I mean, it totally changed my life. No, I mean, learning to understand how important institutions are, yeah, and that they need to be protected, but you can only protect them by transforming them. This is the problem. And there's so much resistance against any change, especially in the university system, so that we run into terrible paradoxes. I think we also have to address it on a much, on a more principle and a broader level, no? I mean, this kind of binary opposition between urban and rural, yeah, which is one of the main leverages of the of right-wing populists or fascist propaganda at the moment. Yeah. We really have to think and develop ideas and projects how to do interesting things in the countryside. This is not an unknown challenge for artists. This has been there 100 or 120 years ago already. It's a line of flight out of the situation in the cities which doesn't allow for radical creativity or radical innovation anymore. And I think we are working with small villages in the south of Spain who use their alliances and collaborations with contemporary artists since now more than 30 years in order to fight successfully against depopulation and to provide jobs. They created a whole museum. The entire artistic production is produced in the local village, and all the artworks, most importantly, are owned by the local community. So the artists are not coming, doing something and then disappearing and sell their work somewhere else. They leave the artwork in the village, but they get a decent, fair fee for working with the local population. So there are so many interesting models that I think effectively undo this kind of urban, rural elites versus excluded discourse. But I mean, it's only one example. Probably we need to develop here a whole wide range of different other examples, and I mean, to come back to the very beginning of your question, it's a paradox, yes, but I think it is necessary. It is in order to communicate that research matters. We have to involve people into research who are not in universities. I mean, all sorts of kind of participatory action research, citizen science. Also, innovation usually happens at places where it's least expected. Innovation usually does not. There are statistics that the most interesting innovation and the most relevant innovation, also in monetary terms, is not happening in universities, and so on and so forth. But I mean, this is a paradox and a tremendous challenge.
I want to ask, what do you think about the term knowledge production itself? Because the word product is very present there, and maybe understanding is more important than knowledge. So.
Yes, I mean, I use it half ironically. I mean, it's directly taken from Dachau, this kind of totally nuts guy. I don't think it matters. I don't think it's a good term in order to describe what Dachau wanted to describe. I mean, a kind of general shift in the general economy, but they use it usually in order to remind the universities that they are actually factories of knowledge production. So it's half ironic.
What I find missing from your talk are any examples. You haven't given any examples of the kind of relationship that could be established between art as research and the outside of art as research. And when I hear you appeal to addressing real-world problems, then I shudder, because for me that is the prescription for art departments becoming part of entrepreneurial hubs in 10 years' time. There are a couple of institutions, the Jan van Eyck Academy in Maastricht, the APAS Institute of Art Research in Brussels, which have recently been subject to this kind of injunction to have added value, otherwise they will disappear. These institutions are called post-academic institutions, and they're institutions of art research. And they are biting the dust because they've been asked to address real-world problems. And now that idea of art as research, which does not necessarily have to be instrumentalized aimed at something, directed towards an imperative coming from the outside, they are now going to die, those institutions. And the kind of language I think you're pitching this in, without examples, just fits into this I think, worrying trend that if art is to be funded, it's going to have to address these so-called real-world problems. Funnily enough, the only example you do give is an example of philosophy. You give a quote. You said you love the art of the quote. You then talk about extractivism. You're treating philosophy as a natural resource from which you can just extract your quotes. But really, philosophy can begin to question the kinds of language that you're putting to use in sort of, you're calling it a moment of opportunity for art, but unless you give some examples of how art has benefited from these kinds of relationships, for me it goes the other way and just becomes part of this kind of entrepreneurial.
I don't see why the absence of examples paves the way for entrepreneurialism. I mean, there's one very simple point. I mean, we have to create these examples. They don't exist yet. This is what I mean when I talk about future strategies of valorization. Yeah, this is one thing. The other thing is, I'm absolutely, this is rightly spotted, I'm absolutely not afraid of using the term entrepreneurship. I think this is what artists have been doing since 500 years, and I really can't stand this hypocrisy as if artists would be the ones who are just producing for a value in itself, and it's all for the good of humanity, and please don't stay, no money, no entrepreneurship, nothing involved. All these successful artists I know, and this is quite a lot, are really good entrepreneurs who are very well in branding themselves and so on and so forth. Yeah? So on the contrary, when I use the term entrepreneurship, I use it in the original French sense of the word. This means to undertake something, or to do something that happens in between different parties. And this, I think, is nothing that is despisable or bad as such. Yeah? I think when we should indeed reappropriate the term entrepreneurship. Tony Hart and Michael Hart and Tony Negri have suggested this in Commonwealth as entrepreneurship of the multitude. Also not giving many examples, yeah. But it's a proposal to take over and reappropriate this notion of neoliberal entrepreneurship. And of course I understand that, I mean, the way how this was introduced by the Social Democrats in the 1990s in the UK has had apparently terrible consequences, but this cannot be the reason why we are not allowed to talk about impact, value, and entrepreneurship, ignoring the entire reality. And the reality is that only a very fraction of the students that we are educating ever gets a job, let alone a job in which the skills and the qualifications that they have been acquiring. And I think these are extraordinary qualifications, no matter how successful they are on the art market. Where these skills and qualifications are appreciated, where they can live a dignified life, where they can live from the work and the education that they have acquired. If you call this entrepreneurship, fine. For me, entrepreneurship for artists, who anyway are entrepreneurs since the Renaissance times, for me, artistic entrepreneurship would be the challenge to find and develop ways of working together. So it's a cooperative notion of entrepreneurship. There are very, very interesting experiments and movements. Here an example, the kind of zebras, yeah, that are position themselves against the unicorns. Yeah? So there are shifts taking place, yeah, that can no longer be grasped by the kind of ideological terms of the 80s and 90s, or they need to be re-ideologized in a sense that we acquire them. Yeah. Maybe I leave it by this. Yeah. But let's discuss this further.
We're going to have a last question, short one. Vanessa, yes? And then we'll make a break, yes? Okay.
Florian, thank you for your for sharing your reflection and propositions. My questions, I think, reflects a lot of the concerns here, which are being dealt by the Vienna Convention. I was just curious if you could share your thoughts, if any, on this, on what this means for artistic research. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The Vienna Convention.
The Vienna Declaration.
Declaration,
I mean, so
yeah.
this is basically, it's. I mean, this is a very specific challenge here. Yeah, it's basically an alliance of 5 or 6 networks of network organizations of higher education institutes in the arts. Yeah, I mean the Alliance of the Music Schools, the Alliance of the Art Academies, etc., etc. Appealing to the OECD, which is describes itself as a club of rich countries, but not only. To change their manual in which they classify and categorize different forms of research. Artistic research was 2015 included in this manual, or in an updated version of this manual, which opens up a lot of possibilities in countries where these manuals and these kind of standardizations are essentially necessary in order to, for example, open a PhD program in artistic research. So the Vienna Declaration asks for, first of all, I mean, the terminology is terrible, full of misunderstandings and a very naive division of labor between the different arts. It also asks to establish artistic research as a 7th category on the same level as the humanities. Yeah. It's basically stepping out of the regimes of arts and humanities, which is a very US-American concept that doesn't meet the realities of many countries, but it's a highly bureaucratic procedure. But in this context, there is now a consensus among all these organizations that have signed this declaration. It is claimed that artistic research is producing new knowledge. And this was, let's say, 10 years ago, not an uncontroversial issue.
Thank you, Florian. Great. We will make a little break now to refresh. We have more freshly made tea and more snacks. And then we will continue. There's a little change in the program. We will continue with the panel discussion. And then we'll have later the performance of Tomáš Vaněk after the discussion. There will be some drinks. And then the performance of Tomáš Vaněk. So, yeah, a break, and we'll prepare the discussion. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. So inspiring. začneme teraz, takže tam jsme. Jdeme na to. Super. Ještě donesí hodně vodu pak. Vítku. È tutto qui Santuno Chelari. Noi, So we will slowly start the discussion. The discussion is entitled Where to Next? The Future of Artistic Research Agenda. I think many things on the future of artistic research agenda were already addressed, but now we're going to expound on that even more. And panelists I will introduce them briefly, all of them. Maybe I should start with Maria. Maria Topolčanská, for those who don't know her yet, she's an architect, educator, and she's director of the Academy of Fine Arts. And she's a member of the ILIA, Artistic Research Working Group, and she also supervises PhDs in theory and history of art here at the Academy. Then we have Vít Havránek, who is a curator, educator, and art historian, and he's the vice rector for international relations and the board member of ELIA, the European League of Institutes of the Arts. He will be the moderator of the discussion today. Then we have Ellen, whom you already saw, Ellen Röd. Did I say it correctly? I need to. I will just, for those who were not here, Ellen is a visual artist and an educator, vice rector for research, and professor of film and media at Stockholm University of the Arts. Alice Koubová. She's a philosopher and senior researcher at the Institute of Philosophy, Czech Academy of Sciences, and associate professor and vice dean for research at the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. Magda Stanová. Magda is an artist interested in analysis of creative processes and perception of art, theory of photography, as well as urban development and cartography, especially from the point of view of a pedestrian. Her research-based practice results in artistic forms like visual essays and lecture-like events, and she teaches artistic thinking in research here at the Academy of Fine Arts. Florian Schneider, who just finished his presentation earlier. I will just say that you are a professor for art and theory and documentary practices at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and also the president of the Society for Artistic Research. And Andrea Pruchova-Hruzová, I had you all in a different order. Yeah, a cultural theorist, assistant professor at the Department of Sociology at the Charles University, a researcher at the Institute for Contemporary History of CAS, the founder, head of the Platform for the Study of Visual Culture, Fresh Eye, and the editor of the journal Media Studies, among other things. So thank you for being here, Vitek.
Thank you, Aneta. Dear colleagues in public, dear colleagues around the table, we discussed before, maybe it would be nice also you can feel free to walk. Actually, I would like to propose if you want to move a little bit, because we have been sitting all the afternoon and we are fresh, but still I think it could also go that we can include some physical exercises in our debate, which will last an hour or so, or maybe a little bit more. So feel free to do whatever. So I'm very happy that I have such a smart and educated people around the table that would talk about the future of artistic research. And the first question is a very simple one. It is, what do you see as the two, or maybe one or two key challenges that artistic research will face in the near and distant future? So I would just give the microphone to whom? One or two future challenges that artistic research will face in the future. So, Andrea.
Good evening, everyone, and also thank you for having me. Good evening, colleagues. So when I was thinking, because we'd received already from Vitek, we'd received a series of questions. So what was my first two ideas, and maybe we will share of them, maybe you will have a different ones. I don't know if the future, if these my ideas relate to the near or to the far distant future, but definitely the first thing that came to my mind was artometry, the way how we measure, how we evaluate the art, and the outputs, outcomes, results of artistic research. So the way how we integrate them into the infrastructure of evaluation, which relates also to the way how the students are then formed to think about the outcomes of the artistic research practice. So I think that artometry is the one big notion that we have to deal with when we are considering artistic research. And immediately the second thing that came up to my mind was institutionalization of the field itself. That now we are meeting colleagues from different regions talking about artistic practices as a research, artistic research, research through art, etc. And we are now having journals in which we try to establish a new canon of artistic research. Then we have conferences. Then we have here some, let's say, case studies or very well-used examples of authors who think on artistic research theoretically, those who does it in terms of like more related to the practice. So actually this institutionalization, when it comes to creating a kind of a subfield and thinking how much it can be open, how much it will get professionalized, how much it will develop some kind of a canon that then will be followed by others or disrupted by others. So artometry and institutionalization.
And maybe could you tell us about artometry? How do we actually evaluate now? And what will be your future kind of view on that? Like, do we evaluate properly, or in which kind of challenge we are facing through the evaluation? As you put it, like artometry, well, in the future it will be a challenge. In which sense? In a good sense, bad sense? Are we afraid of this evaluation, or shall it be improved, or is it, in which stage this evaluation goes?
I think it's artometry is at least from my point of view, it's a part of a larger or bigger question of what kind of knowledge we accept in our institutions. What do we understand that, what are the formats of knowledge production, if I can use the term again. That actually we often talk about double doctorate, for example, when there is this written part, today Ellen was talking about it, and is actually what we consider to be that outcome that is assessed, that is seen as presentable, because, you know, in the field of artistic research, usually there is an interdisciplinary kind of context. And then I come from the context of social sciences, and at that moment you have here the people who are anthropologists, sociologists, and artists having a different practice, art theorists. They meet together and then, you know, each of those disciplines relate to different discourse or different language, different rhetoric, different experience, different sources of knowledge production, understanding through which the knowledge can be articulated. And then often we end up by actually dealing with the texts only as something that can be evaluated, that this is actually what Ellen was talking, this is the critical reflection, and then sociologists and anthropologists, which usually I deal with in my own practice as an educator, they feel like, oh, we are so interested in it, but we don't know actually how to talk about it, how to evaluate. Do we have enough of authority to talk about? So if we talk about artistic research, then it's always in the interdisciplinary context. And then for me, this artometry is also like the question of who evaluates it. If we want to have this interdisciplinary multilogue, so then actually we are now facing these barriers which are inscribed within these disciplines, which should communicate together, but actually they always relate to specific forms in which the knowledge is presented or the research is presented.
Thank you. Ellen, you wanted to add something?
Thank you. I have to admit I've never heard that expression before, artometry. We need to talk about where that comes from and what it means, because to me it's completely new. But I understand from what you say what it means, and I completely agree with your skepticism towards it. But I think it's really important to. I would like to reiterate what I said earlier today about trust. That we need to really trust art, and we need to strengthen how art can be trusted. And I think what Florian was talking about, the Vienna Declaration, in all its horror, what it does, like instrumentally, is to tell people from other fields why art is research. And there's been a lot of criticism towards that document for not, having an art language. But what it actually does is to say, yes, art is this, art does that, art does all of the things that is required to be researched and to develop knowledge. And what we now need to learn is to trust that and really insist on how it can be trusted, how an artwork can be trusted to communicate the results of a research project. And this is up to us. We really have to do it every day and to take that responsibility incredibly serious every day at our jobs and never let go. And I've experienced seminars where people have been saying, oh, but you can't refer to a theater performance in a thesis because it's ephemeral. So again, here we have to do this job. And I think also with this now, for example, this new open research convention that comes from EU, it has to be implemented within a year, I think, in all universities in Europe. We have to do the same thing as with the Vienna Declaration. We have to say, yes, artistic research is open, it is shared. And it was interesting, last week in a panel in Helsinki, there was a philosopher who works with open research who says, actually, in the field of art, you've come really far, because open research is really about being able to transgress your own subject area. And you, in artistic research, you're already doing that. And it also means to engage with the rest of society and not just stay inside the echo chamber of the subject. And you, in art, are already doing that. So to really do this, as Florian is also doing now, this kind of positivistic affirming. It's a sorry, Florian, but it's about affirmation, I think.
Yes, please, Florian, if you can also come from artometry back to the challenges, if you can.
No, but just positivistic, not, no, but I agree. And I think it's interesting. I mean, we have to understand ourselves here not as the kind of latecomers, yeah, who also now want to get some breadcrumbs that are falling off the table. Yeah, we have to understand, and I think I can confirm this with a myriad of examples of working with my colleagues from science and technology. Because, I mean, when we introduced the PhD program in 2017. We were rewriting the entire PhD guidelines for university with 40,000 students and 12,000 employees, because there's only one guideline, but more than 50 different PhD programs. Yeah? In other institutions, you have the opposite situation. Yeah? But it showed, or we became aware, that actually the problems that we are encountering with measuring or assessing quality and so on and so forth, and I wouldn't even call them problems. I mean, I don't say challenges now, but I mean, they're really interesting conundrums. Yeah? This is absolutely typical and will become a common condition for any cross-disciplinary collaborative research endeavor. And I have my doubts that there, I mean, universities are at the moment discussing introducing major-minor systems, yeah, which is, I mean, where students can study engineering and then as a minor urban planning or some aspect of architecture, yeah, which produces exactly this kind of portfolio of qualifications that is so much requested, apparently, yeah, and they will encounter exactly the same problem, that standardization of knowledge, which is necessary in order to produce these kind of metrics, yeah, is only possible within an ever narrower discipline. It already doesn't work in architecture anymore because there's so many different forms of doing architecture, yeah, so that you cannot compare this anymore. So measurement based on standards that are becoming smaller and smaller and smaller will not lead to any fruitful result if we introduce this, if we just translate this. And this was exactly my experience. I was working 5 years in Jan van Eyck, and we refused any form of measurement. And then the result was that they sent some agency that is usually evaluating hospitals, and they were counting how many students go to the library. Yeah? And on that basis, they're allocating budgets then. Yeah? But this was even before the big cut in 2012. So if we want to avoid a situation that people who have not the slightest clue about the peculiarities of artistic research and production start to evaluate our outcomes according to totally bizarre criteria and measurements and standards, yeah, we have to come up indeed with alternative models and alternative proposals how to register quality. Yeah, I mean, quality is nothing that you can measure. I think quality is something that you can register to a certain extent, because what makes quality so qualitative is exactly the unmeasurable part, is exactly the unexpected, the unforeseeable, and the uncalculable. Yeah? And this is also what everybody in innovation or in the industries or in entrepreneurship would be after. Yeah? Exactly that you cannot calculate, that what cannot be anticipated by an algorithm. Yeah? So it is indeed a challenge where we are at the forefront or anticipating discussions that will have major or tremendous consequences in the rest of the academic system and in society as a whole. Yeah.
So, Alice, please.
I might go a little bit down to earth and speak as a representative of one artistic school in Czech Republic, and I will try to say what I think is the challenge in the Czech Republic context. And I think that what we need really is action, and it's action from the leaderships of artistic schools, because artistic research must be practiced not only as an idea and curriculum, but also as a practice of those who should support and introduce artistic practice into our lives, into the lives of the artistic schools. So first of all, we should start to collaborate, and we should start to make these gestures. Thank you so much for organizing this event, for inviting people from other artistic institutions, and I would love to express right now my willingness to overtake this idea and to go on, because this is how artistic research is, according to me, being politically enabled. This is one thing. And the second thing is that it should be overtaken by a sufficiently big amount of supervisors and other persons in the leadership of artistic institutions, because what I very often face is that students are totally happy about the idea of artistic research. They have a big knowledge, they have a big hunger, but where is the resistance is from the level of supervisors, actually. And supervisors say very often two things. We have done it for ages. We have 4 decades. This is nothing new. We actually do artistic research and we don't need to implement anything else. And then the second is, this is something totally new, which comes from abroad, and we actually don't need it. So it's somewhere between we have already done it or we have never done it and we don't need it. But actually this area in between, let's look at it closer. Let's try artistic research case studies. Let's do it like step by step. Let's actually a little bit like leave our standardized master-based knowledge or fragmented departments, know-how based art. This is, according to me, a very, very important challenge.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Magda, you as practical researcher, but also as supervisor, would you like to add something to that, to this dichotomy of knowing it very well, doing it since ages, and something that is completely new for you? So how do you feel in this role?
So for me personally, the term artistic research became handy for me for what I was doing anyway before. So thanks to this term, I could be not somewhere like some difficulty of explaining it disappeared thanks to this term. But on the institutional level, like in our academy, I am a bit worried that these evaluation criteria that are mostly like taken from humanities, and there is this like some text part or requirements. I worry that it's being imported so much that it's becoming not interesting for artists to apply for such a program. So I would like to find ways how to change it in a way that it is something, a platform that is really interesting for artists to work within.
Thank you. And Maria, how do you see the challenges as practitioner and also as rector?
So I will move, as you asked us for. This thing today is much about the answer for me for your question about the challenges of artistic research and institutions. Like it's not only accessibility in terms of physical one, but like how you recognize forms and subjects over there without smell, or you really have to check through another image of something that is at your close proximity, but you have to check it through some distance image. So I think the biggest challenge for me as a educator, as a researcher, as architect at a school, which helped me to now practice a role of rector, which I don't disconnect. I strongly believe, let's say, my engagement in debates with the former rector Tomáš Vaněk, who will now speak and who is the head of the program, or with my PhD researchers I supervise, with Lucie Doleželová, with whom I teach now artistic research in a master level course of theory of architecture, and she's a graduate of this school in arts, and she helps me to teach theory in architecture. So all these things all together, I think, help me to observe better the school, the institution, to run it kind of anew. But I think without looking at some distant image, which for me was very much the bunch of people around artistic research working group with Ellen included, that like looking at the image of other schools, be it DAMU here in Prague or here, I think the biggest challenge for me would be if we lose the idea of doing it together, like rethinking it together, and instead we would accept just competing between our schools, who better describes or regulates or controls artistic research, instead of kind of put all these things together and kind of dissolve our definitions in one common one. And that all the other people who are, let's say, sitting here, or artists who are now studying or doing artistic research now or doing supervision, could kind of discover that you can make practice-based research of an institution in whatever role you are at right now. You don't have to become a rector to research it practice-based from whatever actual role you have now. So for me, this would be just don't let the system need that it requires just competing, and just kind of let's merge into a kind of distant image, which can be like this one, which I really like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So second question stands as we are talking about the future, right? But still, it's good to a little bit look at our current actual situation, and we had all the afternoon of discussions. But if I would really simplify, made a brutal simplification, I would say that today there are two kind of lines or two polarities in the debate about artistic research. One could be characterized as artistic research based on theory, on theoretical thinking, coming from a certain theoretical position, and the second could be coming from practice, actually, in art. And of course, there are syncretic standpoints saying, yeah, you do both in the same time, you try to combine. But while we're talking about the future, do you see some kind of way how to overcome this duality, this binarity? And could you be concrete, maybe some examples of curricula or artistic works or artistic research that you supervise that could show us this future way how to get rid of this binarity of practice and theory, so to say?
I'm quite happy to start because as you've heard also this morning, I'm trained in a visual art context. I come from an art academy where the artist, researcher, student, PhD student is autonomous almost in terms of question regarding authorship, ownership, and control. So the outcome of the research, be it through theory or whatever kind of practice, belongs to the artist, and they can defend it, and then they exit, and then they have a portfolio, and they can go on with careers in the world. And from this perspective, I think there should be absolutely no distinction between art and theory. Some artistic practices are loaded with theoretical work, and some are not. And it also, of course, is a question of what do we mean by theory. But really, I think to distinguish theory and artistic research would be absolutely ridiculous. To distinguish artistic practice and theory would be equally ridiculous. And just to be concrete then, if we then move from that situation into the collective art forms, the film school, Florian mentioned it before, where practice is collective, we do it together, then suddenly you are a film editor, you're doing an artistic research PhD, or you are a sound designer for film, and you are doing an artistic research PhD, and actually in order to be part of a community of practice, which you need in order to do your research, you lose control over the production. So coming back to this notion of distribution of labor, you have to actually find a way of doing practical research with a material that is collective, and you're the only one getting a PhD. And then I think the theoretical aspect of it, which I then doesn't have to be like philosophical or written, but it's about taking a step away from the process of making the artwork and to kind of discuss it in a different form. And then suddenly you have the ownership. There you are the author, you are the owner, you are the researcher, although what you are researching through is a part of a bigger artistic production. Does that make sense? And was it concrete enough?
Sure. I think it also shows us distinction of different art, so to say, specializations, like collective, like film or music that you mentioned, and for example, visual arts that are really more focused on individual and subjective kind of endeavor in a way. So, would you?
I think it refers in a very interesting way directly to the challenge of open science and open data that you raised earlier, because I don't think it makes any sense. I mean, this kind of German or Hamburg model now with 51% theory and 49% practice. Yeah, I mean, it's really absurd. Yeah, I think we should replace theory because it leads to many misunderstandings, resentments, and projections. In our context, we have the possibility to call it critical reflection or self-critical reflection, but basically the goal is to document the process, to document the research process, and to enable others to participate and to benefit from the knowledge that has been produced, which is not the same as the value of the artwork. You cannot reduce it to the value of the artwork. The production of the artwork, in this sense, I think artistic research is a kind of open source approach towards the kind of binary product that is theoretically sold on the market. Yeah? So you open up the engine and you can look and you can say, oh, this is how they made it. Oh, no, they've made another solution here and there. And then you can discuss it with your peers. It becomes something that is open, transparent, and negotiable. I see the problem that you cannot make everything completely transparent, especially when it comes to artistic practice. But again, I don't think that this is exclusive privilege of the artist. This is the same with any engineer. No, I mean there are things in the process that require a safe space or a certain kind of opacity. But to understand this process of documentation and self-critical reflection as basically the moment of generosity where you share with your peers and with your community the knowledge that has been produced. I think this would be a way more productive way to approach this than just calling everything that is written theory.
Well, I would like to start with proclamation that the division between theory and practice is a problematic division also in the realm of science. As such, there are so many approaches in ethnology, sociology, psychology, history that simply cannot live with that division. So even for me, this duality is simply outdated, and what can artistic research do maybe is only to constantly complicate or to subvert actually even the very idea of division of theory and practice. We can also I very much agree that the word theory creates so many resistance without actually but it's much more innocent than we believe, because only the word logos, originally logos was the way how to emancipate ourselves from the myths, from the unjustice, from the violence, from power games, from the materiality from the chaotic materiality. So it was the logos that helped us, so to say, to withdraw from some kind of habituality and conservative tradition, right? And every language is an abstraction from. And we use language in order to understand ourselves. So I think that, and language is material, and so on and so forth. So I would say that the place of artistic research is rather in something I am very much in resonance with, and this is the so-called resilient thinking, or maybe design thinking, in terms of doing two steps in order to understand what I have actually thought before, and transforming my future steps through this self-reflective dynamic practice that includes this reflection in the dynamic process of practicing art. And this is how to distinguish art from artistic research for me, and it also includes the future studies, the imagination as a critical tool, and establishing of new theories.
If I can kind of continue in the stream of thoughts, maybe taking a little bit to the realm of social sciences, then actually, like for me, why it's also kind of outdated to talk about this distinction between a theory and a practice is that if you do both, actually there is some kind of method. There is some movement. This is something that Alice, at least as so far as I understood it, was talking about, and I very much like the term ways of doing. That actually, instead of ways of thinking, even though I'm working on a theoretical experimental research, then I'm doing. Actually, through my thinking, I'm doing. I'm exercising some method that can be experimental, but actually I'm testing it all the time. I'm self-reflexive. And so I think that what
nowadays what kind of overcomes this binarity between theory and a practice is the method. I have a method and maybe I have more of them, I test them, but I'm aware of my steps. I have to move forward and then to critically reflect, and that's why I very much like if you were asking for specific examples. For example, PhD program in Academy of Vilnius, which is partially run by Marquard Smith, and this publication that is called Researcher, Practitioner, Curator, as actually the moment when I'm even like trying to position myself as a researcher, being an art researcher or being an anthropologist, sociologist, or ethnographer, like the way how I can communicate my work, to whom, in which context do I experience myself and my work, to whom, what are the sources, which other knowledges are there that talk about my topic. And this is constant like refocusing, like positioning myself, all the time controlling and testing my relationality to others, being it like a human or non-human actors. So this is like, for me, the method is the key here, and the ways of doing is the practice, self-reflexive ways of doing.
And this, I can just put in one more maybe argument for leaving this binarity theory or practice also by, as an architect, questioning the site of a usual site of theory in the school like this one, or usual site of practice, which is a studio, like art studio, and then a site of theory, a kind of a seminar room, or and that, which is fantastic to also break it in our daily routines or academic year routines or accreditation years routines, which I think this school is fantastic in the fact that already in this current pedagogy practice and academic practice, we break this. So the studio definitely is also a side of theory. And the seminar room, let's say, that's why, let's say some of us teach theory-based courses with artists, architects, and do kind of theory studios in the seminar room. So let's also see it situated within the architecture of the institution, and it's already happening. So let's also observe that it's already there and save it to support these structures of doing both at the different sites, not only studio and seminar room.
So you asked about like some steps to overcome this, and I've said that I cannot. For me, like these terms, theory and practice are artificial. Like it seems to me like they are forced on something, and it's not the nature of it. Because I'm thinking while I'm doing, while I'm looking, and the thinking itself, it doesn't mean that I'm thinking in words, because this can also happen in some other level. So maybe some step would be to just stop using this practical part and theoretical part in the program description, just like get rid of these words, and then we don't have this problem, I think.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy with your answers, because then you will get, because actually it is a question that appears systematically, actually, at practical level, this old distinction between theory and practice. So it's always good to have good answers and to be like active in this sense, because with the students we have very often these discussions about kind of balance or kind of this relation that should not be there, but actually that is systematically brought again. So, sorry, would you like to add something?
Can I just say a short comment to that, because I think it's really important, and if you have such a distinction, to get rid of it, and just we say artistic result and documentation, and it helps.
Okay, so next question is a bit more futuristic, and it's about potential future art research institute. If you were given the opportunity to set up such a thing, you know, how would you actually proceed? What, how, whom it would involve? What would be an ideal, utopical, maybe art research institute?
If I may just say, it's a dream, and I talk it often with my partner in the kitchen, who's also a teacher at somewhere else. I wish we institute, like I like the verb to institute, which is not often used. It's more like a noun, institution, but we are instituting today also, I think, something. I'd love the idea of just having an institute, Český ústav, like really it's important also to hear the Czech way. Ústav at the institute, which is also connected with the Academies of Sciences, which was my 11 years, my academic background there, and I wanted to leave very soon then. Just Ústav AVU, just Institute of AVU, without saying it's the Institute of Artistic Research, and it would be for whom? For everybody, so for all. So what would that mean if we just have Ústav AVU, Institute of AVU, without excluding somebody in the roles of the school, be it administrative, academic, research people, and forcing it to be an Institute of Artistic Research. But this is a really sci-fi you wanted.
I would exclude somebody from such an institute. No, well, if I have to really dream about an artistic institute, artistic research institute, I would love to invite people who are actually who really feel that they need others, which means that they are not filled with some kind of self-sufficiency feeling or self-importance, because I think that again the practice, the way how the artistic research is practiced as a collaborative work is something that also prepares the possible outcomes, because it cannot be done only by people who feel that they are self-sufficient and and the most important ones. And then I would maybe create something like teams, like thematic groups that could be circularly changed, so that it's not without any orientation, and there would be places, there would be, yes, possibilities to invite people for temporary collaboration on the theme without, without the expectation that now we will make a group that will work here now forever for 20 years without any change. And I also can imagine some kind of division of responsibilities, that because when people really have to experience themselves, now it's my responsibility to lead the group, they also are working in another way as the followers when they are leaders for a while. So I would maybe facilitate also this way of cooperation. That's it.
I can try. I think one of the first thing I would do is to find a way to get rid of the student-researcher dichotomy, which is certainly not productive at all. And so by doing that, I would probably also tear down the walls of the educational institution, because it wouldn't be a question of education anymore. It would be just a question of art making. And then I think once we're rid of this hierarchy between student and teacher and researcher, then we can actually start making things together, or exploring things together, or the whole question makes me think of Edith Rogoff's statement that today, in this situation of multi crisis, we are all becoming researchers, because the only way we can actually exist in the world today is through research. So research is no longer an academic or institutional activity, it's a way of managing to exist in the world. And I think it's a beautiful thought. So, there.
If I can follow up on that, so you were also mentioning Michaelo, and actually he's referring in his writing on artistic research, specifically on artistic syndrome, which kind of highlights or makes visible the medium itself that you were actually today talking about in your presentation. He's referring in his writing to Isabella Stengers and this common cause and these new ecologies of doing and new ecologies of action, which I think is something that you, or as well as Anne, or we are referring here to some kind of collaborative platforms. And this common cause is actually making or enabling me to participate in all your art institutes, that I would love us, sociologists, ethnographers, and anthropologists to be there because we share the common cause. And we've invented some methods that we nowadays heavily criticize. And we try to make them more transparent and more participative and definitely more emancipatory, and the way how we used to talk in social sciences about objectivity, those are old dark times, I think. So I think that through this idea of common cause and new ecologies of acting, I think that this is the moment when we can actually see and recognize ourselves as situated on the same field, because we share this common cause and we have our expertises, but also we have just individual practices which are of the same importance as our expertise. We have tried to solve something already, and maybe we failed as individuals and maybe also as professionals, but this is what we have to share, these stories of how to succeed and how to fail and how to experiment differently. So common cause is actually a way how to get also to this kind of platforms of collaboration. So it just made me thought of it.
I'm totally convinced that such a process of institutionalization should happen where it's least expected, or will happen where it's least expected. Yeah? So, because I see one big danger or threat, no? That in the moment when, these programs, and most of them are PhD programs, yeah, we have this fantasy, we want to set up or start an artistic research center, but this basically requires external funding, no? You will not get this paid from the university or from the ministry, yeah? So this is another extremely difficult barrier, no? It's much easier for even the social sciences or the humanities, let alone the engineers, to attract this kind of funding from third parties. The danger that I see is self-complacency. And this is a kind of, somehow inherent to the kind of, everything that we consider as extremely positive values or criteria, the flexibility, the singularity, and the multiplicity of approaches, and you name it, yeah. But there is a certain danger that, if you deregulate all standards, no? And that there is a kind of anything goes that is camouflaged with a level of self-complacency that is absolutely counterproductive and would turn the whole thing into an absolute nightmare scenario. So what can we do? in order to avoid this. And here I think never ever defining what artistic research is a good starting point. Yeah? I mean, constantly forcing ourselves and the researchers and the PhDs and the professors and also the administration to constantly question what we are doing in order to avoid any form of comfort zone in this context. The other thing that, I mean, I forgot I wanted to say this to the very first question, maybe I can still add it here, because for me the ultimate challenge is creating perspectives and opportunities for all the graduates from these programs and all the temporary researchers that are hired on project basis and so on and so forth. Yeah. So we produce multiple forms of temporary precarious employment. We have to be very, very aware of this. And it comes with a certain responsibility to develop here perspectives. Yeah? And just to understand the PhD in artistic research as kind of now you acquire the asset in order to become a professor is not going to solve any problem. It will it would totally backfire if we reduce it to this and do not at the same time look at other possibilities to continue artistic research. Yeah? So it's also not a holiday. It's the PhD or an artistic research project is not a sabbatical. I mean, and then you produce art again. No? So I think, I mean, what would it be that? How can you continue to do artistic research after graduation? Yeah? I think this, I think, is the real challenge, and our PhDs and postdocs are, I mean, really pressuring us here. No, I mean, they're expecting something.
Today many people were talking about some collaborative practice, and I'm wondering how to do it, because like in science you have a laboratory of somebody and then other people work for that professor in his group. And you were also talking about this from Henry Ford and distribution of work. But there it ended up so that one person manages, the other designs, and the workers just like do some mechanical thing 8 hours a day. So how not to end up, how to do it that collaborations don't end up like this, and that you can still think while doing and do while thinking, and
Briefly, because I mean, I skipped this part. I mean, what we were earlier discussing as the kind of binaries or binary oppositions between theory and practice here is nothing else than the good old division between intellectual and manual labor, yeah, which you're referring to. Yeah. So I see here really, if we scroll back a little bit, yeah, and identify this as the challenge in this context, yeah. Because this division between intellectual and manual labor is constitutive for, I mean, certain understanding of the role of knowledge production. Yeah? It can be argued that it constitutes the whole idea of the faculties of knowledge in Kant and so on and so forth. So how do we, and here I think the technological development leaves us no other possibility. What do you do with game designers? Is this manual labor or is this intellectual labor? It's totally intellectual, but they're treated as if they would do manual labor. Yeah? We will have more and more of these kind of hybrid these hybrid profiles, no, where that cannot be grasped anymore in this but the resentment and the problematic aspects of these attributions still continue to work. No? So just because it cannot be called intellectual manual doesn't mean that the original problem doesn't exist anymore. This is something that I think is, I mean, it's incredibly difficult to pinpoint also, yeah. But when we look at these new creative disciplines or practices, yeah, in game design, in digital effects industries, and so on and so forth. Now, and these are, I think, I don't know. I mean, in the UK or so, this is 70–80% of the monetary value that is produced in the creative industries. There we might get a glimpse of how difficult. I mean, this is not. We are not talking about an academic question that is only about how to run our PhD programs and how to balance out here between theory and practice. We are talking about something that has a much deeper and much more significant aspect. No?
Thank you. And my last question would be related to something that I experience here at the Academy of Fine Arts, but not only, because I also travel, and there is a certain revival of speculative thinking, speculative philosophy, etc. So I would be curious if you see a kind of connection in the future, a kind of horizon where these speculative thoughts could reach artistic research, or is it kind of this dialogue? Is it for you something that could bring in the future something potentially new or interesting, or if this term of speculation is only temporary, and you see this kind of perspective, future perspective in something else? Maybe nobody wants to answer. Maybe that's also possible.
I think artistic research is always a high-risk investment. Speculation in that sense, yes.
So I will again speak from the perspective of social sciences, and for me, the approach that we nowadays mostly work with is kind of like evocative approach, evocative methodologies, thinking more about the social sciences are more than based on speculation and imagination. And it's also like the moment how, for me, I can answer the question of Magda about this real equality and collectivity, which should be embedded in the research practice. And through this imagination in social sciences, we actually practice how to imagine our own position as being the other, and who are the others, and how they are, and which context they are. So for me, it's more about the imagination and exercising of how we can use our imagination as well as the imagination of others. And it helps me to answer Magda's question that, for example, this real collectivity and equality and engaged participation we nowadays see in social sciences in the way how we do a research design, which is like participative in all the stages, which actually in a moment when you are starting with a research project, at the moment you are already like having people who are from the field, who are from the community, and you have to even like to invent the way how to communicate with them, how to share your story, how to share your goal, how to articulate a common cause that would also drive them to participate in the research. So that you feel that in all the stages of the research practice, there is the full engagement of everyone. So meaning that it will bring the responsibility, that they feel that they are also responsible for the outcome, that they also enjoy the practice, that they are also critical and self-reflective, and that they see the contribution of your practice, which is then their practice. So at least for me, this is the practice of imagination, because I have to imagine who they really are, how they are, in which context they are. Then I have to articulate it along with them, and then really in the process of the ways of doing. So these are the collective ways of doing. So this like full kind of evocative, embodied, participative research design gives me more brings me back to less speculation but more the imagination, which is the grounding term for sociology, which is nowadays kind of buried under the conservative more aspects, how we interpret it. So I think that it can be nicely reactivated through these kind of collective research practices.
Brilliant.
I would add that I think that the appearance or the rise of speculative thinking is, of course, somehow resonating with the fact that we are living in the multiple crisis, and that in order to, so to say, find ways how to get through that, we need a certain kind of jump. We talk about change of paradigm, we talk about being at the threshold of the capacities to sustain or to live in the continuous way how we have lived so far. So we need some kind of discontinuity, and that this also shows where and at what moment the so-called theory is needed. The theory means that I can take a distance from myself and not to constantly circulate in my own ways of behavior and acting and interpreting the world. I need simply to go somewhere else to find a way how to reach that point, and this is done through radical imagination, through speculative thinking, through some kind of liminal way of sustaining this Unheimlichkeit. How is it said in English? Yes, uncanny moment where I really don't feel it, but I have to find a way how to do next 2 steps in front of me. Yes.
That was really good. I think you said what I wanted to, what I couldn't have said in such a good way, but I'll try another path. There is almost like there's a spectrum where on one end of the spectrum you could say that artistic research happens as soon as practitioners start to articulate tacit knowledge, and already by providing a kind of articulation of something that has never been articulated before, there is in itself a contribution to the field of knowledge there. What lacks often in those kind of research projects is urgency, and something is really burning. There's something. There's a huge amount of risk, and I started to think about it in this moment before, that we need to avoid any form of comfort zone. So for me, that would be a comfort zone. That said, in the almost 10 years that I've been involved in artistic research education, I've never seen a comfortable PhD student ever. It's in itself, it is a spectrum of, well, there's the speculative thinking on one end, and there's the being completely lost on the other, and there's always this kind of movement in between, because and this is where you were so eloquent. Each practice, each project has to invent or develop its own methodologies, its own strategies for documentation, for exposition, for research, and I think the word research design doesn't make sense, because in a way research design would point to contributing to some kind of shared methodology that is now in the field, but I don't see that artistic research projects do that, because all the projects are singular, and the methods can very rarely be transposed from one project and one practice to another. So there is this sense of maybe I'm drifting away from speculation now, but there is this sense of crisis occurring already there, and the speculation is almost the only way out of that crisis, because you cannot look like your supervisor hasn't done this, None of the professors have done this. Nobody has actually done this because nobody has this particular approach to art. So there is, and I think it will always be like that, and it should always be like that. Because once we start to settle, it doesn't make any sense anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. In my mind now, listening, it grows from one another. So I don't know if I fit well with what I want to say, but I would, speculative or non-speculative thinking, for me, as from architecture field, which you always, you don't make the work on a site, you make a projection of it. It's always speculative. It's always just an imagination of what's not there, and that's the project thinking that I cannot step out of it. So for me, speculative is very architectural always. So I cannot go outside of it. But I would also like to add, let's even enjoy, or even let's take the uncanny feelings, discomforts of responsibility to speculate on the conditions or necessary minimum conditions for artistic research or institutions to be to kind of act in society, in the public, across national systems of financing or across individual academies. Let's say these months is the last month of Czech presidency of the European Commission, no? Isn't it? And the one of the few key topics, except the war atmosphere in Europe, is large research infrastructures. And Czech Republic is in the front of this thematic field. And it's so uncomfortable, but it's necessary that we step out and say, okay, if large research infrastructures in Europe are public common interest, these CERN, big laboratories, science-based centers, scientific research centers, large infrastructures, what is our counter-proposal? I mean, we should be speculative. Okay, so, but we need fragile, weak, large infrastructures as well, kind of interconnect them, what they are. Are they spaces? Are there laboratories? Are there studios across various schools? What they are. So these kind of things are uncomfortable to say, but it's okay to be ridiculized, which we are, even if you say this in front of other rectors or other teachers somewhere else. Or you, as you said, you wish for an artistic research center and not to be ridiculized for getting finance, but a scientific research center never is ridiculized. I mean, it's a scientific research center. So let's don't be afraid even to be funny and to propose our large, weak or fragile infrastructures along those that are so well promoted, and just don't worry to be uncanny about it.
Fun fact, now we tried this in Norway. I mean, there was a big application. I think 2 or 3 times we submitted this big application, all art academies, for really large infrastructure. We could not even approximately imagine how can we generate these costs in these totally different dimensions in which we operate. This was a little bit shocking, yeah. But I would really argue that, I mean, it's about distributed, decentralized architectures. It's about creative hubs, co-creation spaces, and so on and so forth. And I mean, the fate of these centralized mega research institutions, I don't think that this is the way forward. And I think we should underline or highlight our capacities to work in distributed architectures.
So thank you very much. We have been listening to some imaginations of doing concepts of artistic research in the future, and actually I would like to ask the public, fresh public, to intervene and ask some question eventually. If there is, Andre, I wanted to ask you a question after that when you ask a question.
Well, who's asking the questions now? I'm asking. Hi. Well, thank you all very inspirational discussion. This is the discussion we do not need to have, I think, but we need to keep every year, kind of ritually ask ourselves where we are, what is the stage of artistic research in general, in special, right now, at this moment, here and at your institution. My question is actually mostly towards our colleagues who are not from our academy, because I'm kind of focusing on a long-term problem we have, and because I'm kind of trying to be precise when asking. I've written the question down, so I'll read it. I'm sorry for that, but I think it's better that way. So when I was listening to the debate, I'm in a sense quite happy about the situation at Abu due to the fact that in the official documents we have here on artistic research, there is actually no firm or rigid prescription how the project is supposed to be structured. The consensus we have expects that the candidate argues for her or his form of research, and actually his or her, I would call it, genre of artistic research. Surprisingly, quite many candidates divide their project to the conventional opposition of practice and theory, even if this by any means isn't prescribed. That is a fact I'm really surprised of for a few years. But what we face is a gap or vacuum in the consensus on how to evaluate the artistic research, how to detect not quality, but the poor quality in the different stages of kind of developing the research project, be it in the first year of study or at the very end at the defense. So the question is, sorry for that long kind of introduction, but the question is, how do you at your kind of institution or in your kind of teaching practice deal with evaluating of the project or project presentation in terms of quality? Thank you.
For me, the crucial question in this context is not how high is the quality, but are the measures and practices employed, are they adequate? This we can evaluate on many different stages, from the project proposal to the defense. Yeah, but we will never be able to make a verdict about it in the traditional sense of grading or evaluating. So we can only make an hypothesis, yeah? And if we're lucky, the hypothesis is wrong, because I think the learning process or the interest, the knowledge is produced. This is also one of the, I mean, I'm really not a positivist. I think the knowledge produced is not through best practices. It's not the high quality works that are producing knowledge. It's actually the projects that fail. And this is one of the very interesting, I mean, I learned this from our colleagues from science and technology. Yeah. The projects that fail produce much, much more knowledge than the projects that are, I mean, performing and are most applauded. Yeah. So how can we, yeah, I mean, make this kind of abductive reasoning, no, it's a proper scientific method, no, Peirce also. How can we make a kind of abductive form of reasoning about quality or value or impact, that is always a kind of preliminary hypothesis that needs to be tested, stress tested, adjusted, revised, and further developed. Yeah? So I think we have to understand the process of, we have to understand evaluation as a process and not as a moment in which we give a grade or a degree.
I just have an experience from the social sciences education, and I often work with the students who conduct some kind of ethnographic research. So we usually ask them, me and my colleagues, to keep some kind of like a research diary or really a contact, an autoethnographic study, along with their ethnographic study of some community or some phenomena. And the way how we evaluate, in a way, is that we go through their like personal research material, through their diaries, through their autoethnography. We ask them to perform it, or to visualize it, or just to present it to us in some forms that will help us to understand better the way how they feel, if they, what is the level of self-criticism, of self-reflexivity, the way how they take care of themselves as researchers, what are, for example, some ethical understanding of the way how they, for example, work with some community that they do observe or work with. On different levels. So this is actually how we usually deal with this kind of a complex phenomenon of evaluation, that we ask them to produce, in a way we would call it data, their own data about them as researchers. And then we actually kind of try to represent in different ways the data and to talk about them.
We have a system of peer community encounters. So at about 30, 50, 80% of the kind of process, we have a form of a seminar where the student usually makes something, presents some form of outcome or a presentation. It's really up to them. And then it's kind of discussed and explored also with an external opponent who gives a very concrete feedback on the project. It's not an examination, you can't pass or fail, but you get a lot of constructive feedback, and we have specific kind of angles for each seminar. Like, for example, at 80%, we really we discuss and explore the project in relation to the field. What does it contribute to the field, or what might it contribute to the field? So there's that, and then we have a formula. We don't have a structure in the sense. We says that the doctoral thesis consists of artistic results and documentation, and then we have a little paragraph of how it should be assessed or evaluated. We have an external committee who does it. That's why it needs to be articulated, because when sometimes they misinterpret their role or their job, then it has horrific results. But exactly to have some quite clear criteria, we're building on the Bologna qualification framework for doctoral education, so it's kind of almost straight off that. And then we have some articulations. The most important one is, does the artistic research, I actually found it here because I wanted to read it to you. Hang on. The documented artistic research project as a whole is assessed on the basis of how it articulates such knowledge, conclusion, and artistic solution as it intends. Yeah. You want more, or is that?
No, I'm quite happy exactly what you say, because this is exactly the direction where
what's the root problem? Because if I'm facing a huge variety of research tactics, strategies, and fields, I actually, and then that's my kind of working thesis at this point. Though I'm screaming enough. That's partly the direction in which I'm thinking as well, because if I'm facing the variety of projects, which are all of them interdisciplinary in different ways as well, I'm kind of expecting also the project itself to emit some criteria which we can understand, and actually measurement is a very wrong word, I know that, but actually kind of read it through the criteria articulated by the project. And it's absolutely not simple to actually ask or kind of, I don't want to use the word force, the candidate to articulate their own criteria, but I think this is one of perhaps the necessary steps, because it's not about the task of the committees to come up with some criteria they can mislead very often. It's actually up to the projects itself to say these are the ambitions of this very special research I'm doing. So that's so far my kind of working thesis.
I'll just quickly comment to that, because I think in other fields it's called an abstract. And I think the importance of that, it doesn't have to be called criteria for evaluation. It's just like, this is what the project is. We have a very good tool in our program, which is the plan for making public and archiving of the thesis. So we say it will result in a concert and a series of photographs and a video essay, for example. And then as part of that plan, there is an abstract. And it's a tool for the evaluation committee to understand, what am I looking at, what am I dealing with, what is this, what is it, where does it go? And then I would also just like to add that because of this kind of individual specificity that I was talking about before, that is almost a kind of singularity, I would never invite an examiner who is not from the field of artistic research. Sorry, it's no offense to sociology, but really it's just such a different paradigm in terms of a method and criteria, exactly.
I try to understand from what position you are asking, and I, without a will to disinterpret you, maybe I understand that the problematic point is on what basis we say no to some result. So it's not about how to evaluate it in terms of this is interesting, this is even more interesting, but no, this is really not enough. And to give reasons for this might be much more complicated than saying, yes, you fulfilled the plan, you have these photographs, you really wrote 80 pages, 80 normal pages, but is it this question?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for this kind of empathy, because I was really not asking about these practicalities like the study plan where I do one exhibition, I have one talk there and there, but the quality of this exhibition, is it enough or is it a no?
Because there might be another power game involved that the other part can say, yes, but this is very important for me, therefore it's valuable because it's a singular artistic research project and so on and so forth, and I only can express my full empathy. The only criterion I would propose is that this person, I think artistic research is an activity that should be criticizable, which means that you are allowed as somebody who is confronted with the artistic research, you are allowed to formulate critical questions, and the other part should be capable to answer them. So this domain of critical discussion, according to me anyway, is a platform where we can see, yes, he or she is only putting it on the table, take it or leave it, then it's really not enough. Or he or she is really able to discuss the thing, and then it might be a very acceptable, although it's controversial, for instance. This is one of some approaches I would use.
I don't know how different this is in the different contexts. Yeah, in our situation, and here again, it was very important and very beneficial actually to have this dialogue with the, kind of conventional PhD program. It's the responsibility of the supervisors to figure out whether you are ready to be able to defend this in public. It would be fatal, and there are examples, no, where the supervisors have not taken this serious enough, and that okay, they will somehow manage. This is catastrophic, no? And I think here, I think we have to be proud of the complexity of the challenges that we have in this context. Certainly, there would have been strategies of, reducing complexity. No? In engineering, you make three peer-reviewed journal publications, and then you write the concluding chapter, and that's your PhD. Main thing is that you work for the professor in his company. But they're also stereotyping so much about us. Yes, so we can also. They call it you come with a painting and you want a PhD for it. But there are different cultures, no? Knowledge cultures, yeah, in the different disciplines that would have allowed us to refer to much less complex models. Yeah? And I think it is necessary that we, consciously and fully aware of all the challenges that come with it. Yeah? Don't go for the easiest way, and this is a challenge in each concrete artistic research project, yeah, but it's also a challenge on a general level. No?
Yeah, so last note.
No, but just to add one little thing, that now that I understand your question better, I think the Bologna qualification framework is actually a very useful tool. It has 11 very specific criteria that is in a way the basis of all PhD projects.
So I hope it was excellent discussion for all of us, and we can thanks to our great guests. That's everything. Thank you.
Dinner time, please. We have some drinks and food here, so we will continue after a longer break. At 9 probably. So I invite you slowly to take place. We will start again a new block of presentations and performances, and the first one to start this block is Tomáš Vaněk. He actually was postponed for the former block, but thank you for being flexible with it. For those who don't know Tomáš and still talk, I will briefly introduce him. Tomáš Vaněk is an artist and an educator. Since 2010, he has been the head of the Studio of Conceptual Research, Intermediate 3 at the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague, together with Jiří Skala. He's a supervisor in the practice-based PhD program, and he was the rector of the Academy from 2014 to 2022. As an artist, since 1998, he entitled all his work Participe to denote actions and things conceived for a certain place and situation. He presented his works in Moravian Gallery in Brno, within Manifesta 8 in Spain, at Camden Art Center in London, Futura Gallery Prague, Kunstbibliothek in Berlin, Art Museum of Mills College in Oakland, National Gallery in Prague, just to name a few. His lecture today is entitled Explore Post-Up. Thank you, Tomáš.
Thank you for introduction, and first of all, I would like to thanks to Aneta and Christina to organizing this kind of event related to the questions of PhD studies, and also so I really appreciate that I was shifted, you know, my presentation was shifted from the somehow afternoon time after the panel discussions. I really appreciate, because the topic I would like to present related with the terms which was articulated during the panel discussions. So my presentation is the special kind of presentation, a special kind that it means that I will speak without speaking somehow. I will show you something. And I will show you, I prepared my presentation in the form which deal with the topic we are discussing on the level PhD studies in our studio, but also on the level of the master degree somehow. My presentation is focused on the way of presentation. It's so simple, but it's interesting that it's a never-ending discussion which we are doing with our students. How to present, how to be understandable, how to try to risk to say something through the different kind of forms. And so I tried to prepare something in this way. So hope we will see. Let's experience. It will last approximately about 30 minutes.
thank you very much for being very precise and very strict with your time. So it's perfect. 30 minutes it was, so with the technical problem, so great. Okay. If you're good with it, maybe we should continue right away with the next, with Jonathan, with the second part of your presentation, performative reading. Maybe maybe for those who were not here earlier, when I introduced Jonathan, I will just briefly say that Jonathan is an artist, philosopher, composing performative text to be read out loud. So we're going to see that now in practice. And he was engaged in various institutions as an educator and supervisor of artistic PhDs. And currently, he's a Dobrovsky Fellow in Philosophy at the Czech Academy of Sciences, researching dissent. So, Jonathan, the stage is yours.
For me, life is something to be created in the living of it. I came to see myself as a philosopher-artist, by which I mean the overcoming of a struggle between art and knowledge. Art is more knowing than knowledge. An artist to come who would fill the void left by the end of religion and the end of art. In the last years of my life, I dwelt quite a bit on the need for this type of philosopher-artist, something I glimpsed early on in the figure of a philosopher who practices music, one who comes to realize in their last days, after they have been condemned to death, that to fictionalize life, ordinary life, in the form of musical verse, is an art higher still than philosophy. if the philosopher is the highest embodiment of what? Anyway, surely the philosopher's life is their most important work, where their artistic creation would be not their books or their oeuvre, but their life. But such art cannot be made as if it were a monologue. It might look as if I am making a distinction between monological art, which forgets the world, and dialogical art, which creates the world. But at the same time, I'm dissolving a distinction between subject and object. Artists I'm drawn to create themselves as examples of what's possible in this world. The world witnesses, and thereby the world is transformed and given another form. Right to the very end, I was talking about the importance of overcoming oppositions. Not just the subject-object distinction, which I was always trying to put into question, but all oppositions. If anything signifies our humanization as an actual progress, then it's the fact that we no longer need any excessive oppositions. Indeed, any oppositions. The higher artists, the artist researchers, the artist philosophers, those who would reform the world, are artist tyrants. And the best place for the artist tyrant to do their work, to work upon the human being, is the liberal art school. Democracy is their most pliant and supple, their most plastic instrument for getting hold of who they are as human beings. Enough, they say. The time is coming when politics will have a different meaning. Rather than begin with the individual as a substance in space, with its own interior space, which in my terms would be a monologue, we should begin instead with two personae in relation to each other, where what we call subjectivity, if you still want to retain the term, which admittedly is difficult not to, even as it becomes very difficult to, is not so much the space internal to a subject, but the space between at least two personae in relation to each other. So the experience of our subjectivity is relational, shared, rather than owned by or proper to the subject. And it is between, rather than inside or outside. Because with the loss of pure interiority, you lose also its binary opposite, exteriority. Interiority and exteriority become functions and processes, each with their different effective force. And you also lose the proper-improper distinction, and self-other, and so on. All the traditional distinctions so common in metaphysical discourse, and the morality based on it. And what is improper is as original to the formation of the person as is what is proper. The relational self does not know the distinction until they are enculturated. And visual art can show this. And in this respect, not only can art show this, art is preeminent in our coming to see it. It's why I think that artists more and more theorize their work. I go some way to showing how this is beginning to be seen more and more in art practice, especially in doctoral research in art, for the book Artists with PhDs. My emphasis there was on the use of theory and philosophy as material for art practice, specifically those practices for which writing is the visual practice, and the consequences for the institutional requirement of demonstrating in the form of a theoretical reflection separate from the practice the originality of the knowledge gained by doing so. The between in the relation between art and philosophy is the separability and non-separability of theory and practice. Such practices do not presume their separateness from theory. Instead, they work it out. They demonstrate in ways which are not simply abstract and philosophical or separate how and where the distinction between theory and practice can fall. Beginning with two in this way, with art and with philosophy, engaging in one discipline through another, participating in one discipline through the practice of another, is to be an artist as a philosopher. At the very least, such practice will put into question genre, audience, discursive norms, and the values of unity, wholeness, coherence, consistency, propriety, and may well lead to chaotic theories. I use chaotic in the good sense, the productive sense, the non-hierarchical sense. Of course, there are other art practices and design practices where the between of disciplines is very different. It goes in the opposite direction, where the desiderata of the more than one and communality lead to practical problem solving rather than chaotic theorizing. Although it need not necessarily rule out the latter, and may well require it. In any case, multidisciplinary practices combining different identities, multiple personae, working together to approach questions are becoming increasingly the norm. I know no deeper distinction in an artist's entire optics than this: whether they view their work in progress from the eye of the witness, or whether they have forgotten the world, which is the essential feature of all monologue art.
Thank you, Jonathan. And we'll have now a very short break just to prepare for the next performance. 5 minutes? 10? Okay, 5 to 10 minutes.
Raz, dva, raz, 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 dva, raz, dva, raz, dva, raz. Dobrý, stačí asi.
Čau.
Je to funkčné.
Jo, áno.
The microphone? Robot the microphone?
No, I'd rather do it.
We do it? Okay, so we continue. We still have a couple of performances to go, so we need to start and with the next one now. So I'll ask you to please sit. And the next performance will be by Irina Gheorghe. And Irina Gheorghe is an artist working primarily with performance in combination with installation, collage, photography, or video to address the tensions inherent to the attempt to speak about things beyond our possibilities of observation, from extraterrestrial life to hypothetical planets. Irina recently completed a PhD in artistic practice at GradCam TU Dublin. I'm not sure the abbreviation. What it's the graduate school. Okay, thank you. With the title of her dissertation, Betraying the Senses, Techniques of Estrangement, or How Art Speaks of What Is Not There. The project that we will see now, entitled Preliminary Remarks on the Study of What Is Not There, sets the ground for the exploration of the unobservable. Enough? Okay, I'll let you perform. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just worried about the voice now as you were talking more. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, thank you very much. I will try to speak without a microphone. So it's an experiment. Everybody has a microphone today. So please, if it's not loud enough, make a sign. But I'll try to read it from your faces. If it's loud or not. Is it loud? Can you hear me at the back? Perfect. Okay. I'm not used to a microphone, so I just go with what I'm used to. Thank you very much, Aneta, for this presentation that I cut off. And thank you for having me, and thank you all for staying so late. It's been a very long day, and you're all still here, which is great, on a cold day. My name is Irina Gheorghe. As Aneta said, I just completed this research that I'm very happy to share with you. It's not so recent, I mean it's already 1 year now that it's been completed, but let's say there's still work to be done, and that's why I'm here. And I'm counting on this actually to move things a little bit forward. Like every time it's presented, it moves a little bit forward, so I'm counting on this situation to move things a little bit forward, because it always happens. We already discovered some small things we didn't anticipate, and also this space I don't know very well. And yeah, that's why I'm also changed, as you can see, so see it works. I kind of trying all the tricks to make it familiar, but then also try to move somewhere else. As Aneta said, that's TU Dublin, yeah. It used to be called DIT when I started, the Dublin Institute of Technology. And it seemed to be a very appropriate place for the research I was doing. So I was researching things which are not there, which are not here. I'm not here to talk to you about things which are here, because I have no expertise in the things which are here. And I only have some expertise, according to this diploma that I haven't got yet, on the things which are not here. And this is what I'm here to talk to you about today. And the place was, as I said, Dublin Institute of Technology, which in the meantime became the Technological University Dublin. And it was a very appropriate place. Now, my dad was delighted, because I come from a family of engineers, like my two parents and my brother, all engineers. So I somehow went the wrong way, but at least I ended up studying in the Dublin Institute of Technology, which finally made sense. No art school or art gallery or art museum experience ever pleased my parents as much as being in the Dublin Institute of Technology. And the reason why I'm saying that is and the reason why it made sense for me to be there, and this was talked about a lot today, as many of the topics that I'm kind of interested in, is the fact that the study of things which are not there is an interdisciplinary study, to go back to things that were discussed. It has to be. So it made sense that we shared the working space sometimes with, like, we moved a lot, but sometimes we had a lab next to us. We had people coming from engineering, from physics, not on the course itself, but on the premises. So it made sense for an interdisciplinary study to happen in an interdisciplinary institution. Because, as I was saying, the study of things which are not there, which are not present, which are not here, is an interdisciplinary study. I thought I knew what it meant, as I'm sure you all do, when I started. It became clear soon enough, so I said, okay, great. All these disciplines, I mean, we all know what interdisciplinary means. All these disciplines or fields of study come together in this collaborative, maybe, attempt to study and to complement each other in the study of one thing. Am I wrong? Put in very, very wide terms. Maybe it's not super precise, but in general. Well, no. Turns out that when it comes to the things which are not here, interdisciplinarity means something slightly different. It means that all these disciplines and fields of studies come together around this one thing that they all want to get rid of. And we have a saying in Romanian that I'm afraid only Aneta will understand, but we'll try to find an equivalent. It's called a arunca găina moartă în grădina vecinului. Does it sound familiar? What do you do? If you have something that you want to get rid of, and there's a few of us, and we have something we want to get rid of, what do you do? To be more specific, in Romanian, we have a dead hen. And it's called throwing the dead hen over the fence into your neighbor's garden. It makes sense, no? What do you do if you have a dead hen that you want to get rid of? That's what we say in Romania. I mean, I did present this research in other places where other languages were spoken. I must admit there was no perfect equivalent. Now, there is the English equivalent of throwing the baby with the bathwater. That's one answer I got. But no dead hen. And no neighbor. And no fence. So we have a solution for this. Because basically, and why am I saying that this is what happens with the study of things which are not there? You have something which is not there. Then, science is the first to throw the dead hen over the fence. It usually throws it over to philosophy. It's like, goes some of the way. does some of the research, gets some results, but after a while it kind of reaches some conflicts, some paradoxes, some problems, and then throws it over the fence, usually to philosophy. Then philosophy goes some way, some of the way. Then when it becomes too much, throws it over the fence again. So whatever's not here is a bit of a problem. I mean, I guess once it gets to art, maybe there's no neighbor to throw it over, but maybe there is. I don't know what's over the fence. But it is a bit of a problem. Because what do you, like, if you have something that is here, and there was a lot of talk around this today, you have something that's here, what do you do? You can measure it, you can experiment with it, you can compare it to other things, because it's here and you can do it. But if you have something that's not here, how do you measure something that's not here, for example? Or, how do you measure the distance between something that's here and something that's not here? Or, how do you measure the distance between two things which are not? Or, how many things are not here? This is a very important question. How many things are not here? And, even more important, are they all the same? Like, let's say, we have two things which are not here, or three things which are not here, of one kind. And then we have things which are not here, of another kind. Does it mean we have 5 things which are not here? Can you put them all together? Or do you have to keep them separate? And how can we interact with things which are not here? Communicate, they say sometimes in science. How do you communicate with this and if it's not here? We have a problem. Now, we are not going to answer all these questions today. I'm afraid. I mean, I did study this for, let me think, 5 years? I still can't tell you that. But I can tell you some things. So I can share that's how it works. Like just that you always, you push it a bit and then, okay, you throw it over the garden if you have a garden. If not, you kind of go back to the things you know. And this is what I'm trying to share. So I'm trying to share a few of the things, find my way, a few of the things that we do know. So we're not going to answer all these questions. But it might be that, because I'm not familiar with this place, and you definitely, most of you, some of you are not familiar with it either, but some of you know the place better. So you might notice some imprecisions on my part. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But I would say it seems quite easy and predictable, but I'm afraid to say this was the result of the preliminary tests. So I would say that it's really over here, in this part, and also here, and here, also here, and probably all the way here. I know it seems quite easy because I have some guidelines, but all around here, we have all the things which are not here, Because then all around here, you know what, that's what it is. All around here, I'm ready to say, and here, all the way here, are all the things which are not here, which are not. This is a very, very important distinction. And you see, here, you see that already we have more questions than answers. We know something, but we already have more questions than answers. As it tends to happen in this study, and I did mention it before. You have a bigger certainty and then immediately more questions. For example, do we have more things which are not here, which are over by this side? So more things which are not here, which exist? Or do we have more things which are not here, which are not? Over by the other side. And is the division between them really here, where I thought it was? Or is it maybe a bit more here? Or maybe more to this side? We have a line, but is it really here? Because I think I need to go the other way. Because things would be maybe a little bit more easy to deal with if we only have these. And as I said, this is already complicated enough. But the problem is we have a third area or category, if you wish. And I seem to be under the impression, or I seem to have drawn the conclusion that it's really in this part of the room, really in this part of the room, that we have all the things which are not here, of which we cannot say whether they are or they are not, because we don't know. So you might think that something is maybe here, but then it turns out it's actually here, or maybe even here. Or you might think that something is here, and then it turns out it's more around here. So this part is, you will see when we make a bit of progress, you will see that this part is the most difficult. And it's really hard to know if some things are on this side or on the other side. But as I was saying, maybe we can go back a little bit to the things that we know, because this is the most complicated part. One thing we do know is that of the things which are not here, which are over by this side, we have somewhere around here, and everything in this side. We have things which are not here, are, and which could be here with some form of support, usually technical. There's more chairs, by the way, if anybody the invitation to move around is still open, because you can also maybe want to sit somewhere else. You could also sometimes it's an option also to stand. maybe all the way around here, we have things which are not here, are, and which could be here with some form of support, usually technical. But then, all around here, we have things which are not here, are. Yes, as well. But which could not be here, irrespective of any form of support we might have. And then of the things which are not here are, and which could be here with some form of support, usually technical, we have really only here. Things which are not here are, which could be here with some form of support, usually technical, and this support we have. But then all around here, and probably also here, and here, we have things which are not here, are, which could be here with some form of support, usually technical, but this support we do not have. Might have gone a little bit too far, but I'll continue. Because of the things which are not here are, and which could not be here, irrespective of any form of support we might have, we have so here it gets a bit confusing. Maybe here, we have things which are not here, are, which could be here with some form of support. Could be here, could not be here. Could be here. Could be here, could not be here. Could, am I wrong? Could be here, could not be here. Could not be here. Irrespective of any form of support we might have, but are still in the physical world. Maybe it was all the way here. And then all around here, we have things which are not here, are, which could not be here, irrespective of any form of support we might have, and which only exist in the mind. And you see, what I was saying earlier, it gets very close to this other area here, which are the things which are not here, of which we cannot say whether they are or they are not. So do we know that something is here or here? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. This is thankfully here.
not sure that we can make much more progress in this area, so we might have to move to the next one. That's okay. Is that more or less precise, you think? Now we're back to the things which are not here and are not. Over on this side. And then the things which are not here and are not will have really only here. Just here. Really only here. We have things which are not here, are not, what has been. And then all the way from here on, we have things which are not here, are not, and have not been. And of the things which are not here, are not, and have been, we have things which are not here, are not, have been, and of which there is a trace to study. And then we have things which are not here, are not, have been, but of which there is no trace to study. But of the things which are not here, are not, have been, and of which there is no trace to study. We have things which are not here, are not, have been, of which there is no trace to study, but which somebody has seen. And then over here, we have things which are not here, are not, have been, of which there is no trace of study, and which nobody has seen. This is where it gets tricky. If the things which are not here are not, have been, of which there is no trace to study, but which somebody has seen, we have over here things which are not here, and this is one of the times when things got more expansive in the process, because I got some questions. I see your mind tonight, you're not asking any questions that don't fit in any of my categories, because it did happen before, and this is how I had to introduce this. I would say that we have things which are not here, are not, have been, of which there is no trace to study, which somebody has seen, we can trust. But then we always also have things which are not here, are not, have been, of which there is no trace to study, which somebody has seen, but this somebody we cannot trust. But then, of course, there's other ways of thinking about this, because the question I got was when I was in Indonesia, and the space was quite different, and there was a courtyard and a house, and there was a dog. So, of course, we got to this point, and the space I had was very small for whatever reason, or the large space had been used before. There was a very small space, on a table, on a box, on a little surface on the box, and then a question asked. What about Chapas? Chapas was the dog. What if Chapas has seen something? Of course, then try to work out another division. Is it somebody who can speak and somebody who cannot speak? Somebody you can trust, somebody you cannot trust, and so on, and so on. So we could continue. Maybe we won't. You're reading mine. So, thank you. One more thing, and we're almost done, I promise. I promise. It's very, 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 very short, but now it's clear. And I have to thank you for this idea. I don't know your name. But because I can't really move in this area, and I don't really know where things are anyway. So I'm just going to tell you what they are, and then maybe you can work out where they are, and then let me know if you find out. You can send me a little map maybe, or maybe we just don't know, but we also have, of course, here we have, not here, just here and here. We have the things which are not here, are not, and have not been. And then, of course, we have things which are not here, are not, have not been, but could be, and things which are not here, are not, have not been, and could not be. We have things which are not here, are not, have not been, could be, and will be. And we have things which are not here, are not, have not been, could be, but will not be. And then the things which are not here, are not, have not been, and could not be. We have things which are not here, are not, have not been, could not be, but could have been. And then we have things which are not here, are not, have not been, could not be, and could not have been. I think I didn't miss anything. I'm not sure. I haven't done this in English in a long time, because last times I had to do this in German, and it was much shorter. Because after a certain point I just didn't know how to say it, so I just stopped. But in English it's a bit more, imagine in Romanian, there's so many possibilities. But even in English, like all these are making things more and more complicated. But
and it's not normative, there's no should be, things that should be.
I was thinking you were all too kind and too silent for that. Should be. I remember. Last time there was a question of I would like things to be, or desire more. But should, yeah. Okay, so I don't know, where are the things which should it be? it's up to you if you want it to be normative in this universe. It's all the things which are not here. So we have to be, it's not up to me, it's actually, it has to cover everything. So it's, but should, yeah. But where would we put them then? This table looks very nice from here. It's beautiful. You can also stop before you come up with another question, which will make my life more complicated. But I'll leave it up to you. You can also.
Could you have an institute of things that are not here?
It would be necessary. I think maybe that's why the Dublin Institute of Technology decided to become a university, because institute is a bit, it has a history of research which pushes some borders, I guess. So maybe I like that, the Institute of Things which are, yeah. I haven't gone that far with the structure, so it's more like, so far there are some remarks, some methods, some rules. What else? No institute just yet, but maybe it's something that should be, as you said. Thank you, Irina. It was lovely. Great. We will continue with the next performance lecture without a break. The next speaker is Flora Bouteille. Flora is an artist who uses the mediums of sculpture, writing, and video to bring together performance and audiences in performative situations, involving the consent to be part of the work as a condition for its unfolding. And you are still enrolled in a PhD, right? No, you finished or you graduated? No, not at all. Okay. Okay, a confusion. Okay. If you want to, should we put it? Sorry. Yes, at all. So making it more. Yeah, this is right.
Oh yeah, okay. You do it.
Okay, so not PhD. Flora is actually teaching at ENSAD, the École des Arts Décoratifs, Paris, and I can read something about your work actually, if you're good with that, or you want to just, yeah? Go for it. Yes, okay. So your performative stages host your sculptures and films, as well as bodies of artists, musicians, dancers, makeup artists, and so that generate situations where the spectator
caught in the apparatus experiences a series of new states often alien to the exhibition context. By creating a system of scenic play based on the unpredictable character of the event, Flora confronts us with the vulnerability of our condition of spectator actors. Is that right? Yeah. And you collaborate with a psychologist, an exorcist, an olfactotherapist, a sophrologist, and researchers, depending on the project. And you also forum with Cassandra Langlois. Okay, so that was the confusion. Okay, yeah. The performance study office Together Until What? This is the title, the name of the... And you also collaborate with Grégoire Rousseau and Nora Sternfeld with Lumbung Radio, a group formed during Documenta 15. Yes. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pass the microphone on.
Thank you. Thanks to you. So it's going to be short because we've been here a very long time. You think we could just put the light a bit low because I don't really need to be seen, actually. So, and it's, yeah, thank you. Do you hear me well? Yeah? Okay. So, no? Here? Sorry, you think? Now. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so just to make a very short, some sort of introduction. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here. So Mona introduced myself, so I will not do it. So just to explain a bit what I will do now. So when I was invited, I took some time to reflect and think what I would do, and I started writing a text resembling a lecture. And after a few days of work, I realized that this way of approaching knowledge didn't make sense to me, and this is not what I think what I can do. So, yeah, because even when I work with the performance company or when I teach, that's not how I proceed. So the idea usually is that I never deliver information, but rather I try to create an apparatus and condition for ideas, question, inspiration to emerge within the bodies of the people taking part. So the idea is of knowledge situated in one's head is more displaced to be situated in the other person's body, or barely something more maybe emotional. So yeah, well, I will not do everything, I will just go directly so we can have more fun. So yeah, when I saw the keywords of the seminar, what, when, how, I thought, okay, I'm going to pick those 3 words and I'm going to start writing questions, following them for like questions that concern me at the moment. And then I completed this question today, during the day, so there's maybe 30 questions, maybe a bit less, and I will just read them. And it's more thought, it's not a lecture, it's not a performance, it's more, I would say, like a little game that's called Question Not Made to Be Answered, and they are not, but if someone really wants to react or something, you can always do it. And yeah, and this really fits also in my performance practice, since I usually always imagine like games, let's say gameplay situation like that, where everyone picks a role and is aware of the rules, so the audience is not, let's say, manipulated or taken in someone's drive, which I feel is important. So, yeah. If I go too quickly, because I'm not really at ease with talking like this in public, you tell me and you just say like it's too quick, okay? Because I would like to, that you have some time to reflect. So the question, I just shuffled them earlier, so I don't know what's gonna come and which order, so it's maybe more funny. And yeah, let's start. How to accept that art is nothing else than what it is. In everyday life, what are your moments of pleasure? Do you know what your organs look like? How can one know in such darkness? Is literal transparency morbid? Do you think artworks are lying? Is the body the first space which hosts knowledge? Can you define the term artificial? Yeah. Okay, I will slow down. Should you want something from art? That's it. What if art is a civilization delirium? A civilization delirium? How do you feel when you are inside an artwork? Or how do you feel when an artwork is inside of you? What can an artist do? How can one think and feel at the same time? In front of a mirror, what do you see? Are there people who understand how you feel? Do you feel we are reproducing or creating? What do you want from art? Do you want to be remembered when you will be dead? What is there between the guilty and the innocent? When do we know we are making art? Are you hiding your real emotions? Why not? Do you want to answer something? Well, you mean how is the question addressed to you? It's addressed to anyone who wants to take it in, but it's also possible to refuse and not reflect, no? Don't you think? But that's the thing, I'm asking you, but I'm not asking you to answer anything, because it's up to if you want to engage or not, right?
Yes,
I think most of us do, no? And if you, I mean, we can take a little pathway. if you would want to not hide them, what would you do? Saying it. Yeah, it's true. Okay, thank you. Thank you. When is class struggle addressed in art context? Will I ever be human? What shall we do? Have you noticed any hidden messages around you? Can artworks keep secrets? What do you think of the remaining fascination for the artist figure? How is it to appreciate an artwork without any knowledge in art? And that's the last question. Voilà. This is it. Thank you for listening, and if anyone has a question, you can ask it, because now I turned all of the question outwards, and but if not, then we can just roll on to the next presentation, of course. Then enough questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We will have a short break to prepare for the last performance. We need 10 minutes max to just set up a little bit things here. And then the performance will be followed by a screening, a short screening of a film. It's a 5-minute long movie made by 2 of our PhD students. So if you still have energy to stay after the performance, yeah, it's going to be short, but 5 minutes break, 10 maybe. Thank you.
raz.
I na ten stůl, nebo kde budete? Tady? Někde mezi? Ještě můžeme dál, můžeme klidně na stůl. Jo. Může být klidně na stůl. Na nějaký praktický místo, hele, už má signál. Tak může klidně tam. Ale Erik může klidně dát tam.
myslím si, že už jsme taky dost, jako už, toto jsou už taky mohikáni největší, co tu zostali, lebo už jako rozmýšlím. Nejakú vodu alebo niečo doniesť, či...
Vidíš, že som sa chcel nabrať do pohádku.
Okay, so we can start. First, thank you all who are still here at this late hour. I really appreciate those who resisted, especially those who are here with us since 12. So thank you so much. And the last performer is Eric Sikora, and he's gonna play some songs for us. Half of the performance will be in Slovak, but performed musically, and then he will switch into English. The whole performance will be about, I don't know, 30, half an hour, maybe a bit more. Let's see if you will fall asleep or not during it. But I think not, because it's gonna be very entertaining. And Eric is a self-described citizen, father, artist, songwriter, and a rural alien. He brainstorms and deconstructs his life experiences to the smallest details and then enhances them through forms and practices such as vlogging, startupist projects, or Pecha Kucha Texter, poetry and performances. He graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts here in Prague, his MA, and he has a PhD from the Faculty of Arts of the Technical University in Košice. His work and performances were presented with numerous exhibitions and events like Photograph Gallery in Prague, Open Gallery in Bratislava, Vunu Gallery Košice, Art Beat in Maastricht, Kunsthalle Bratislava, Art Market Budapest, and many others. I'm gonna...
Thank you, Aneta. Thank you for the invitation. So it was said, I will speak something in Slovak language, and then I will roll it again, and I will speak in English, and I will speak in Slovak, because I really like the decorations and the ornaments and the flow and rhythm and everything in the language of like presentation of somebody who is attempting to make some PhD. So I will make it in Slovak, and then I will just speak only what is necessary in English to repeat it, and it will be interrupted with the songs. It's up to you how many songs it could be. And so in Slovak. So for you, who are not speaking Slovak, you can have like free time, or you can just watch what is something like behind this. Takže toto sú práce, ktoré som vlastne robil počas môjho PhD výskumu na Košickej fakulte umení v Technickej univerzite. Bol som vlastne prvý PhD študent voľného výtvarného umenia, predtým tam boli nejakí PhD študenti, ale robili to na dizajne a tvárili sa vlastne, že napríklad keď malovali voľné obrazy, tak sa tvárili, že majú aj trochu nejaký užitok, aby boli vlastne obhajiteľné na dizajne. Takže ja som vlastne chcel byť tak dobrý, ako sa len dá a zároveň som mal tú možnosť si to vlastne vychodiť tie hranice toho, čo by to mohlo byť. Keďže je to technická univerzita, tak tá umelecká fakulta je také trošku nechcené dieťa a vlastne furt sa rozmýšľa nad tým, na čo by bola dobrá a zároveň sa to nejak nevyužíva. Poviem príklad. V jedálni technickej univerzity sú obrazy Coca-Coly a pritom tam každoročne a každodenne vznikajú nové obrazy od maliarov, ktoré by tam mohli visieť, ale nikoho nenapadne to spojiť. Z toho dôvodu som vlastne prvý projekt, čo som začal a ktorým som ako keby myslel, že to by mohla byť cesta PhD, ale je to naschvál ako keby naivná cesta, že aby to bolo vlastne tak, jak sa prototypuje nejaký výrobok. Tak môj výrobok je taký, že toto je les, ktorý som odfotil minulý týždeň a už tam je 3 roky jeden nápis. Ten nápis vyzerá takto a ten nápis je viditeľný iba keď ho odfotíte smartfónom s bleskom. Keď ho odfotíte normálne, alebo keď ho vidíte normálne, tak vlastne tam nevidíte nič. Smartfónom s bleskom vidíte takto. Takže vlastne také niečo sa dá používať aj napríklad v galérii, že vytvoríte objekt, ktorý má ako keby nejakú vrstvičku, ktorá nie je viditeľná voľným okom, ale iba smartfónom. A to som tak nastavil kvôli tomu, že som si predstavoval, že čo keby doktorand výtvarného umenia mohol byť človek, ktorý ako keby dizajnuje, alebo nie, že dizajnuje, to je blbé slovo, ale vytvára nejakú novú pomôcku. A ja keď som prišiel na doktorát, tak som vlastne chcel robiť, mal som mlhavú predstavu o tom, čo chcem robiť. Chcel som skúmať úprimnosť svoju a cudziu hranú, falšovanú, naivnú, nenaivnú. A aby to vlastne lepšie znelo pre tú komisiu, tak môj ako keby vedúci diplomky, vedúci dizertačnej práce to nazval, že to je skúmanie autenticity v ére post-internetu. Vlastne to tak ako zaobalil do slovíčok. A ja som zistil, že to slovíčko post-internet mi dáva možnosť mať hneď ten terminus technicus a nafúknuť tú správu, ktorá musí mať ten počet strán, že som vlastne mohol zrazu 20 strán venovať proste tomu, čo je post-internet. A už to bolo akože dobré slovíčko na dobrý research. A tak som vlastne hneď aj tú praktickú prácu urobil takýmto spôsobom, že vlastne čo keby som vyvíjal pomôcku na to, aby vzniklo niečo, čo som nazval post-internetový sprej, teda niečo, čo môže dávať skryté významy iba pomocou smartfónu, čo je akože fakt, že podľa mňa ideálna pomôcka na post-internet. Behom toho, jak som študoval doktorát, post-internet som mal pocit, že som ho doviezol na Slovensko, ale hneď aj som zistil, že post-internet je mŕtvy a vlastne zistil som, že takúto pomôcku som vyvíjal úplne zbytočne, pretože je to proste, je koniec. Takže vlastne toto nie je dobrá stratégia, ako robiť doktorát, vyvíjať nejaké takéto pomôcky ako nové štetce pre vás, umelcov alebo tak. Tak som sa vrhol skôr na tú akože autenticitu konkrétneho môjho bývania na dedine. A toto je moja dedina, predstavoval som si, že vlastne život na dedine vyzerá nejak takto, že vlastne obklopený prírodou a ako v lone tej prírody, ale vlastne život na dedine vyzeral skôr takto. Takto to vyzeralo, keď sme sa prisťahovali, že vlastne žiadna tráva, musíme robiť stavebné práce a také blbosti. A zistil som, že ten prvok, v ktorom je ako keby metaforicky to, ako sa ja tam cítim a to zároveň, čo definuje tú dedinu v súčasnosti, je trampolína, pretože vlastne každý, kto sa prisťahuje na vidiek s deťmi, tak ako prvé urobí to, že si môže zakúpiť vlastnú trampolínu a už nikdy to nemusí za to dávať peniaze v zábavných parkoch, aby sa tam deti skakali 10 minút. Takže vidíte, že aj napríklad, ja som začal všade hľadať, že kde vlastne ľudia majú trampolíny a vidíte, že aj v takejto priemyselnej zóne Košíc, ako náhle tam zbadáte trampolínu, tak vidíte, že sa tam dá vlastne žiť a blázniť a mať tam deti a je to vlastne, tá trampolína je také niečo ako detská droga, že vlastne umožňuje zažiť si bezváhový stav. A mal som pocit, že tej trampolíne musím niečo pridať, keďže robím ten PhD výskum, a tak som vlastne jediné, čo vymyslel, je, že by tá trampolína mohla byť vlastne naklonená, pretože vtedy funguje aj ako šmykalka a funguje aj ako trampolína a zároveň vám robí ešte divnejší pocit. Takže som mal pocit, že práve skúmať vlastnú autenticitu bude možné tým, že donesem trampolínu do galérie, čo je tak trochu, myslím, že zbytočné, ale mal som pocit, že vlastne tá galéria tomu dá ten punc, ale zároveň to vytrhne z tej dediny, čo mi vlastne trošku vadilo. Aby som to prerušil na chvíľku, tak zahrám jednu pesničku. Pesničky našťastie môžem robiť takto, že napríklad, že tu mám preklady. So I will play my song, which is translated here, and it's translated by Google Translate, so sometimes it's nonsense. It's something, the songs which I'm playing is because of, I think that my songs is something like the best conservation for my projects, because it's something like, when I do video art, I cannot repeat it, and I feel very ashamed after like 10 years what I recorded and how I can make it, how I can speak about it again after 10 years. When I draw something or anything, it's always like connected with some material. So songs is something which I'm like prepared to have it, even if electricity will be not here or internet will be not here. So I will have my songs, and this will be the only thing which I will have. So. V zemi robím to, že gitara. Tuním si vizuálnu ziju celú zimu. Fiu. Položím dačoku, dačomu a žasnem čosi. Jaké to tá hmota nosí, kontextuálne nánosy. Jaké to tá hmota nosí, interpretačné nánosy. Napríklad kameň, vezmi si kameň, vytuň si citlivosť a precíť si kameň. A keď je to nebo, daj okrúhliak, tak skončíš. Alebo precíť pohnutky človeka, keď surovo vybral kameň z potoka milióny rokov. Za obľovania leda bolo skončil. Alebo sádra, o tej by sa dalo rozprávať, alebo s ňou prežiť príjemný sochársky život. Veď tá tekutosť a v zapäti tuhosť je forma zázraku a zázrak formy. To bol kurz vizuálnej poetiky, čo si môžeš preciťovať po nociach, kontexty, veci a nánosy. Vytuň si citlivo, zachoď po legu bosy. Ale potom pozor, môže sa ti stať to, čo sa stalo mne, keď som raňajkoval, že do okna mi nabúral ďateľ a na balkone zomrel. A ja s tou vytunenou citlivosťou, jak sa mám vysporiadať s mŕtvým ďatlom, veď vedľa neho každá sádra kokos kameň je úplne, ale že úplne ní. V zime robím to, že tuním si vizuálnu ziju celú zimu. Fiu. So village, dedina. Keď žijete na dedine, to je jedna vec, ale našťastie som vlastne žil na dedine, ktorej sa stalo to, že tam pristal meteorit. Takže vlastne toto je taký trošku survival kit pre dedinu, ktorej pristal meteorit, že čo sa vám stane a čo by som vlastne ja ako nejaký PhD umelec mohol k tomu priniesť. Takže keď vám do dediny spadne meteorit, tak dedina vydá kalendár s meteoritom, vydá pohľadnicu s meteoritom, vydá magnetku s meteoritom hroziacim nad dedinou a vydá igelitku s nápisom, že vlastne do tej dediny spadol meteorit, s tým, že tá igelitka je brutálne kontroverzná, pretože meteorit spadol do dediny, ktorá sa volá Vyšný Klatov, ale bola bitka o to, ako sa ten meteorit bude volať a meteorit sa na koniec volá Košice, pretože Košice sú väčšie ako Vyšný Klatov, takže to vlastne uzurpovali Košice a táto dedina si to napísala aspoň na igelitku. To je miesto, kde spadol vlastne meteorit, s tým, že ja som sa s tým chcel nejak umelecky vysporiadať. Mal som pocit, že musím obhájiť svoju rolu umelca na dedine a že by som teda mal robiť niečo také napríklad, že ako nejaký sochársky pamätník, že tam spadol meteorit. A že vlastne najviac asi záleží na tom ako keby veľkosti toho meteoritu, takže som mal pocit, že úplne najlepší ako keby pamätník meteoritu by bol fakt, že obrovská diera. Hoci ten meteorit bol takýto maličký, tam vo vesmíre mal 3,5 tony, takže vlastne fakt akože nejaké sochárske dielo by mohlo byť niečo takéto. Vlastne vykopať obrovský kráter a tým ako zdvihnúť to sebavedomie tomu meteoritu. Našťastie túto dieru som nevykopal, tá luka vyzerá stále tak, ako vyzerá a to je pretože tá dedina urobila oveľa lepšiu vec ako ja a mal som vlastne žiarlivosť na to, že oni sa s tým vysporiadali takto. V tejto dedine je vlastne takýto domček, ktorý slúži ako múzeum pre život na dedine v minulosti. To sú tam vlastne takéto staré veci, ktoré sa tam používali. Je tam akože fiktívna dedinská izba spred 100 rokov a tým, že do tej obce spadol meteorit, tak ten dom sa zároveň stal miestom uloženia meteoritu. A hádajte, kde je meteorit? Meteorit je vlastne pod táckou ako občerstvenie pri nedeľnom obede. Veľmi sa mi páči ešte vlastne ten ako keby cheers moment meteoritu a miestneho obyvateľa, takže vlastne to mi prípada, že toto nijak neprekonám. Že vlastne Ujo Slovák telefonuje, štrnga si s meteoritom, tetuška Slovenka múti maslo, telefonuje s vlastným telefónom a drží modlitebnú knižku a vlastne to všetko je kvôli meteoritu, ktorý je ešte k tomu vlastne zväčšený, pretože toto nie je skutočný meteorit, ale on je vlastne ako zväčšený, čo je tiež podľa mňa také akože nejaké budovanie toho, aby ako nemal ten meteorit ten komplex, že je maličký. Ten meteorit v skutočnosti vyzerá takto. Toto je moja ruka a naozaj som držal meteorit v ruke, takže keď si so mnou podáte ruku, tak ste naozaj držali ruku, ktorá držala meteorit. Ten meteorit je vlastne, má starosta v tomto trezore v bežné dni a meteorit pochádza vlastne z vonkajšieho pásu asteroidov medzi Jupiterom a Marsom a priletel vlastne k nám, mal 3,5 tony, rozdelil sa na 77 kúskov, jeden kúsok je v našej obci. Ja som vlastne sa snažil ako môj PhD vyskúmať, čo by som tak mohol urobiť s meteoritom. A ako som vám spomínal, keďže trampolína je pre mňa symbol takej novej dedinskosti a že trampolína je pre mňa symbol toho, že si vyskúšate ten drogový, bezváhový stav ako keby nejakým jednoduchým spôsobom, tak som uprosil starostu, aby mi ho vlastne požičal, ten meteorit, a založil som nový rituál, že vlastne zaskačte si s meteoritom na trampolíne. Ešte som vlastne s malým dieťaťom, takže vlastne o toto bolo také ako vznešené a poetické a že mal som pocit, že by si to mal vyskúšať každý v tej dedine a že to je taký nový rituál pre našu dedinu a hlavne, že to je asi najlepšia vec, čo som v živote urobil. Že mám pocit, že toto je môj ako keby projekt, o ktorom musím ešte urobiť pesničky, o ktorom budem rozprávať do konca života, že som ho urobil a prečo som ho urobil a že som ho vlastne, že sa to naozaj stalo, ako vidíte na fotkách. A že to má vlastne takúto medziplanetárnu hodnotu, že vlastne ten meteorit prišiel niekde odtiaľto, dopadol na Zem a tu sa vlastne... Mne bolo vlastne smutno, že ten meteorit prežil celý život bezváhový stav a potom dopadol na Zem a leží v trezore, takže som mu chcel znova zopakovať ten bezváhový stav a zároveň si to s ním ako keby užiť tiež bezváhovo. Takže toto je projekt, ktorý som vlastne strašne chcel urobiť a podarilo sa mi ho urobiť a teraz prichádza tá fáza, že prečo vám tu o ňom rozprávam. Ja by som tu vlastne ani nemal byť, pretože máme u nás na škole, keďže už som skončil PhD a momentálne som asistent na škole, tak momentálne je deadline preto, aby som vyplňoval centrálny register umeleckej činnosti, čo je systém na evidovanie umeleckého diela a umeleckého výkonu. Ako existuje vo viacerých krajinách, myslím, že aj vy ho máte. Ja sa budem snažiť exotizovať našu krajinu, že my máme ten systém naozaj najvtipnejší, alebo ako to povedať. Takže celú cestu vo vlaku, trvá to 9 hodín z Košic sem, celú cestu vo vlaku som študoval asi 40-stranový manuál, ako správne vyplňovať centrálny register umeleckej činnosti. Aby som to pochopil, tak som si z tých vlastne Wordových dokumentov musel takto akože graficky vykuchať tie najdôležitejšie informácie. A vďaka tomu som vlastne, tým, že to musím tu performovať, tak som to v podstate pochopil a už to dokážem vyplniť. Neviem, či sa vám to chce čítať. Alebo či to stíhate čítať. Ide konkrétne o to, že ja musím vyplňovať vlastne ducvu, to znamená, a nikdy nesmiem vyplňovať vlastne tie ostatné veci, lebo nie som v nich školený, takže v rámci ducvu musím vyplňovať duč, druhy umeleckej činnosti, ktoré sa udiali na nejakom podujatí a vlastne... Zaujímavé na tom systéme je, že musíte evidovať každé dielo, ktoré ste vytvorili a že to dielo môže byť excelentné, štandardné alebo zásadné. S tým, že doteraz toto je novelizácia toho systému. Predtým sa neevidovali diela, predtým sa evidovali výstavy, teraz sa eviduje každé dielo a je zároveň nová kategória, že môže byť dielo aj excelentné, nielen zásadné. Takže vlastne takto mám definovať nejak svoje dielo a ja som sa rozhodol, že vlastne využijem túto príležitosť, že som tu s vami, som v zahraničí, 2/3 tunajšej vlastne účinkujúcich aj divákov sú zahraniční hostia, teda to vlastne dielo, ktoré tu ukazujem, by mohlo dosiahnuť takmer nedosažiteľný kód EM1, to znamená excelentný výstup medzinárodného dosahu s veľkým rozsahom. A môj skromný návrh je vlastne, toto všetko som vykúchal z tých správ, ale môj skromný návrh je, že by mal vzniknúť aj zásadný, excelentný výstup umeleckej činnosti, ktorý by mal skratku ZM. A to chcem stiahnuť na jedno jediné dielo, na ten môj meteorit. Vlastne. Že to bude niečo, čo nie je vlastne len na Zemi excelentné, ale je to vlastne medziplanetárny dosah. Nie medzinárodný, ale medziplanetárny dosah. A že vlastne týmto meteoritom budem do konca života prednášať o ňom a na všetkých podujatiach a tým pádom každý ďalší rok budem vykazovať tú činnosť a budem mať stále ten nový kód z M1 a tým vlastne prinesiem financie našej škole. Pretože od toho, ako vykážete tie práce, je financovaná vaša škola. A to je vlastne realita všetko. Blablabla. Ešte som vám chcel povedať, že čo vlastne spôsobuje jeho zásadnosť a jeho excelentnosť, je niečo, čo tam bolo schované v tých vetičkách, je to rozsah a dosah. S tým, že dosah je, že kam to došlo, ale rozsah je ešte zaujímavejší. Rozsah môže byť, môže byť národný, regionálny, ale rozsah je zaujímavý, pretože tam sa podarila nevšedná vec, že takto naozaj v skutočnosti vyzerá systém evidenčnej činnosti v našej exotickej krajine, kde vlastne napríklad neviem kam zaradiť napríklad ten môj medziplanetárny performance. Predpokladám, že by to mohlo byť niečo z toho, ale sú tam aj našťastie ďalšie intermediálne kategórie. Takže napríklad, ak by to bolo konceptuálna forma umenia, tak by jej muselo byť 5 metrov kubických. Takže, alebo musím o tom rozprávať, ak je to performance, tak musím o tom rozprávať viac ako 20 minút. Ak je to len elektronické na projekcii, tak stačí 10. Takže je otázka vlastne, čo všetko kam sa mi to podarí vyšrubovať. A ešte závisí od vás, pretože musím k tomu mať ohlasy. Vlastne musím mať certifikované publikačné ohlasy o tom, že niekto sa zmienil o tom, čo som tu vlastne robil. Takže to všetko je na vás. A tu sú ešte ďalšie tekeci, vlastne čo je ten stredný dosah, alebo čo je malý dosah. Toto je stredný dosah, takže pri strednom dosahe stačí 1 meter kubických napríklad konceptu. A pri malom rozsahu stačí koľko? Ak by sme to bolo koncept, stačí menej ako meter kubický koncept. Textil. Ale tiež som si to googlil, že čo je Fabre Viper. S tým, že som sa rozhodol, že vlastne predmetom tohto performance bude zároveň online vyplňanie tých tabuliek. Takže vlastne pôvodný plán bol, že budem tu naživo nič iné robiť, len vyplňať tú tabuľku o tomto diele. Ale nechcel som vás utrápiť, pretože som zistil, že keď som to vyplňal vo vlaku, že mi to trvá 42 minút. Jedno dielo, to znamená, že vlastne každé dielo, ktoré som tu spomenul, napríklad trampolínu, napríklad meteorit a tak ďalej, by som vlastne vyplňal ďalších 40 minút. Takže som to vyplnil vo vlaku a zrýchlil som to 4-krát a trvá to teda iba 5 minút alebo tak. S tým, že vidíte všetky tie fintičky, ktoré som tam vymyslel, aby to bolo naozaj excelentné, zásadné umelecké dielo. Takže napríklad, ak sa tu tvrdí, že môže byť vybratá len jedna kategória, tak som zistil, že to môže byť úplne akákoľvek kategória. Okay, so I will play this until the end, and I will repeat something in English. My PhD study was based is in Faculty of Arts of Technical University. And I was the first PhD student of the something like fine art or free contemporary art. So I can set up it myself, and if it's like technical school. So I dreamed about something like not to just thinking or making some concept. I really liked to make something which is like new brush for painters or something like this. So I invented post-internet spray, which is before it was like startup of Volvo factory, and and it was like the spray which was invented for bikers to be reflective, and it was like non-successful startup, so they break like the production, and I bought the last pieces of this spray, and I make the new possibility of using it, and it's important that it was Volvo because in Slovakia it's like in Košice will be Volvo factory, so maybe it will like connect it together. So that was the first idea, but it was like naive to make just new brush. So I really focused on something more authentic, because my topic of my PhD was about authenticity in my like village life, because I set up myself as you said rural alien, because it's like not good translation of mimo mešťan. Mimo mešťan is something which is like I'm not feeling myself as a villager. I'm feeling myself as somebody who escaped from the city, so it's like mimo, it's outside. Mešťan is outside from the city, but at the same time mimo mešťan looks like mimozemšťan, which is like alien, outside of the earth. So I set up myself as mimo mešťan, making performances in village, and my village is famous of meteorite came to my village, and it's called Meteorit Košice, which is not the name of the village. So it's like the village is jealous on the Košice, the town is close to village. And then I realized that this is the counting of the size of my art piece from Venus to here, or from Mars to here. Okay, I will come to here to this point of view. So then I realized that I would like to be like I would like to focus on my role as artist in the village, what I can bring to village as an artist. And then I realized that I want to make something like monument for meteorite, and the monument was not sculpture, not even material. It was more like a new ritual for to jumping on a trampoline with meteorite, because it's like to remember the state of mind of the meteorite in his origins, in somewhere between Mars and Jupiter. And then I realized that this piece of art, which I just make as ritual, is something which is, for me, it's the best thing which I ever made. And it's like I want to make it all the time. I want to speak about it all over my life. And the reason why I'm doing this is because in our country we have exotic system to make it to make evidence of every art piece which I made, and this is the evidencing as a performance. So I would like I would like to make this as a really exclusive zásadné, how to categorize it. Exclusive, substantial piece with a broad, like dosah, som zabudol. So, and like the question of it, if it will be really exclusive art in these formulas, is it good that this is gallery? So I made this in gallery, so it's not like presentation, because I cannot make presentation in this form because I'm not trained curator, I'm trained artist, so I cannot make presentation. I need to make art piece, and we are in the gallery, so it's okay. But this gallery is not, how to say, renomovaná inštitúcia. Renowned. So in our tabs, this gallery and this school is not in this case of established institutions. It's not in this form. So I will need to make another form which I asked to the commission if this place can be established. And then we maybe finally make like good position for my art project, and then I will have some money for my school, because the finances of our school, finances of the Ministry of Culture of the schools are connected to how many people making these forms for his or her art pieces. Yeah, so this is the end. If you like to, I can play another song. Yeah. Môže tá gitara byť na zvučke? This song will be also in Slovak lyrics, but I will, after this video, I will show you the translation. And this song is about my village life, and is something which is maybe happened here also. It's like my answer on every question. Vždy, keď idem na prechádzku a sused vie, že idem na prechádzku a sused vidí, že idem na prechádzku a napriek tomu položí otázku: na prechádzku, čo na to povedať? Na prechádzku, čo na to povedať? Myslím, že to nebude len tak, že v tom je nejaký chyták a že nesprávna odpoveď nadvihne susedovi obočie a možno aj rovnováhu vesmíru. Na prechádzku, čo na to povedať? Myslím, že som na to prišiel, čo na to povedať? Slavnostne to predostriem, čo na to povedať? Na prechádzku, hej, ta treba da kus. Táto veta je trošku v dialekte a ukážem vám, čo si o tom myslí Google Translate. It's translatable. So, hey, ta treba dakus for Google Translate is, hey, you need a drink. So it's not so simple. Hey, ta treba dakus does not mean, hey, you need the drink. It's make things like, hey, it has to be like this, but only a little bit, something like this. So. Na prechádzku, hej, ta treba da kus, kočikujete, hej, ta treba da kus, prechádzate sa, hej, ta treba da kus, šmykate sa na snehu, hej, ta treba da kus. A teraz to bude rozbor, pretože je to artistic research. Prvé slovo, to je hej, lebo je dobre so susedom súhlasiť. Mohlo by to byť aj áno, ale to je príliš oficiálne a ja nechcem sa vyvyšovať. Na prechádzku, hej, ta treba dakus, chodíte na konferencie, hej, ta treba dakus, pýtate sa otázky, hej, ta treba dakus, o svojom PhD, hej, treba dakus, wow. Druhé slovo, to je ta. To je národnostná konštanta. Znamená, otaguje, že kde sme ta tu, ne? A funguje ako rozmýšľací loading na prechádzku. Hej, Myslíte si, čo chcete, hej, ta treba dakus mixacky prebudzujete, hej, ta treba dakus na YouTube to streamujete, hej, ta treba dakus. Tretie slovo vyjadruje potrebu mojej aj susedovej roboty, že akože keby nás tu netrebalo, tá by sa tu všetko dodžubalo. Možno aj rovnováha vesmíru. Táto sloha bude o tom, že sa to dá používať aj v budúcnosti na prechádzku. Hej, tá treba dakus. Idete na Mars, hej, tá treba dakus. A vítate tam ufonov, hej, tá treba dakus. Potom teleportujete sa, hej, tá treba dakus. Štvrté slovo, to je dakus. To je ako kus, ale má to väčší flow. Znamená, že všetkého veľa škodí. Hovoril môj dedo aj ty z antiky, že netreba nič preháňať na prechádzku. Hej, tá treba dakus. A i už idete domov, hej, tá treba dakus. Porozmýšľate, hej, tá treba dakus. Ešte neviem čo, hej, tá treba dakus. A želajte si niečo, hej, tá treba dakus. PhD vám to splní, hej, tá treba dakus. Takže robte artistic research, hej, tá treba dakus. A potom aj tak umriete, hej, tá treba dakus. Konec. Thank you. I think it's okay. I hopefully you have something from it, even in English language. I hope, and if you are not, then I can like play another songs, but it's only like sci-fi.
I know you can play forever, and we love it. The Slovak Czech speaking part. I don't know if. Because it's great, and it's a very serious reflection on artistic